Truly a first-rate sect. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. As he walked forward, a gigantic stone tablet appeared in front of him. On the stone stele there were densely packed giant characters, and the 4 largest characters were true dragon chi art. Beneath the stone stele, the martial practitioners of the profound sky sect and the son of Heaven Peak had already started to fight. In the midst of the chaotic battle, everyone took time to read the words on the stone tablet while fighting. Xianxia was extremely surprised. The words on the stone tablet were actually incantations. The Soaring Dragon sect had actually directly placed the True Dragon Chi Arts incantation at the gate of the sect. No matter who comes, you can see this kind of incantation. Isn't this too much of a joke? Xianxia found it hard to understand. If he did so, wouldn't everyone who came to visit the Soaring Dragon sect be able to see this incantation? Xianxia was not in a hurry to join the battle. Instead, he stood in a distant place and used his lightning vision to distinguish the words on the stone stele from a distance. However, when he looked at it like this, he discovered that the True Dragon Chi art was actually not an unfathomable cultivation technique, but the most elementary cultivation technique. Its level and function were the same as the Spirit Chi Sensing chapter that a martial artist had to cultivate in order to enter the sect. However, the difference was that the True Dragon Chi art allowed humans to feel the True Dragon Chi and strengthen their bodies. It was equivalent to being stronger than other martial artists from the Foundation. The other martial artists sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to initially shape their martial artist bodies, but the other martial artists sensed the True Dragon Chi to shape their bodies. Dragons were the spirits of all beasts. If humans could borrow the power of true dragons, their strength would soar. The bottom part of the incantation was also introduced. Although this type of true dragon chi art was very powerful, not everyone could practice it, because it had to borrow the chi of true dragon. Only the Soaring Dragon sect possessed the true dragon chi, and it was located on the ascending dragon stage. When Xianxia saw this, other people also saw this. The people of the Profound Sky sect immediately rushed into the depths, ignoring the Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners. Son of Heaven Peak arrived a little later than the Profound Sky sect. After reading the incantation, they quickly went deeper. Xianxia was still hanging behind him, and he discovered that there were still a few people who chose like him. Guanxiao and the others from the first grade hall were also in the rear, so they didn't participate in the battle at all. There were also several experts like Long Xingyun and Zhang Jing. "It's you." Guanxiao saw Xianxia from afar. Her eyes were cold, and she immediately thought of how she had been destroyed by Xianxia on the island of exile. Xianxia was also quite surprised. This Guanxiao was actually at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer realm. The last time I saw her, I was only at the 5th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. Why did her cultivation level rise so quickly? Upon closer inspection, Xianxia felt that it was inconceivable again. Guanxiao's body emitted a very peculiar light, as if her talent had actually become stronger. How? In the past, Guanxiao only had a heavenly grade dark attribute talent in her body, but now, it seemed that there was a faint fire energy in her body, indicating that she possessed a heavenly grade fire vein talent. How could a person come out of nowhere with an additional innate talent? Even the heavenly fate pill he had found in the Devil Sea was merely an upgrade of a martial artist's current talent. However, Guanxiao actually had an additional heavenly talent. Guanxiao looked at Xianxia and smiled coldly before heading into the distance. She was not in a hurry to seek revenge on Xianxia. The large army quickly advanced, and very quickly, they saw a huge tower called the Dragon Ascension stage. This is it. Xianxia was shocked and quickly rushed towards the interior of the Dragon Ascension platform. There's nothing else to say, snatch it. Xianxia had already seen from outside that there was an ancient heaven-defying aura inside the Dragon Ascension platform. This aura must be the True Dragon Chi, and the True Dragon Chi art needed to be cultivated on the premise of absorbing the True Dragon Chi. However, the True Dragon Chi within the Dragon Ascension platform was clearly already very thin, and there was not much left. How much time one could snatch before it depended on one's own good fortune. At the scene, the Heavenly Profound sect and the Son of Heaven Peak had a total of nearly 800 people, and they were like swarms of bees as they drilled into the entrance. Xianxia followed closely behind and also rushed into the Dragon Ascension platform. The Dragon Ascension platform was divided into 4 floors. Right now, they were on the first floor. At the core of the first floor of the Dragon Ascension platform, a beam of light shone down. The diameter of the beam of light was only about 10 meters. Within the light, streaks of azure dragon energy were moving up and down. "This is mine!" A heavenly profound sect martial artist sprinted crazily and was the first to enter the range of the pillar of light. A green dragon chi immediately rushed into his body. The true dragon chi art was not a martial skill used in battles, but a technique that fundamentally changed a martial artist's physique. Xianxia saw that there were only 13 green dragon chi left in the pillar of light. One of the dragon chi was circling above the heavenly profound sect martial artist's head, sprinkling cyan gas onto his body. The martial artist's entire body shone brightly, and his strength actually began to soar. "Get lost!" A son of Heaven Peak martial artist rushed forward and sent the heavenly profound sect martial artist flying with a single kick. This time, everything was in chaos. More than 800 people seemed to have gone mad as they surrounded and squeezed into the range of the pillar of light. However, the 10-meter diameter pillar of light was simply unable to accommodate so many people. Many martial artists fought inside, regardless of the cost. They still had to stay under the light pillar for a while longer. If he stayed for a while longer, he would be able to add another strand of true dragon chi to his body. No matter what, he wouldn't be able to obtain this benefit from outside. No matter how much Xianxia continued to watch the play, he also rushed in. However, there were too many people. More than 800 people were crowded in the narrow space. At least 90% of them were outside the pillar of light. Xianxia lightly jumped up and stepped on the shoulders of a few people, floating to the core of the pillar of light. A streak of azure dragon chi quickly poured into Xianxia's body. He felt that the pores on his body were immediately opened. True dragon chi art. Xianxia immediately secretly circulated his cultivation technique. After the dragon chi entered his body, it swiftly followed the 8 meridians of the odd meridians. Xianxia could even feel that his bones, flesh and blood were undergoing a qualitative change. From the flesh and blood components of humans, they began to advance towards the components of the dragons. My God! Xianxia was shocked. This type of true dragon chi art could actually change the structure of humans? However, this wasn't the case when he felt it again. His flesh and blood did not turn into dragon flesh. Instead, he began to possess the attributes and strength of the dragon race's body. The strength of the dragon race's body was second, but its attributes were formidable. The dragons were born with extremely powerful resistance. Regardless of whether it was ice, fire, poison, or even yuan qi or dipper qi attacks, it would be very difficult for them to cause any damage. Resistance has increased. Xianxia's eyes widened in shock. The resistance in his entire body was rapidly increasing. Boom! Before Xianxia could regain his senses, a figure suddenly knocked him out of the range of the pillar of light. Xianxia suddenly turned around and almost vomited blood. It was none other than Long Xingyun who knocked him flying. "You're crazy!" Xianxia roared. "He actually hit his own people." Long Xingyun laughed out loud. "If you don't do it for yourself, the heavens will destroy you. At this moment, what other people say that you don't do it for yourself?" Long Xingyun raised his hands high and absorbed the dragon chi to his heart's content. Xianxia gritted his teeth and immediately returned to the pillar of light, but he hadn't waited for him to make a move. Guanxiao and a group of first-grade hall experts had already kicked Long Xingyun away. They also rushed forward to absorb the dragon chi. In just a few minutes, one of the 13 strands of azure true dragon chi had begun to fade away. Xianxia shouted at Long Xingyun and the others, "Stand your position properly and don't fight amongst yourselves. Otherwise no one will be able to snatch it away." Long Xingyun looked at Guanxiao fiercely, gritted his teeth and roared, "Cooperate with Xiangbei first, for the sake of the overall situation." After saying that, Long Xingyun, Mengqing, and Zhang Jing immediately stood with Xianxia. On the other side, there were 7 experts led by Guanxiao. Among them, Guanxiao was the strongest, and the other 6 were all Heaven Scryer level 9 experts. There were a total of 11 experts on both sides. Everyone's realms were exactly the same, and they were fighting for their personal strength. Long Xingyun refused to let Xiangnan take the lead, so he took the initiative to shout, "Xiangbei, Near East, take the lead with me." Meng Qing used poison fire to attack from a long distance. After saying that, the 3 of them wielded their swords, and the Near East used their palms to cone towards the core area of the Pillar of Light. Dark North roaming tiger, 3 roars. Long Xingyun held the sword in his hand and chopped out 3 high-speed sword lights. The sword lights trembled in magnitude and frequency, and they actually emitted a deafening buzzing sound. It was really like a ferocious tiger roaring towards the sky. Chaos Han Heaven shaking palm, Tide retreat style. Zhang Near East crossed his arms and suddenly pushed forward, causing a wave of astral chi to surge out fiercely. Xiangnan stood on the left side of the line with a huge saber in his hand, hacking at a dragon spirit break. The little lightning dragon held onto the saber light and rushed towards Guanshao and the others. Behind the 3 of them, Meng Qing drank a large mouthful of poisonous wine, circulated his cultivation technique, and roared. 3 C's entering the abdomen, chaos heaven style. He spat out a large mouthful of poisonous flames. The poisonous flames spread into the clouds in the sky, enveloping Guanshao and the others as they fell into a rain of flames. The attacks of these 4 people were incomparably powerful, and they were also at the peak of the realm rankings in the field. The moment the 3 of them attacked, the other heaven-peeping realm martial artists in the vicinity retreated repeatedly. No one dared to touch them at all. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly die. The 4 of them relied on their fierce attacks to occupy the position of the Pillar of Light and quickly began to absorb the true dragon chi. They had to use both of their hearts and minds. While fighting, they had to use the true dragon chi art. It was just a very difficult task. As for Guanzhao's 7 people, they were also very strong. With Guanshao as the leader, the other 6 people were lined up in herringbone on both sides, but there were no 3 people on either side. Guanzhao's body trembled and he shouted, "Tyrannical body!" The other 6 Heaven Scryer 9th layer experts also shouted out in succession. Rumble. Xiangnan and the others' attacks landed on Guanshao and the others. They were actually unable to injure them. They only allowed the 7 of them to glide 3 to 5 meters backwards. What kind of ghost martial skill is this? Long Xingyun was furious and shouted. At Bai Wudao's place, they had already suffered a great loss from tyrannical body. Now that they saw someone else using tyrannical body, their hearts had already become a little timid. "Don't be afraid," Xiangnan calmly said. "Their tyrannical bodies are far from Bai Wudao's. They aren't that powerful." "Really, old Yun? Our attack hit Bai Wudao. Bai Wudao wasn't even affected at all. But the 7 of them were pushed back by us, and their expressions were also very ugly." Zhang Nankiki said. That's what he said, but Xiangnan also found something wrong. This time, Guanzhao's tyrannical body was much stronger than when she was in exile on the island. Rather than saying that the 7 of them were attacked together, it was better to say that Guanshao had taken the initiative to take over Xiangnan and the others. It was almost 50% of their attack power. Guanzhao's tyrannical body was a little stronger. It was almost comparable to the general of the Bai clan. "Go! Restore the core position." Guanzhao's eyes turned cold. Her hands drew a circle, and the black dark attribute astral chi was brandished into 2 pure black astral chi vipers. It was a person who immediately circled around the core area of the Pillar of Light and fought while spinning. The 2 sides fought inextricably, and for a time, they were unable to distinguish between them. Xiangnan was still unable to display his full strength. His 9 purities cosmos art could not be used under such circumstances. The reason for that was because if one wanted to circulate a martial technique to fight, and if one wanted to circulate the true dragon chi art to absorb the dragon chi, one would not be able to maintain the 9 purities cosmos technique at the same time. Even a martial Dao genius like Xiangnan would not be able to control all 3 of them. However, after the battle, Zhang Jing and Meng Qing couldn't eat anymore. Their faces turned pale and cold sweat broke out continuously. "There's something wrong with that woman's aura," Zhang Jing waved his astral chi palm and collided with Guanxiao. After the two of them separated, Zhang Near East's entire palm turned pale black. Am I poisoned? Zhang Jing's expression changed slightly. This isn't poison, Xianxia said. Her name is Guanxiao. Her innate attributes are dark, and she has extremely strong corrosive power and devouring power. When Zhang Jing and Meng Qing were surrounded by the dark attribute atmosphere, they felt that their aura was not running smoothly, and the more they fought, the more exhausted they became. As for Xiangnan's lightning attribute and Long Xingyun's golden flame meridian, they weren't disturbed by him. Both of them were extremely powerful talents and had great resistance to dark attributes. Xiangnan raised his right hand, and a 100-meter-tall sun suddenly appeared in the sky. The sun shone down and enveloped everyone. Zhang Jing and Meng Qing's faces immediately turned red as they said happily, "Much better! Sun God technique." Guanxiao narrowed her eyes and gritted her teeth. It's that bitch Su Kaiware again. The disciples she raised always come to ruin my good fortune. At that time, Xiangnan did not agree. Everything else was easy to say, but he could not bear to have his master scolded. Clean your mouth. Xiangnan left the team and rushed towards Guanxiao. I'll say it. Guanxiao pulled her hands back, and her hands expanded into a sphere. In the middle of her palms, a black spiral ball of light condensed. Within the black ball of light, the attributes of darkness had increased to the extreme. The terrifying dark attribute power actually dimmed the light on the spot. All of the martial artists felt their bodies tremble, as if they were blocked by an invisible liquid. Their breathing and heartbeats were no longer unblocked. Black profound palm. Guanxiao held the ball of light with her right hand and slapped it fiercely towards Xiangnan. The ball of light rotated counterclockwise, spinning faster and faster. It was like a small black vortex, attracting the surrounding martial artists into the vortex. Dark attribute power. It's too terrifying. Zhang Jingjing's expression was extremely solemn. Afraid of you. Xiangnan's gaze narrowed, and he immediately activated the power of lightning. He used the power of lightning as the core and his lightning aura as the outer layer. He wrapped the power of lightning and formed a white ball of flame lightning with two colors inside and outside. Following that, Xiangnan also threw the lightning ball towards Guanxiao's black ball. Boom! One was white, the other was black. Two colors of astral chi immediately exploded in the air. Once the two fist-sized spheres collided, they immediately expanded into two even larger spheres of light. Half black, half white. On the white side, dense thunder and lightning crackled and shot out in all directions. On the black side, black light gathered and did not disperse. The two spheres of light collided with each other, engulfing each other, and they fought inextricably. All of the martial artists retreated in fright, leaving the light pillar area far away. Even Long Xingyun and the other three, as well as the 6 experts behind Guanxiao, were shocked to see this terrifying scene. The two spheres of light finally began to invade each other. The dense white lightning gradually invaded the black ball. The violent lightning power was destroying the dark attribute power. The black ball of light also seeped into the ball of lightning. The black light was like threads that wrapped around the ball of lightning and kept tightening. Pa 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 pa. The most irritating thing was that the two of them still hadn't stopped their true dragon chi art during the battle. They were fighting while frantically absorbing the true dragon chi. Seeing this, 2 of the 13 true dragon chi had already been absorbed. Almost half of the true dragon chi was separated by Xiangnan and Guanxiao. The more the core of the pillar of light was, the more concentrated the true dragon chi it absorbed and the more efficient it was. Guanxiao pushed the black ball with her left hand and raised her right hand high. Her fingers formed a sword and slashed towards Xiangnan from afar. Hidden arrow! A streak of black light condensed from her fingertips. As her fingers rapidly slid down, the black light turned into a black arrow and shot towards Xiangnan. Fallen lightning! Xiangnan's fingers also slid down, directly drawing on the power of the white flames and lightning, hacking down a white flame that shocked the lightning. Boom! The thunder struck the black arrow and both exploded at the same time. Long Xingyun and the others were very surprised by Xiang Nan's strength, but they felt that this did not correspond to Xiang Nan's legendary strength. Xiang Nan was an awesome person who had defeated Bai Wudao. Normally speaking, if Xiang Nan wanted to beat Guanshao, it would be a matter of every move. In fact, Xiang Nan had used the heaven-defying 7 Extremes Ghost Prison against Bai Wudao. His combat strength was countless times stronger than it was now. Naturally, there was a big gap between the two. What should we do? Zhang Jing looked at the inextricable battle between the two and asked subconsciously. Long Xingyun gritted his teeth and said, "Breathe. Although I can't breathe the dragon chi at the core, it's still better than nothing." These 3 people, along with the 6 people from Guanzhou's side, began to absorb the dragon chi in the middle of the Pillar of Light. As for the more martial artists, they couldn't even catch a single bit of dragon chi. During this process, Xiang Nan felt that his strength was getting stronger and stronger, or rather, his resistance was getting stronger and stronger. He felt that his flesh and blood were becoming stronger, and his endurance was also becoming stronger. At the beginning, he could feel the discomfort of getting close to Guanzhou's dark attribute power, but now the discomfort was gradually weakening. I don't care anymore. I want to absorb the dragon chi. Damn. I can't go all the way here for nothing. None of them knew if it was the Heavenly Profound Sect or the Son of Heaven Peak's martial practitioners. But they suddenly lost control and crazily flew towards the core of the Pillar of Light. Guanzhou's eyes turned cold as he waved his hand and a black flame appeared. The black flame exploded on the martial artist's chest with a pu sound, and black flames spread everywhere. The martial artist opened his mouth wide and didn't even let out a miserable scream. He was actually melted by the black flames. If the flames hit the human body, they should be able to burn. If they were to burn for a sufficient amount of time, they would be able to burn into charcoal or even ashes. However, Guanzhou's dark attribute flames did not use burning as lethality, but instead devoured it. The black flames only needed a tiny bit of human skin to corrode and penetrate like burning molten iron falling into a pile of snow. Sure enough, it's a dual talent. Xiang Nan's heart trembled. The black flames were nothing more than heavenly-grade fire veins and heavenly-grade dark veins. Guanzhou's expression became colder and colder. She raised her right hand high up and a rolling black ball of flame appeared in the sky. A double-talented ball of light appeared. Xiang Nan raised his right hand and a ball of white flames and white ice appeared in the sky. A black flame, an ice flame. The 2 big balls of light collided again. Xiang Nan felt that it was very unbelievable. Although Guanzhou's dark attribute was powerful, it was still a heavenly grade. As for his lightning meridian attribute, it was of divine quality. But now, in the battle of attributes, he was actually unable to completely crush Guanshao. This could only explain one problem. The cultivation technique Guanshao was using was still above his own. The 9 transformations of thunder, the sun god technique, the 9 pure universe technique, and the enhanced freedom scripture were not cultivation techniques used in combat. Apart from the sun god technique, which could be used to temper the sun, the others were only auxiliary cultivation techniques. And what Xiang Nan really used to fight was the high-grade heavenly grade cultivation technique that he had tricked from the profound sky sect, the heavenly thunder fire. However, Guanzhou's cultivation technique could faintly suppress the heavenly lightning fire, which meant that it was at least a high-grade heavenly grade, or even a higher-grade heavenly grade. The Bai clan must have given it to her. After this woman joined the profound sky sect, her strength continued to soar, as if there was no end to it. At this moment, the 2 of them had already exhausted all 9 dragon chi. Of the 9 dragon chi, at least 4 were divided equally between Xiang Nan and Guanshao, while the other 4 were divided between Long Xingyun and the other 6 from the profound sky sect. The last one was absorbed by the martial artists at the edge of the Pillar of Light. There are still the last 4. Guanzhou's eyes moved as he looked at the surrounding profound sky sect martial practitioners and said, "Let's go to the 2nd floor and take a look." The martial artist received the order and immediately rushed towards the 2nd floor. "You guys go too," Long Xingyun shouted at the Son of Heaven Peak martial artist. They were fighting over the 1st floor. In case they had to figure out what was on the 2nd floor. Very quickly, the martial artists from both sides returned. The heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were the first to return and shouted, "The second layer is red dragon chi. It's even stronger than the first layer's green dragon chi." As soon as he finished speaking, all the martial artists dispersed with a loud boom and all of them ran to the second floor. Immediately after, the black sect martial artist said, "But we can't absorb it. It seems that we have to absorb a layer of azure dragon energy before we can absorb the second layer of dragon energy." Sure enough, a heaven-shaking roar came from the second floor. Hundreds of martial artists swarmed down again. There were only the last two cyan dragon chi left. The hundreds of martial artists were already furious. If they didn't see the red dragon chi on the second floor, it would be fine, but now that they saw it, they couldn't give up the green dragon chi on the first floor. As long as they gave up on this floor, the upper three floors wouldn't be of any use to them anymore. What the hell? Forget about the sectarian opinions. Kill those two first. No matter how little cyan dragon energy we absorb, it's better than nothing. No one knew who shouted, but then a strand of Dipper Chi rushed towards Xiang Nan and Guanxiao. This strand of Dipper Chi had no effect at all. It was only swallowed up by the two large balls of light. But then, hundreds of astral chi swept towards Xiang Nan and the other two like a gale. Both Xiang Nan and Guanxiao were shocked. This was no joke. More than 800 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists attacked two people at the same time. No matter how powerful the two of them were, they would not be able to withstand it. Xiang Nan decisively gave up the confrontation and directly withdrew. Large amounts of Dipper Chi swarmed over from behind Xiang Nan. He didn't even have a place to dodge, so he could only dodge into the void with a flash of his body. Guanzhao's expression changed slightly as she hastily condensed a thick black shield to protect herself and retreat from the core of the Pillar of Light. More than 800 martial artists didn't care about their identities anymore. For the sake of their own realms, they didn't care about anything. Chaos. Everyone pushed, jumped up and down, and rushed into the Pillar of Light. These ungrateful bastards. Long Xingyun was furious and raised his hand to attack the martial artists. "You don't want to die." Xiang Nan grabbed Long Xingyun's arm and said, "It's fine if you hit one person. Do you dare to hit these 800 people? Be careful of provoking public anger and burying you alive." 800 people, each of them drowned in a mouthful of saliva. But Long Xingyun was still unwilling. "Give it to them," Xiang Nan said. "The last two dragon chi are gone. It doesn't matter if they carve it up. You can't be too extreme. Moreover, nearly half of these people are companions of our Son of Heaven Peak. That's easy for you to say. You've absorbed so much dragon chi, so of course you don't care." Long Xingyun mocked Xiang Nan. Apart from the last two dragon chi, Xiang Nan and Guanxiao had each absorbed 3 of the remaining 11 dragon chi. The remaining 5 were split equally by Long Xingyun and the others, and there was less than 1 for each of them. "Don't say so much. Go to the second floor." Xiang Nan saw from afar that on the other end, Guanxiao and the others had already flown towards the second floor. The true dragon chi art was extremely simple, and it didn't divide into many stages. But dragon energy. The more he absorbed, the closer his attributes were to the dragons. After rushing to the second floor, there was indeed a red true dragon chi. The beam of light was even wider than the first floor, 20 meters in diameter. However, the amount of red dragon chi had decreased to only 8 pitiful pieces. The 4 people from the Son of Heaven Peak and the 7 people from the Profound Sky sect fought again and began to tangle with each other. They discovered that their Dipper Chi had actually become stronger after the true dragon chi art had changed. Xiang Nan swung his hand and hacked out a blade light at Guanxiao, and discovered that his blade light was even more solid. It was equivalent to forcefully softening the 2 rays of saber light together, but it still maintained the same size as a single blade light. The density of the Dipper Chi increased greatly. This time, we will occupy the core position. Long Xingyun would never give all the benefits to Xiang Nan alone. He, Zhang Jing, and Meng Qing immediately occupied the core position. However, after Guanxiao came up, a large black ball of light directly knocked the 3 of them back. Xiang Nan followed up and fought with Guanxiao again. Long Xingyun and the others were unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. They wanted to occupy the core area, but they could not defeat Guanxiao, so they could only be blasted back. You have to have that kind of strength to occupy a good position. Xiangnan returned. Long Xingyun's face turned red with anger as he grabbed onto Xiangnan's collar and pulled him back. Are you crazy? Xiangnan was stunned. Long Xingyun said angrily, You've already absorbed a large amount of dragon qi on the first level. It's our turn to absorb the second level. Xiangnan was so angry that he laughed. He simply hugged his shoulders and said, All right, you guys want the core position, don't you? Go, I won't snatch it. Long Xingyun thought very well. Although he couldn't defeat Guanxiao, he didn't have to face Guanxiao head-on. Just fight guerrilla warfare with her directly. As you fight, you wander around, keeping yourself in the core area all the time. However, he quickly realized that he was thinking too much. Although Xiangnan had withdrawn, that did not mean that half of the seats in the core area would be vacant. Someone from the Profound Sky sect immediately occupied Xiangnan's position. When Long Xingyun and the others rushed forward, they wanted to beat back the rest of the Heavenly Profound sect, but with the help of those people, Long Xingyun and the others couldn't even enter. He was even beaten back, almost unable to occupy the area around the middle ring of the Pillar of Light, and was forced back to the edge. I really don't know good people. Xiangnan glanced at Long Xingyun indifferently. I occupy half of the core area. Only then can I guarantee that you will absorb the dragon qi in the central district. Drive me away? You can't even drink the soup. That, Xiang Bei is right. Zhang Jing laughed dryly. Old Yun. Let Xiang Bei take over. Xiangnan ignored Long Xingyun and directly rushed forward to beat away the few Heavenly Profound sect disciples. He and Guanxiao continued to split the core equally. Long Xingyun was so unwilling that his eyes turned red with anxiety. At the first level, Xiangnan had absorbed so much dragon qi that his strength and Xiangnan's had already been pulled apart. This was a chain reaction. Still on the second floor, his strength increased. Xiangnan. Long Xingyun rushed forward and grabbed onto Xiangnan's shoulder. He quickly said, In this way, you let the three of us stay in the core position. You stand behind us and help us attack from a long distance to block Guanxiao. This way, the three of us will be able to absorb the core dragon qi. Did my idea solve the problem? Long Xingyun smiled excitedly. He had finally found a solution to the problem. But Xiangnan turned around and coldly looked at him. Why? Who are you to help you like this? Ha 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 ha. Even Guanxiao couldn't help but laugh after hearing Long Xingyun's words. Zhang Jing and Meng Qing also looked at Long Xingyun in surprise. One had to be self-centered to come up with such a crappy idea. Xiangnan is not your father. Why sacrifice himself to help you? Long Xingyun almost choked to death by Xiangnan. Aren't we companions? He said angrily. Don't tell me you don't even give a single benefit to your teammates. What kind of martial artist are you? Xiang Bei, what are these things beside you? Is it interesting for you to stay in the Star Guild? Said Guanxiao with a playful smile. Why don't you join our Profound Sky sect? Although you have brought endless trouble to our sect, as long as you are willing to come, we will definitely welcome you with the highest standard of treatment. Don't you want to fight alongside me? If you and I can work together, who else in this world can be our opponent? Dream your spring and autumn dream. Xiangnan shouted. Who wants to be with a beast like your Profound Sky sect? Fail to appreciate SB's kindness. Guanzhao's eyes turned cold, and he immediately blew a large mouthful of black flames towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan's hands formed seals and spat out a thunderbolt at Guanxiao. Boom! The collision of thunder and fire caused terrifying waves. The two of them could not stop fighting and continued to split the dragon qi equally. Guanxiao said angrily, Are you stupid or stupid? Didn't you discover my strength? I've never been left behind by you. As long as you come, you will be taken care of by the Bai clan and be able to learn even more brilliant martial arts techniques. That is much better than what you are now. Bullshit! Xiangnan roared. Even if I commit suicide, I will not touch any rubbish from the Bai clan. Guan Zhao's words touched the pain in Xiang Nan's heart. He was a member of the Bai clan. He could have learned all the techniques and martial skills of the Bai clan, but he was ruthlessly abandoned by the Bai clan. Xiang Nan had backbone. No matter how low-level the things he learned were, he would never beg for mercy from the Bai clan. 8 red dragon chi had already been split into 4 by Guan Xiao and Xiang Nan. The other 2 were absorbed by Long Xingyun and the others. At this time, the martial artists on the lower level had already caught up. Not good. There are only the last 2 left. Snatch them. The 800 warriors from different factions had unknowingly attacked Xiang Nan and Guan Xiao again. Upper 3 levels. This time, Xiang Nan was extremely decisive. He directly gave up the last 2 dragon chi and flew towards the 3rd floor. The dragon chi on the 3rd floor was yellow, floating up and down within a 30-meter diameter beam of light. The total number of dragon chi had been reduced to 6. The dragon chi in this layer was even more intense than the red dragon chi in the 2nd layer. The purity of the true dragon chi had greatly increased. It was far from being comparable to the 1st layer, and was even twice as dense as the 2nd layer. It was still the same formation as before. Xiang Nan and Guan Xiao split the core equally, and the other 9 people split the central district. As the yellow dragon chi entered his body, Xiang Nan felt his body becoming more and more powerful. He could even faintly feel something that he had never felt before. That thing was called luck. He could vaguely sense the direction of this mountain range, as well as the location of the spiritual veins in this mountain range. This was one of the true dragon's abilities. Dragons could often find the best spiritual veins in the world, crawl on them, and cultivate on their own. Xiang Nan sighed in his heart. 330,000 years had passed since the birth of martial arts. During this period of time, too many martial arts treasures had passed. For example, the true dragon chi art of the Soaring Dragon sect was only a beginner of the Soaring Dragon sect. But now, even this kind of chi refining technique had been lost in the current martial arts world. The yellow dragon chi in the 3rd layer was still nearly half divided between Xiang Nan and Guan Xiao. When the 2nd-level martial artists rushed up, there was only 1 yellow dragon energy left. Xiang Nan did not hesitate at all. Without waiting for those martial artists to make a move, he took the lead and rushed to the last floor, the 4th floor of the Dragon Ascension platform. 8 heavenly dragons. Xiang Nan's eyes turned cold. The structure of the 4th floor had undergone earth-shattering changes. The entire 4th floor was surrounded by 8 stone dragon sculptures. The dragon entrances of the 8 dragons were all aimed at a stone platform in the core region. On the stone platform, there was only a beam of light, and the light was only a meter in diameter. Within the light, there was only a golden dragon chi. Only 1 person is allowed. Guan Zhao's expression changed slightly. This is the Dragon Ascension platform. Xiang Nan shouted. The golden dragon chi floated up and down. Its shape was very similar to a dragon. It was no longer a long string of gas, but was carved into a true dragon shape. Even the scales on the dragon chi's body could be recognized in a daze. On the 8 stone dragons were densely written words. Before Xiang Nan could read the words, Guan Xiao had already rushed towards the Dragon Ascension platform. She wants to seize the Dragon Ascension platform. Long Xingyun and the others immediately flew towards the Dragon Ascension platform. Only 1 person could cultivate on the Dragon Ascension platform. That Guan Zhao's speed was extremely fast. In just a flash, 1 foot stepped onto the Dragon Ascension stage. Xiang Nan's heart skipped a beat as he changed shadows and appeared on the stage. Just 1 step away. Guan Zhao's left foot had already stepped forward, but Xiang Nan had taken a step forward. Her expression was cold, and she wanted to beat Xiang Nan down immediately. But then, with a loud boom, Guan Xiao actually flew backwards, fiercely smashing into a stone dragon's body and spitting out a mouthful of blood. When did Xiang Bei become so powerful? Zhang Near East was shocked. The battle between Xiang Nan and Guan Xiao just now had always been inextricable. Why did he send Guan Xiao flying with just a single move? It's not Xiang Bei. It's that golden pillar of light. Long Xingyun pointed at the pillar of light. The moment Xiang Nan stepped onto the Dragon Ascension platform, The golden pillar of light accepted Xiang Nan and bounced Guan Shao away. Before the others could digest Long Xingyun's words, Guan Shao had already gotten up and rushed towards the pillar of light again. However, the moment her body touched the pillar of light, Peng's voice was bounced out again. Guan Shao was extremely shocked and furious. She refused to give up even if she was dead. She even released Black Dipper Chi flames at the pillar of light. However, every time they encountered a golden pillar of light, they all rebounded, without exception. Look at the words. Long Xingyun hurriedly observed the words on the stone dragon in order to find the answer. Only after seeing this did he understand the cause and effect. The true dragon chi art was something that a very ordinary person could cultivate. A person who cultivated this technique must be a top-notch martial artist. Otherwise, they could only cultivate the green dragon chi. Even most of them would not be able to withstand the green dragon chi. Once they were contaminated with the dragon chi with human flesh and blood, even their physical bodies would collapse. Although the martial skills of the ancients were formidable, their physiques were no different from those of modern martial artists. As a first-class sect, the top disciples of the Soaring Dragon sect were none other than people like Son of Heaven Feng. Son of Heaven Feng came from the internet all over the world. Every single one of them was a first-rate figure who was placed in the Soaring Dragon sect. Therefore, of these 800-plus people today, almost everyone was able to cultivate the true dragon chi art. As for the generation of dragon chi, it would take time. The first layer of cyan dragon chi would be born every 100 years. 2 layers of red dragon chi were born every 200 years. 3 layers of yellow dragon chi were born every 300 years, and 4 layers of golden dragon chi were born every 500 years. Moreover, this dragon chi did not increase indefinitely. Once it increased to an absolute amount, it would stop. For example, there were 13 pieces on the first floor and 8 pieces on the second floor. Could be said to be extremely precious. Even the Soaring Dragon sect valued the dragon chi very much and didn't give it to their disciples to absorb. Especially the golden dragon chi, its attribute strength was almost close to that of a true dragon. It was impossible for 2 people to cultivate at the same time. Therefore, the golden pillar of light was actually a protective measure. It ensured that only one disciple stood on it to absorb it. Otherwise, if the 2 of them shared it, their bodies would explode and die together. What he didn't expect was that this kind of protection measure would accidentally exclude Guan Shao. Everyone looked at Xiang Nan with jealousy. They saw that golden dragon chi was slowly flowing into Xiang Nan's body. As for Xiang Nan, he sat cross-legged, his entire body emitting a faint golden light, like a true dragon descending into the world. So strong. I can feel Xiang Bei's condition soaring through the golden pillars of light. Zhang Jing cried out loudly. I can feel Xiang Bei's condition soaring through the golden pillars of light. After hearing Zhang Jing's words, Guan Shao was suddenly stunned and her eyes turned. She flew to Zhang Jing's side with a whoosh. Her right hand directly grabbed Zhang Jing's throat and shouted at Xiang Nan, "Get out! If you don't come out, I will kill all your companions." Xiang Nan opened his eyes. Long Xingyun and Meng Qing had already gone to rescue Zhang Jing, but both of them were unable to take down Guan Shao, let alone Guan Shao who had 6 helpers. "Quickly come out. I'm not joking with you." The strength in Guan Zhao's hand increased by a few points, only making Near East's face turn red, and she was about to die. Xiang Nan sighed softly and stood up. This scene shocked Long Xingyun and the others greatly. That Xiang Nan actually wanted to come out in exchange for everyone's chance to survive? Long Xingyun simply couldn't understand Xiang Nan's behavior. If it was him, even if all of his companions were killed, he wouldn't be willing to take half a step out of the pillar of light. Why? Why would anyone choose to give up when faced with the temptation of the golden dragon chi? That Zhang Near East wasn't even friends with Xiang Nan. Then Guan Shao laughed. "I have already guessed your temper. As the saying goes, a person is not ruthless and cannot stand steadily. Xiang Bei, you are not ruthless enough, you are still far from it." Just as Xiang Nan was about to take a step forward, his expression suddenly changed and his entire body stiffened. Guan Zhao's eyes turned cold. "Why, won't you come out? If you don't come out, I'll kill him now. But before Guanxiao could finish speaking, a large amount of black gas suddenly appeared on Xiangnan's face. What? Everyone was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening in front of them. When the golden dragon chi entered his body, why did black chi begin to appear on Xiangnan's face? Could it be that the Dragon Ascension platform was a trap? Anyone who went up to cultivate would die? Or was there another way to cultivate on the Dragon Ascension stage? Xiangnan's expression became more and more painful. His face turned pure black, and that black began to spread to his body, passing on to his neck, shoulders, and arms. In less than a minute, Xiangnan's entire body had turned black. He even knelt on the ground with a pu sound and gritted his teeth forcefully. He knelt on the ground and coughed heavily. Every single mouthful coughed out a thick layer of black smoke. Immediately after, black smoke began to evaporate from his body. Something's wrong. This feeling, Guanzhao's expression changed. Ayo! In an instant, the entire fourth floor of the Dragon Ascension platform let out an earth-shattering scream. A ghost-like thing suddenly flew out of Xiangnan's mouth in the form of a condensed gas. Heaven-devouring demon! Guanxiao was overjoyed. She let go of Zhang near east and directly rushed towards the heaven-swallowing demon. This heaven-swallowing demon had always been a problem for Xiangnan. He had tried several times to expel this thing. However, no matter how much he tried, he had never succeeded. The heaven-swallowing demon seemed to have merged with his spiritual sea. However, the heaven-swallowing demon was finally unable to withstand the golden dragon chi this time and automatically escaped from Xiangnan's body. This thing was no ordinary thing. The moment the heaven-swallowing demon appeared, the entire fourth floor turned into absolute darkness. It was previously bound by the Star Guild, but was later imprisoned by the dark forces on the island and tried to trade it to the Profound Sky sect. Halfway through, he was cut off by Xiangnan and swallowed into his stomach. This heaven-swallowing demon had never appeared in its complete form. Who knew how powerful it was? In the sky of the fourth floor, the heaven-swallowing demon rapidly spread out, turning into black clouds. Inside, two black rays of light shone down like the eyes of the heaven-swallowing demon. At that moment, all the martial artists felt that the spiritual energy in their bodies had disappeared. It uncontrollably poured into the sky. Damn it! Long Xingyun hurriedly circulated his cultivation technique, but even after risking his life, he was unable to defend his spiritual sea. If this were to be sucked down, wouldn't it be like turning a Heaven Scryer realm expert into a mortal? Long Xingyun, Zhang Jing, and the others were all stunned. They all wanted to escape from the fourth floor, but the attraction within the black clouds was wildly sweeping and pulling them. No one was able to escape from the scene. Once this thing appeared, the calamity it would cause would definitely not be smaller than a world exterminating divine lightning that had fallen on the spot. Because it is a living creature, it is conscious. At this moment, Guanxiao suddenly rushed into the black cloud with a whoosh. Immediately after, waves of miserable screams came from the black clouds. Hiss! An ear-piercing sound of breathing came, and the black cloud suddenly began to shrink. The heaven-swallowing demon roared unwillingly. She's absorbing the heaven-devouring demon. Xiangnan looked at the sky and his heart sank. Shit! She was not fusing with the heaven-devouring demon, but absorbing it. It was truly a perfect absorption. That Guanxiao was an absolutely rare talent for darkness. It just happened to match the attributes of demons. She could perfectly swallow the heaven-swallowing demon and refine it. This was something that Yu Donghai and the others of the Profound Sky sect were far from being able to accomplish. Guanxiao took advantage of the fact that the heaven-swallowing demon had just been liberated and hadn't yet fully unleashed, so she took the initiative. Sure enough, the black clouds in the sky contracted rapidly, and Guanzhao's shadow finally appeared. Countless amounts of black gas retreated crazily, strands after strands retreating into Guanzhao's mouth. Guanxiao immediately meditated out of thin air and quickly refined the heaven-swallowing demon. This scene was something Xiangnan could not predict. He had originally thought that he could absorb the golden dragon chi, so Guanxiao had nothing to do. who knew that a heaven-swallowing demon had been killed halfway, and Guanxiao had taken advantage of it. Long Xingyun and the others fell to the ground. Fortunately, the heaven-devouring demon had absorbed their spiritual energy. The time was too short for their bodies to be left empty. But in the next moment, Long Xingyun jumped up and shouted, "Run! Run! After this woman devoured the demon, we are no match for her." The three of them ran down like crazy. Immediately after, the martial artists on the third floor also rushed forward. The 800-plus people all felt confused at first glance. Within the golden light, Xiangnan's entire body was shrouded in a layer of majesty and domineering aura. As for Guanxiao, she was floating in the sky, and her entire body was shrouded in a layer of black gas, a heretical evil. After realizing the situation, these martial artists immediately attacked Xiangnan without knowing whether to die or not, trying to recapture the Dragon Ascension stage. But in the end, their attack was useless. During this period of time, they had exhausted almost all of their methods, consumed nearly half an hour, and failed to get Xiangnan out. However, Guanxiao opened her eyes at this moment. Her pupils were pure black. Ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! That Guanxiao laughed impudently. "There is no place to find after stepping through the iron shoes. Here I, Guanxiao, have actually absorbed the heaven-swallowing demon." As he spoke, Guanxiao suddenly pounced towards the crowd. She had a change. She was still a human, but she was a human who had refined the heaven-swallowing demon. She actually opened her exaggerated mouth and swallowed the three martial artists on the spot. Her teeth had also become sharp and sharp. Each row of human teeth had turned into 4 rows of fangs. The three martial artists screamed miserably and were chewed into pieces by Guanxiao. Large amounts of spiritual energy flew out of their bodies and were all swallowed into their stomachs by Guanxiao. Even the 6 experts from the profound sky sect who followed her were stunned by this scene. Ha ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Big mend! Big mend! Guanxiao laughed sinisterly. Her laughter actually had a double tone. One was her own voice, and the other was hoarse and unbearable, as if she was using her fingernails to grab the glass. Guanxiao opened the huge mouth of the blood basin once again and swallowed another 3 Heaven-Scryer realm martial artists with a snort. A Heaven-Scrying 7th stage martial artist's physical strength was already considerable, but in Guanxiao's mouth, it was like chewing on a soybean, cracking into pieces. Monster! Many martial artists were scared out of their wits and released their Dipper Chi to attack Guanxiao. But Guanxiao directly spread out her arms and shouted, "Come! Rumble, 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 rumble." Hundreds of astral chi hit Guanxiao and exploded in her chest. However, after that Tao Tao's stellar energy flames disappeared, Guanxiao was actually completely unharmed. Originally, there was a huge difference in strength between those martial artists and Guanxiao. At this moment, Guanxiao and the heaven-swallowing demon's incomparable resistance to spiritual energy, these hundreds of people combined, almost couldn't hurt a single hair of her. Guanxiao laughed wildly. He didn't care about the attack he was attacked. He just rushed through the crowd and threw himself at 3 people in one mouthful. 3 people in one mouthful. At this moment, the golden light on the Dragon Ascension stage was extinguished. A dragon roar rushed into the 9 heavens. Xiangnan walked down. There weren't any strange changes happening to his entire body. Not even the slightest bit of golden light on his body. However, there was a dragon aura on his body. Guanxiao turned around and quickly pounced towards Xiangnan. She opened her mouth fiercely and gritted her sharp teeth towards Xiangnan's head. Xiangnan expressionlessly reached out his right hand. Kacha! Guanxiao bit Xiangnan's fist, but she didn't bite through it. At some unknown time, a layer of floating light appeared on the surface of Xiangnan's fist. This floating light was like dragon scales. This feeling is so strong. Xiangnan looked at his arm and threw Guanxiao away. True dragon weapon forging technique. True dragon chi. Even back when the soaring dragon sect was still alive, there weren't many people who could succeed. Every 500 years, the golden dragon chi would only give birth to one. Even if every person who cultivated the golden dragon chi could succeed, it would only succeed after 500 years. However, what made Xianxia feel strange was that after absorbing the golden dragon qi, the heaven-swallowing demon was unable to withstand it and escaped from his body. Although Guanxiao did not have the golden dragon qi in his body, he had the yellow dragon, red dragon, and azure dragon qi in the first few levels. However, after she absorbed the heaven-swallowing demon, these three types of dragon qi weren't forced out. From the looks of it, only golden dragon level true qi could suppress the heaven-swallowing demon. Doesn't that mean? Guanxiao rolled over and landed steadily on the ground. She looked at Xianxia as if she was facing a great enemy and said, "So what if I cultivate the golden dragon qi? Don't forget, I don't only have the heaven-devouring demon. I also have 3 types of dragon qi. I don't believe that I'm not your match." Guanxiao was obviously unconvinced. When she rolled over and landed on the ground, her right hand slapped flat on the ground. A black cyclone appeared around her palm. The cyclone rose higher and higher, twisting and turning into a black dragon. This black dragon was obviously intentionally trying to imitate the shape of a dragon, but the power within the black dragon's body was of the dark attribute, plus the terrifying power of the heaven-swallowing demon. Guanxiao's left hand hooked, and the black dragon rushed towards Xianxia. When the black dragon appeared, all the martial artists present felt that their auras were not smooth. The circulation of their aura became slower and slower. They took advantage of Guanxiao's opportunity to concentrate on dealing with Xianxia and hurriedly fled for their lives. "Where are you running? Stay here, all of you. My best tonic." Guanxiao's eyes moved and her left hand hooked again. The black dragon immediately turned and flew towards the crowd. Xianxia was quick to move. He suddenly turned into an afterimage and blocked the path that the black dragon passed through. He crossed his arms and was ruthlessly hit by the black dragon. Boom! The moment the terrifying black dragon hit Xianxia, a thin layer of golden dragon scales appeared on Xianxia's arms. However, this floating light could only give Xianxia the strength to fight Guanxiao, but it could not give him an advantage. Guanxiao was attacking while Xianxia was defending. Naturally, the defending side was at a disadvantage. Under the impact of the black dragon, Xianxia was actually sent flying. He fiercely smashed into a stone dragon sculpture, forcefully breaking half of the sturdy sculpture's dragon mouth. Seeing that he had the advantage, Guanxiao was extremely excited and immediately commanded the black dragon to continue its second round of attacks towards Xianxia. "Only you know how to attack?" Xianxia took a deep breath. He circulated the true dragon qi art and slashed horizontally at the incoming black dragon. Pooh! A golden saber light shot out from the ground. The saber light was like a golden crescent moon as it scraped the ground and flew obliquely, striking the black dragon's face tyrannically. Golden dragon qi. Guanxiao's eyes turned cold. "Your astral qi has been changed by the golden dragon qi." Boom! The black dragon was frantically sliced by the golden saber light. Within a second, the dragon's mouth had already been sliced into 2 halves. In 2 seconds, the saber light had penetrated deep into the dragon's head. 3 seconds later, the blade light cut through the entire dragon head and pierced through the dragon body. This golden aura is so powerful. Xianxia himself did not expect that. The true dragon body had a very strong immunity to all energies formed from spiritual energy. Nan knew this. However, what he didn't know was that even his golden aura had such an immune effect. The golden dragon qi's immunity to spiritual energy made the blade light immune to most of Guanxiao's darkness attributes, while the golden dragon qi's restraint against evil beings restrained the power of most heaven-devouring demons. The 2 restraining effects caused the golden saber light to split a black dragon in half in just 5 seconds. Although the speed of this battle was very fast, it was too long for a martial artist to dodge. Guanxiao had dodged the golden saber light long ago, avoiding the attack of the golden saber light. "I don't believe in evil." Guanxiao rolled back and suddenly grabbed a long black whip with both hands and threw it at Xianxia. The whip turned into a black beam of light that twisted and shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia stretched out his giant saber and wrapped it around the black rainbow. The moment the 2 of them came into contact, the giant saber had already begun to be contaminated by the black rainbow. Black spots gradually spread out from the blade. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat, causing the giant saber to tremble. Buzz! The golden light suddenly appeared, and the black rainbow was shocked into pieces, dissipating into specks of black spots in the air. It's meaningless to fight with you. Let Bai Wudao take care of you. Guan Shao licked her lips and her body turned into black smoke as she whistled towards the lower floor. Xiangnan chopped 3 golden saber lights in the direction where Guan Shao escaped. As for Guan Shaojun, he nimbly dodged and disappeared with a flash of his shadow. Not good. She's going to devour those martial artists. Xiangnan also turned into an afterimage as he chased down with the huge saber in his hand. The two of them left the Dragon Ascension platform one after the other. Guan Shao took the lead and continued flying into the depths of the soaring dragon sect. Her speed was extremely fast, leaving only a black scratch in the air before disappearing. She inherited the heaven-swallowing demon's speed. Xiangnan frowned and quickly chased after Guan Shao, but he was unable to catch up with Guan Shao no matter what. The heaven-swallowing demon's speed, coupled with Guan Zhao's own speed, merged into one and was extremely fast. As for Xiangnan, he had cultivated the great perfection true dragon weapon forging technique, but he had only allowed his body and Dipper Chi to possess some of the characteristics of the dragon race without inheriting any advantage in terms of speed. That Guan Zhao's speed was 10 times faster than Xiangnan's. However, how big was the soaring dragon sect? There was no room for these two heaven-defying monsters to fly for a long time. The two of them only flew for less than 2 seconds before they saw a tall and strange building. All the martial artists who had escaped earlier had already rushed into the building's facade. At the top of the building, there was a stone plaque with the words Good Fortune Palace written on it. Good fortune? Medicinal pills. Guan Shao laughed loudly, turned into black smoke, and rushed into the towering building with a shout. After Xiangnan followed up, he discovered that the situation at the scene was very strange. Inside the hall, the space was extremely wide, but all the martial artists, including Guan Shao, looked extremely vigilant. On the ground, there were 3 human-shaped gray marks. Xiangnan was the last one to enter. He didn't see clearly what had happened. He just felt that the 3 gray humanoid marks on the ground were very strange. He quickly sized up the palace and discovered that the entire palace was in a circular space, surrounded by a circular wall. There were a total of 9 gigantic human-shaped stone sculptures standing around it. The 9 stone sculptures were all over 100 meters tall and had different shapes. Some of them stood upright with a huge sword in their hands, while others raised their left hand slightly and held a whisk in their right. There were also stone sculptures with their hands clasped together, their palms facing each other, and between their hands they were shaped into a ball of flames. These stone sculptures all had red flames burning in their eyes and flickering in their mouths. Could it be? Xiangnan glanced at the human-shaped imprints on the ground again. The 3 human-shaped imprints were still emitting green smoke. Come on, Xiangbei. We'll fight another 100 rounds. Guan Shao licked her lips and provoked Xiangnan. There was an undetectable craftiness in her eyes. Xiangbei, don't move. Zhang Jing suddenly shouted. You can't use astral chi here. Otherwise, you will immediately be burnt to ashes by the flames from the stone sculpture. 3 people have already been struck. Xiangnan suddenly came to a realization. No wonder Guan Shao wanted to provoke him. She wanted him to die. Since he couldn't use astral chi, there shouldn't be any problem with his body technique. But in this way, Xiangnan and Guan Zhao's advantages were not that great. After Guan Shao was unable to use the divine astral chi, her dark attribute talent was equivalent to decoration. However, after all, she had also undergone the true dragon weapon refining technique's body tempering, and her physical fitness was still very strong. Those martial artists did not dare to take the initiative to seek revenge on her. She also knew that everyone harbored a grudge against her. Currently, no one dared to be the first cannon fodder, so she was also very cautious and did not dare to offend anyone here. Just as everyone was in a stalemate with each other, an inaudible click came from not far away. In such a tense atmosphere, the slightest sound aroused everyone's vigilance. Countless gazes shot towards the direction of the voice. A son of heaven peak martial artist was looking at everyone with fear in his eyes. At the same time, his right hand touched the mouth of a strange stone dragon sculpture at the end of the palace. There was also a stone dragon that was diving in the shape of a dive. Its body was in the sky, and its head was below. In Shilong's mouth, Tianzifeng's martial artist had somehow stuck out a small octagonal brocade box. "What are you doing?" Guanxiao shouted. The heavenly sun peak martial artist was watched by everyone. Originally, he was so scared that he didn't dare to move. But after hearing Guanxiao's roar, he forcefully opened the brocade box and stuffed it into his mouth regardless of what was inside. But everyone saw that it was a medicinal pill. The medicinal pill was only the size of a grape, but a layer of immortal energy similar to an auspicious cloud appeared on its surface. "Spit it out." Guanxiao was furious. She was the first to rush forward and dig into the martial artist's mouth. In a hurry, the martial artist kicked Guanxiao in the stomach, then turned around and jumped out. Guanxiao was unable to use Gangqi, and almost all martial skills could not be used. He had to rely entirely on body techniques to fight. As for the martial artists here, all of them weren't born after hundreds of battles. All of them were experts in body technique battles. "Ha!" After the martial artist escaped, he immediately laughed out loud. "I ate it! I ate the immortal energy pills." Long Xingyun frowned as he walked to Xiangnan's side and said, "Look at the grade of that pill." Xiangnan rubbed his chin and muttered, "I've never seen a medicinal pill in this form before. I heard that after the medicinal pill reaches a certain level, an abnormal phenomenon will occur. The pills he just ate are covered in multicolored auspicious clouds. I think the lowest is a top-grade 5th-grade pill, right? Pills were graded, and pills of the same level could have different attributes. For example, a Tier 5 rejuvenation pill was one of the Tier 5 pills that could not be ranked on the stage. I think it's rank 6. Long Xingyun said, "Although Tier 5 medicinal pills are precious, I have seen quite a few in my own sect. However, there has never been a Tier 5 medicinal pill in this form. Let's observe first," Xiangnan said. Everyone looked at the martial artist, not knowing what kind of pill he was consuming or what kind of effect it would have. The martial artist's expression was excited and ferocious as he waited for his strength to soar. But very quickly, his ferocious expression became painful. In less than a minute, his head actually started to expand crazily, becoming bigger and bigger. Pong! Everyone didn't expect that the martial artist's head would suddenly explode. Skulls, brains sprayed all over the ground. Hiss! Poison pill! Long Xingyun's face immediately turned pale. Guanxiao was also stunned. From the looks of it, she was also very afraid. Fortunately, she failed to seize the pill just now, otherwise it would be her who blew her head off. That dragon has a way in its mouth. Long Xingyun had left Xiangnan's side at some unknown time and had already rushed to Shilong. He also dug out the dragon's mouth, trying to dig out a brocade box. Guanxiao rushed forward and crashed into Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun was furious. "You can't use astral chi now. I'm not afraid of you." Long Xingyun's hands turned into tiger claws and grabbed Guanxiao's wrists before turning them upwards. His hand was extremely strong, and Guanxiao's wrists were almost snapped by him. Fortunately, she had absorbed the true dragon chi and her physical fitness had improved a lot. Guanxiao stepped on Long Xingyun's chest and performed a backward somersault. She placed her wrists in a straight position and sprinted on the ground at the same time, sending Long Xingyun flying with her elbow. Long Xingyun hurriedly grabbed the dragon head with his left hand. With this charge, the dragon head actually cracked open. Immediately after, a large amount of medicinal pills rolled out from the dragon's mouth. There were more than 100 of these pills, and they rolled everywhere on the ground. "Snatch it!" someone shouted, and everyone frantically snatched away the pills on the ground. "Stop!" Xiangnan roared. But who would listen to him? A martial artist reached out and touched a crimson pill on the ground. The moment his fingertips touched the pill exploded. The terrifying wave of fire sent more than 800 people flying. This force was too strong for even Xiangnan to withstand. He felt as if he had been hit by a mountain. His body was out of balance and he heavily flew backwards. He then smashed heavily onto the foot of a giant stone sculpture. Everyone was unable to escape. They were lying on the ground screaming miserably. Some of them had their arms broken, while others were seriously injured. In this way, no one dared to touch any pill. No brocade box. Xianxia got up, rubbed his shoulders, and walked towards the first martial artist to die after consuming the pill. He took out the brocade box from the martial artist's hand and wrote 3 small words on it. Spirit Gathering Pill. However, the medicinal pills on the ground were all independent, and there were no brocade boxes wrapped around them. Xianxia looked inside the dragon's mouth and saw a round hole in its upper jaw. There was a pill that could roll out. On the other hand, there was an octagonal hole in the lower jaw of the dragon's mouth, and a brocade box was lying in the hole. Every time a pill rolls out, it falls into the corresponding brocade box. This is really troublesome. Xianxia couldn't help but frown. There are so many pills on the ground, who knows which brocade box it corresponds to? Take out all the brocade boxes and take a look. Guanxiao rushed up. Xianxia raised his saber and prepared to fight. Then Guanxiao said, "Don't bother. Without astral chi, whoever we kill will die. Even if we hit the heavens and earth, there won't be any results." She grabbed the brocade box in the dragon's mouth and said, "3 corpses soul refining pill." But she turned to look at the pills on the ground. Which one is the 3 corpses soul refining pill? From the name, one could tell that this was a poisonous pill. However, all the pills were shrouded in auspicious clouds, and there was no way to justify them. What was even more troublesome was that Xianxia and the others hadn't even heard of the pills contained in the sect 50,000 years ago. Xianxia snatched the brocade box from Guanzhao's hand and looked over, saying, 3 corpses soul refining pill. There are 2 small words below. Rank 6. Take them all out. Guanxiao was excited. Once she heard about the tier 6 pill, she could no longer remain calm. She simply slapped the lower jaw of the dragon's mouth. Swoosh, 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 swoosh in the blink of an eye. There were more than 100 brocade boxes on the ground. These were all 6th grade pills. Hiss, even Xianxia couldn't help but gasp. 6th grade pills. Such a treasure was extremely rare outside. An expert from the Profound Sky sect hurriedly said to Guanxiao, "Ghost Doctor, you are an expert in spirit herbs and poisonous herbs. Could it be that you are unable to recognize the types of these pills?" Guanxiao shook her head and sighed. A tier 5 pill is a big threshold. It's not that our modern martial artists are unable to refine pills above the 5th grade, but that we don't have such good materials. The ancients have plucked all the spirit herbs above the 5th grade, leaving us little. Spiritual herbs above the 5th grade will take tens of thousands of years to mature. Guanxiao looked at a brocade box in her hand. So, I have only seen 5th grade pills at the highest level. These are all 6th grade pills. I have never seen them with my own eyes, and I can't distinguish them. Also, Xianxia added, the names of ancient pills may not be the same as ours. Many of the cultural treasures of the profound Tao have been lost. As far as I know, nearly 70% of the pills on the market are renamed in modern times. That's right. Guanxiao nodded, agreeing with Xianxia's words. I don't care, a martial artist shouted loudly. You can't just touch every single pill and explode. I'll take a few first. This person was the closest to the door. He bent down and grabbed 3 pills, then turned around and ran away. Come back. Guanzhao's face was as cold as frost. She wanted to chase after him, but when she saw the medicinal pills all over the ground, she immediately stopped. She pulled out her black whip and shouted, "Whoever dares to rob the pills again, don't blame me." Before he could finish speaking, a miserable scream suddenly came from outside the door. Everyone hurriedly ran to the door and saw that the martial artist outside had actually been burnt to ashes. Amidst the ashes, the 3 medicinal pills were still burning. In an instant, they had also turned into ashes. Defense mechanism. Xianxia slapped his forehead. No wonder the pills here are kept separate from the brocade box. If a thief doesn't know the correct method to obtain the pill, once he leaves the good fortune hall with the pill, he will immediately be burned to ashes by the pill. Then how did the first martial artist obtain the brocade box just now? Guan Shao was puzzled. Could it be that he knows the right way? No. Xianxia shook his head. He took a complete brocade box. It was originally filled with medicinal pills. That was a pill that was prepared in advance before the destruction of the Soaring Dragon sect, right? That's right. The first one we see now is the last one before the destruction of the Soaring Dragon sect, said Guan Shao thoughtfully. It seemed that the pills in the dragon's mouth were not paired with the brocade box. This is interesting. Long Xingyun hugged his shoulders and smiled. The Tier 6 medicinal pills on the ground are unknown and cannot be taken away, so we can only try them on the spot. With a whip, Guan Shao rolled up more than 100 pills and put them into her storage ring. Everyone looked at her coldly, but no one made a move. Don't waste your energy. Xianxia shook his head. Even if we don't snatch it from you, you won't be able to bring it out. Don't tell me you want to eat all the pills one by one? Why don't you take them out and use our advantage in numbers to try the pills? Guan Shao thought for a moment, sighed, and still threw the pills on the ground. Xianxia collected the brocade boxes and went to identify them one by one. The result was astonishing. These pills weren't just rank 6 pills, they were also mixed with 5 rank 7 pills. 7th grade. Seeing these 2 words, everyone was overjoyed to the point of going crazy. Grade 7 Dragon Blood Pill. 7th Stage Heavenly Yellow Pill. 7th Stage Void Pill. Grade 7 Reincarnation Pill. 7th Grade Aniseed Pill. There were a total of 135 pills and 140 brocade boxes on the ground. 1 pill was eaten, 1 pill exploded, and 3 pills spontaneously ignited. Of the remaining 135 pills, 7 were grade 7 pills, which could be said to be extremely rare. Among them, there were still 80 poison pills that were used to harm people. Reincarnation pill? What the hell? Zhang Jing was speechless. Xianxia said, I really know about this pill, because it is too famous and recorded in the history books. Guan Shao directly snatched Xianxia's words and said, if you swallow this pill, you can immediately reincarnate. If you are not satisfied with your talent, you can try one. Long Xingyun said, I wonder if there are any 7th grade pills among the 4 that exploded and spontaneously ignited just now. Everyone, look at me, look at you. The super pills guarding the ground are in an impasse. 135 pills, 80 of which were poison pills. The proportion of poison pills is already over half. Long Xingyun kept sighing. It means that out of every 3 pills, almost 2 are poison pills. It can't be counted like this. Meng Qing said, what if I'm not lucky enough to eat 10 poison pills? 10 of them are poison pills. I don't care what you think. Anyway, I'm going to eat one. If I don't even have the courage to fight to the death, what kind of martial artist would I be? Long Xingyun sneered. He actually picked up a pill from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Xianxia looked at Long Xingyun in surprise. He thought to himself that although this kid's character was very bad, his courage wasn't small. Trying to eat pills was just risking one's luck, risking one's life. If he was lucky, he would be able to consume a Tier 6 medicinal pill or even a Tier 7 medicinal pill, but if he wasn't lucky, he would directly die. Everyone cautiously looked at Long Xingyun and kept far away from him. No one dared to approach him, fearing that he would suddenly explode and be affected by the fish pond. Long Xingyun's expression changed again and again, and he kept frowning. A little later, he suddenly cried out, "Ah!" Everyone was so frightened that they retreated repeatedly and hurriedly observed him. "What's wrong, old Yun?" Zhang Jing hurriedly asked. Long Xingyun was first shocked, then ecstatic. "The pills I ate actually gave me an intent. My God!" Long Xingyun raised his right hand and all the pills on the ground floated up. Discovery period. Xianxia was shocked. At least it's the initial stage. Xianxia cultivated the insight technique, which was divided into 3 stages: the void spirit stage, the emergent stage, and the flare stage. That Long Xingyun was so proficient in retrieving objects from the air. This was the most typical feature of intent. and its strength should be at the emergence stage. After Xiangnan had cultivated the second level of the Terminator Dragon Soul, he finally managed to reach the instant discovery stage. Long Xingyun ate a pill and arrived. Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Long Xingyun laughed wildly excitedly. Even if I don't waste time cultivating the insight art, I still have the insight. Guanzhou's intestines were about to turn green with regret. If she had eaten this pill just now, wouldn't she also have the intention? Things like intent could be used to wrap around the surface of one's body and form a stronger defensive force. They could also be released and used as weapons. Moreover, meaning was divided into various attributes. For example, Xiangnan's secondary light slash was intentionally activated. Without it, the secondary light slash would not be valid. Of course, Long Xingyun knew about this as well. His cousin Long Xiaoqi was an expert in intent decision. That's great. Long Xingyun looked at his hands and said, when I go back and slowly study my thoughts, I will definitely be able to develop more terrifying uses. I'll eat one too. Nothing goes into a tiger's den. Nothing goes into a tiger's den. One of the 6 great experts who had been following Guanzhou also picked up a brocade box from the ground. This person was a round fat man with layers of fat around his neck, and his appearance was very obvious. Duo duo, Guanzhou shouted. Think twice. The fat man didn't care too much and directly stuffed the pill into his mouth. Everyone hurried to observe him again. Duoduo's expression also began to change. He seemed to feel very uncomfortable, his face constantly turning green and red and green. Everyone hurriedly moved away from him and watched from the side. Immediately after, an unbelievable scene appeared. Na Duo suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a shocking thunder. Boom! The sound of thunder and lightning exploded through the entire palace, shocking everyone. Lightning attribute. Guanzhou grabbed Duo's collar and said, Damn it! You ate a lightning-attributed pill. Lightning imperial pill. Xiangnan hurriedly flipped through the brocade box. He still had an impression in his mind. Afterwards, he took out a brocade box with the words, Lightning Imperial Pill, written on it and said, That's right. It must be this one. With that, he crushed the brocade box on the ground. The fat man was extremely excited. He turned around and ran outside the palace. Everyone hurriedly followed him. Outside the Good Fortune Hall, the fat man raised his right hand and a fireball rose from his palm. On the surface of the fireball, there was actually crackling lightning shining. Lightning flame. Guanzhou's eyes turned cold. She was furious in her heart. She actually fiercely threw a black whip at the fatty. The fat man sneered and saw a flame burst out from his right hand. There was a layer of lightning floating on the surface of the flame. He actually grabbed Guanzhou's whip with his bare hands. Everyone was stunned. Ha ha! The fat man laughed wildly. Guanzhou, I'm not afraid of you now. What happened? Guanzhou was furious and turned to look at Xiangnan. He only ate one lightning imperial pill. Why is his strength so close to your pure lightning talent? Back on the island of exile, Guanzhou and the others knew that Xiangnan had the lightning meridian talent, and almost suspected that Xiangbei was Xiangnan. Xiangnan hugged his shoulders and said, I have a pure talent for thunder veins, but his talent is still fire, yet it has the attribute of thunder and lightning. Speaking of which, I still admire him a little. I have to cultivate a true lightning meridian martial skill in order to unleash my lightning talent. But he only needs to cultivate the fire meridian martial technique, and the lightning attribute can reach an extremely high level. Xiangnan had fire and lightning, and there were many thunder and fire. Thunder and fire were definitely not as powerful as fire and lightning, but it was easier to cultivate than fire and lightning. Good boy! Then Duo jumped up and punched at Xiangnan. Grandpa, let's see if you're strong or I'm strong. Fire raged on Duoduo's fists, and lightning flashed and crackled on the surface. This lightning fist seemed to have used at least 80% of its strength. Xiangnan also wanted to test it out, but he didn't use the true dragon chi technique and only used his lay my talent to punch Duo. Duo's fists were mainly made of fire, supplemented by thunder and lightning. As for Xiangnan's fist, it was mainly made of lightning, supplemented by fire. It was a fire attribute obtained after cultivating the lightning heavenly fire. The two of them collided, and an extremely terrifying area of lightning instantly appeared on the scene. Thunderbolts exploded everywhere. They were squeezed out of the gap between their fists. While Xiangnan remained motionless, Duo spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Everyone cried out in alarm. Zhang Jing looked at Xiangnan in surprise. Indeed, the talent of thunder and lightning is more authentic. Duo struggled on the ground for a while before suddenly jumping up and rushing towards the Good Fortune Palace. Everyone panicked when they saw this. They were afraid that the fat man would chase after them if he took more pills. Stop! Guanxiao stepped forward and directly stepped on Duo's wrist to grab the pill. Duo shouted, "Let me eat another one! I want to fuck that trash Xiang Bei." A cold light flashed in Guanxiao's eyes. "You wish you could. You have already taken a beneficial pill, and you still want to be insatiable? Don't force me to kill you." When Duo saw Guanxiao's gaze, he was so scared that he trembled. He had the ability to withstand lightning and already had the capital to fight Guanxiao, but that was only the capital. He was still unable to defeat Guanxiao. Scram to the back. If you dare to touch another pill, you will never leave the Good Fortune Palace for the rest of your life. Otherwise, if you step forward, I will directly kill you. Guanxiao coldly swept a few more glances, and he also picked up a pill from the ground. However, she was holding onto the pill in her hand, but she hesitated. The wealthier the person, the more afraid he was of death, and the higher the cultivation realm, the more afraid he would take risks. Xiang Bei. Long Xingyun looked at Xiangnan playfully. "I already dared to eat one. Don't you dare." "Old Yun." Zhang Jing frowned. "At this time, why are you still trying to provoke our people?" Long Xingyun himself didn't dare to eat it anymore. The first pill had benefited him. If the second pill was a poison pill, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Xiangnan looked at the medicinal pills on the ground seriously, a flash of lightning flashing through his eyes. He used lightning photoelectric eyes to look at the reality of those pills, hoping to see some clues. Those pills looked exactly the same, and each surface layer was covered with a thin layer of auspicious clouds. Xiangnan's heart skipped a beat when he saw this with lightning photovoltaics eyes. I can really tell. Although he couldn't see the attributes of the pill, he could still see the spiritual energy fluctuations of the pill. Of the more than 100 pills, 3 had the strongest spiritual light. These 3 pills should all be grade 7 pills. In other words, 2 tier 7 pills had already been scrapped. However, the trouble was that the poison pills and the beneficial pills were all spiritually high, because spirituality and poison were only relative. Poison was also considered a kind of spirit. It was harmful to humans and creatures, but it was not necessarily harmful to nature. Therefore, when he couldn't see the attributes, he could only rely on the fluctuations of spiritual energy to determine whether it was good or bad. Out of the 3 grade 7 pills, there might be a reincarnation pill. If he ate it, wouldn't he be reincarnated and revived again? His entire life was in vain. "Don't dare," said Long Xingyun playfully. Xiangnan narrowed his eyes and pretended to be fine. He walked past the pill in front of him and arrived at the opposite side. He picked up one of the 3 grade 7 pills. "Wait!" Guanxiao rushed forward and grabbed Xiangnan's wrist. She looked at Xiangnan suspiciously. "Why did you cross so many pills? Can you tell the truth?" Xiangnan smiled and pushed the pill towards Guanxiao. "If you doubt it, why don't you eat this one yourself? Something's wrong." Guanxiao sneered. "You want to harm me? You must have picked up the poison pill on purpose to trick me into eating it." Xiangnan said, "How did I know that you would stop me? Take it. This pill should be good." When Xiangnanyue said that, Guanxiao became more and more suspicious. She took 2 steps back and hugged her shoulders, saying, "Playing tricks with me? You're still a little tender." Xiangnan hesitated while holding the pill. He was truly afraid. "I don't know what kind of attribute this one in my hand is. 7th grade pills are Dragon Blood Pill, Heavenly Yellow Pill, Void Pill, Reincarnation Pill, Heterosexual pill. Apart from the dragon blood pill and the heavenly yellow pill, Xianxia could not eat the other 3 pills. The reincarnation pill can reincarnate, but what are the opposite sex pills and the void pills? Could it be that, after eating the opposite sex pill, he would become a woman? What about the void pill? After eating, would he be able to travel through the void? Or would he become void? Are you going to eat it or not? Guanxiao was already impatient and began to urge Xianxia. Eat it, you'll take a huge risk. Maybe you'll explain yourself in this lifetime. Don't eat. Then why did you come here by yourself? Could it be that he had given up on a tier 7 pill just because he knew that it was a tier 7 pill? The poison pill in his hand must be a poison pill. Suddenly, Meng Qing said this. Everyone looked at Meng Qing. Why? Long Xingyun did not react. Meng Qing said, Xiangbei is a person with bad luck. Can the pills he picked up be good stuff? Oh, Long Xingyun, Zhang Jingdong, and all the Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners regained their senses. Xiangxia's heart suddenly became clever. Could it be that he was really this unlucky? He put down the pill and picked up the next grade 7 pill. Or could it be said that there was no problem with this one? But what if the first one was fine, and the second one was a poison pill? Luck was something that could only be gambled on and could not be calculated at all. I don't believe in this evil anymore. Forget it. Xianxia stuffed the pill into his mouth. Fight. The moment the pill entered his throat, Xianxia had never been so scared, even more frightening than death. At the very least, it was the enemy who killed him, but if he took the wrong pill, it would be equivalent to killing him. But now it was too late to say anything. The pill had already entered his stomach. Before Xianxia could regret it, the pill in his stomach suddenly became boiling hot. Xianxia's entire face turned red. He felt the blood in his body begin to boil and burn. Even the surface of Xianxia's body began to emit cyan flames. Poison pill. Hurry up and dodge. Long Xingyun grabbed Zhang Jing and Meng Qing and quickly retreated until he reached the entrance of the palace, ready to flee at any time. Everyone else hurriedly squeezed towards the door. Looking at Xianxia's appearance, it was clearly a sign of an explosion. In the palace, you can't use astral qi to resist. If you are really affected by a close-range explosion, I'm afraid you'll lose your arms and legs even if you're light. At this moment, Xianxia was relieved. He had also expected that he was eating a poison pill, but since he was facing death, he had nothing to say. The path was chosen by him, and he had to fight against it himself, regardless of whether he lived or died. His blood was getting more and more intense, and the entire mouthful of blood had already turned into flames of blood. He felt an incomparable pain in his entire body, as if every inch of his skin was burning. The pain and torment caused Xianxia to die, and it was indescribable how shocking the pain was. However, in a daze, an illusion suddenly appeared in his mind. A blurry figure appeared out of thin air in Xianxia's consciousness. The figure said, Dragon blood is the blood of the azure dragon. Nothing can touch it. Wood will burn, water will exhaust, fire will extinguish, earth will wither, and wind will stop. We occasionally obtain 3 drops of azure dragon blood and refine them into 3 dragon blood pills. We wish to be consumed by humans without dying. Remember, if you want to consume this pill, you need to cultivate the true dragon weapon refining technique to the great perfection stage. Furthermore, you have 4 heavenly meridians and above. You are strong, and you are not allowed to have the slightest bit of evil intent, evil energy, colding physique, or cold temperament cultivation techniques. The 2 elders of our sect are dead. There is only one left. Leave it with the fated person. If you succeed, then with your human flesh and blood, you will obtain 1/3 of the strength of the azure dragon. That is 3/3 of its dragon body. However, the last trial is the most sad. Since you have the dragon body, you will definitely suffer a lightning tribulation. The 2 elders of our sect have all died under the lightning. Xianxia's mind buzzed. This was the dragon blood pill. After absorbing it, his body would turn into 1/3 of the azure dragon's body. The true dragon chi condensation technique allowed him to possess a portion of the true dragon's resistance, while the dragon blood pill required him to possess a portion of the dragon body's composition. If the flood dragon turned into a dragon and wanted to suffer a lightning tribulation, could it be that he only had 1/3 of the dragon's body and would also suffer a lightning what the hell? Was the lightning tribulation a joke? The owner of the drop of dragon blood in his saber, the azure dragon, was sliced to death by lightning. He was only at the small heaven scryer realm. Could he withstand it? Xianxia covered his stomach and walked out of the palace with difficulty. Many martial artists were frightened and scattered. After arriving outside the palace, Xianxia felt that the pain on his body had lessened a lot. It was not as severe as when he first took the pill. However, his entire body had been burned bright red. His skin cracked, and his entire body seemed to have been poured with magma. Thirst. Xianxia felt extremely thirsty, wishing he could drink the entire sea of forgetfulness. The first thing he did was to take out the little bird in his arms and throw it into the distance. He couldn't allow his encounter to affect the little bird. Immediately after, he took out a jar of clean water and drank it all in large mouthfuls. However, his thirst was still tormenting him. He took out a second jar, a third jar, and a fifth jar. Even though he had drunk all 20 jars of water, he felt as if he hadn't drunk a single drop of water. He was still extremely thirsty. Water! Give me water! Xianxia lay on the ground in pain. Good opportunity. Guanzhou's eyes lit up as she jumped up and threw out a black aura towards Xianxia. However, just as the dipper chi touched Xianxia's fiery red body, it was actually annihilated with a puff. What? Guanzhou was stunned for a moment, then started to circulate the dark attribute ball of light, preparing to attack again. But at this moment, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. What the hell? Guanzhou took a few steps back and said, "This is not the outside world, but the mountain range. How could there be dark clouds?" Following that, thunder burst out from the dark clouds. Pa! A barrel-thick bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the dark clouds and landed heavily on Xianxia's back. The rest of them didn't even have time to react. All of them were sent flying by the aftermath of the tribulation lightning. Many martial artists had already escaped from Xianxia for a long time, but they were still sent flying. More than 800 people fainted when they were sent flying backwards. As for Guanzhou, she was relatively close to Xianxia, but no matter how strong she was still sent flying and blood sprayed out of her mouth. All of the martial artists scattered into a circle and lay scattered on the ground in the distance. Guanzhou struggled to get up, but he spat out a large mouthful of black blood, already as angry as a gossamer. This is no ordinary lightning. Guanzhou's face revealed a look of fear. Could it be? It's tribulation lightning. Boom! The second bolt of lightning, the thickness of the water tank, descended. He hacked Xianxia's back again. Xianxia felt as if his chest had been pierced through. He was lying on the ground, unable to move. However, he felt that this tribulation lightning was much weaker than the tribulation lightning that the azure dragon encountered when it ascended. Could it be that because he only possessed 1/3 of the dragon's body, the tribulation lightning he encountered was relatively weak? The third tribulation lightning was like a palace pillar. The tribulation lightning struck Xianxia's back, causing Xianxia's entire body to rebound. No, if this continued, he would really die. Relying on his astonishing willpower, Xianxia suddenly turned around and sat down cross-legged. His hands sunk into his dantian, quickly circulating the 9 transformations of thunder. I have a divine grade lightning vein, and I also have the 9 transformations of thunder. I still have 2 world exterminating divine lightning in my body. He didn't believe that he wouldn't be able to withstand this weakened lightning tribulation. Everyone was unable to move, lying on the ground one by one, constantly moving further away. Afraid that Xianxia would bring harm to them, everyone was confused by what was happening to Xianxia, and they were also very frightened in their hearts. Privately, he thought that Xianxia had eaten some strange pill, but in the end he was struck by lightning. There were very few people who could think of the word tribulation lightning. Even Guanzhou was not sure if his thoughts were correct. In the end, It was Xianxia's realm and the power of the tribulation lightning that caused Guanxiao to give up this absurd idea. Ghost Doctor, what is that? Duo climbed to Guanxiao's side and asked in fear. Guanxiao shook her head. I don't know. It looks like some kind of body refining pill. Is it 7th grade? The expert hurriedly asked. Guanxiao shook her head. The scene he experienced does not correspond to the description of all Tier 7 medicinal pills. Xianxia did not have any dragon characteristics on his body, so Guanxiao was unable to connect the lightning tribulation and dragon blood pill together. Forget about him. Heal his injuries first. Wait until he's almost healed before entering the good fortune hall. Guanxiao closed her eyes and sat down, starting to practice. Don't you want to kill him now? Ask more. Guanxiao's eyes did not open as he said indifferently. That brat is obviously protected by medicinal pills in his body refining state. If you are unwilling, you can go and kill him. Duo shrank his neck. Even Guanxiao failed, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to risk his life. The tribulation lightning that assaulted Xianxia became more frequent and more powerful. Xianxia didn't know when the tribulation lightning would end, so he could only bear it head-on. At the same time, he started searching in his heart for memories of the word tribulation lightning. Tribulation lightning was actually divided into 2 types. One was called Incarnation tribulation, and the other was called Ascending tribulation. The 9th level of the heavenly tribulation was called the Ascending tribulation. This type of tribulation lightning was incomparably terrifying. 9 out of 10 people would die. As for the Incarnation tribulation, it was the type of lightning tribulation that occurred when the fish jumped the dragon gate and transformed into a dragon. At the same time, the flood dragon transformed into a dragon would also encounter it. At this moment, Xianxia calmed down and analyzed that what he was enduring should be an avatar tribulation. It was also rumored that there was a very heaven-defying demon called the nine-tailed fox. This kind of thing was born with a tail. In the future, as one's strength increased, every tail that grew would encounter a lightning tribulation. If he failed to cross the tribulation, he would drop 1 tail. If he succeeded, he would add another tail. At most, he could reach 9 tails. At that time, he would call out the wind and summon the rain, and he would be omnipotent. What the nine-tailed fox experienced was the most typical Incarnation tribulation. The Incarnation tribulation was much safer than the Ascending tribulation. Normally, it would not be fatal and would only be beaten back to its original form. However, the avatar tribulation Xianxia experienced was fatal. If he failed to cross the tribulation and was beaten back to his original form, then his flesh and blood would not be able to withstand the burden of the dragon blood. At that time, he would be killed by the medicinal pill's power. Although he wasn't struck by lightning, how could he not die? I have to carry it. I have to carry it. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes. Lightning was already shining in his eyes. When those lightning strikes landed on Xianxia's body, they would leave behind a circular spot of light on his body. The flesh, bones, and meridians would slowly dissipate over time, but the next bolt of lightning struck down, creating a new spot of light. Xianxia felt that any part of his body that was hit was equivalent to being baptized by lightning. When his shoulder was struck, his shoulder began to shine. When the light faded, this piece of flesh and blood fused with the dragon blood. However, what made Xianxia feel extremely troubled was that there were simply too many tribulation lightning bolts. People's understanding of tribulation lightning usually went into a misunderstanding. They all knew that tribulation lightning was 9,981 times. But the key words are times, not Tao. Everyone thought that the tribulation lightning was 9,981, but in reality it wasn't. The initial number of tribulation lightning descended was 1. Each time a tribulation lightning descended, it struck a total of 9 times. After that, 2 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at a time, hitting 9 times until 9 bolts of tribulation lightning descended at a time. This was a total of 9,981 bolts of tribulation lightning. In fact, the total number of tribulation lightning was 405. Xianxia had already endured the 1, 2, 3 for numbers. At this moment, what he was enduring was the 5th round. In the sky, 5 bolts of tribulation lightning landed on Xianxia at a time. The amount of lightning was almost enough to be called a group of lightning. Rumble, 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 rumble. 5 tribulation lightning bolts landed on Xianxia's head, shoulders, and legs. Another rumble rang out, and the tribulation lightning struck Xianxia's neck, back, legs, and arms. Xianxia gritted his teeth and resisted. Such a spectacular scene not only shocked everyone, but also caused them to feel incomparably panicked in their hearts. At this time, everyone had almost recovered from their cultivation. With their freedom of movement, they all ran back to the Good Fortune Hall. Apart from Xianxia, there was no one else in the Good Fortune Hall. 7th time, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, and his entire back arched. Rumble, 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 rumble. It's the 8th time. Xianxia continued to circulate the 9 transformations of thunder and carry on. 9th time. In the next cycle of reincarnation, 6 lightning bolts descended. Sure enough, 6 bolts of lightning descended from the sky and landed on Xianxia's body. The pain brought by tribulation lightning can strike straight into the heart and cannot be described in words. Xianxia's consciousness had already been blurred by the hacking, but he bit the tip of his tongue forcefully and forced himself to wake up. If there was any relaxation, he would die in the tribulation lightning. With great difficulty, he managed to survive the 6th reincarnation, and the 7th reincarnation was about to arrive. 7 bolts of tribulation lightning descended. Until now, Xianxia had instead entered a very ethereal state. This state was very peculiar, just like a person who was in an extremely difficult situation. After he truly endured his sleepiness, he was actually in a good mood. A person who was about to freeze to death suddenly felt his entire body burning hot before he could freeze to death. Xianxia was still resisting, but he already had enough energy to look inside his body. His spirit seemed to have floated out and entered a subconscious state, slowly swimming in his arms, thighs, and other flesh and blood. When he saw the flesh and blood on his body being struck by the lightning, it quickly collapsed. At the same time that it collapsed, the flesh and blood changed and reformed, evolved into a new structure of life. When he reached the 8th reincarnation, his body even began to relax. That dragon blood must have merged with my body. Xianxia muttered to himself in his heart. So my physical fitness has become stronger, and my resistance to this tribulation lightning has also greatly improved. Xianxia even felt a little comfortable. He yearned for more tribulation lightning to descend to wash his body. Xianxia had no idea what was happening in the Good Fortune Hall. All he knew was that he was going to get through it. Tribulation lightning had arrived at the last and 9th reincarnation. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the sky. This time, the number of tribulation lightning descended each time was 9. Swallowing the dragon blood pill allowed one to possess the body of an azure dragon, 1 out of 3, 3 out of 10, and was praised as a 3-part dragon. In this way, Xianxia would maintain 2/3 of his human form, allowing him to continue living as a human without turning into a dragon. This was the 5th time. The 5th time, 9 bolts of tribulation lightning descended together. Xianxia had even stood up. He raised his saber high and let out a heaven-shaking roar. The 9 bolts of tribulation lightning struck him, causing his entire body to shine brightly. At this time, a martial artist ran out of the Good Fortune Hall with a miserable scream. A strange blue flame burned all over his body. As he ran, he kept crazily scratching on his body. Just 5 meters away from the Fortune Hall's entrance, this person died. What was even stranger was that he wasn't burnt to ashes by the blue flames. Instead, he turned into a strange-shaped plant that grew on the ground. This scene made Xianxia's scalp go numb. The abnormalities in the Good Fortune Hall never stopped. Sometimes, a person who had been poisoned to death would come out. Sometimes, a person would run out and turn into a stone sculpture halfway through the journey. These people all wanted to run out of the palace and use their dipper chi to resist the poison pill, but none of them succeeded. Before they died, they all looked at Xianxia unwillingly. Their eyes were filled with resentment. They hated why Xianxia hadn't died, but why they had died first. Xianxia had already begun to carry the 7th lightning bolt. Suddenly, A burst of wild laughter came from the palace. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Heavenly yellow pill. I've eaten a tier 7 heavenly yellow pill. Immediately after, a figure quickly ran out. Long Xingyun. Xiangnan was stunned. The person who ran out was actually Long Xingyun. He took a second pill. A faint layer of auspicious clouds wrapped around Long Xingyun's body. After he ran to the palace gate, he quickly sat cross-legged and meditated to cooperate with the heavenly yellow pill. Xiang Bei, I didn't expect that. I ate the pill you picked up for the first time. I didn't expect it to be a tier 7 heavenly yellow pill. Long Xingyun looked at Xiangnan ferociously as he circulated his cultivation. Xiangnan sighed. It must be true. The first and second time he picked them up, they were definitely grade 7 pills. That's great. That's really great. Long Xingyun shouted excitedly. So 1 heavenly yellow pill is equivalent to 2 feather transformation pills and 1 realm-breaking pill. Xiangnan was shocked. Needless to say, the feather transformation pill could increase one's cultivation by 1 pill. As for the realm-breaking pill, it was one of the top pills consumed when crossing realms. It was equivalent to a super origin transformation pill. This kind of pill could allow a martial artist to smoothly circulate between 2 great realms without any obstacles. In other words, Long Xingyun's eyes suddenly erupted with a bright light, and a yellow light shot straight into the sky. The light condensed into a pair of giant eyes in the sky. This pair of eyes seemed to have seen through the heavens. Afterwards, his eyes gradually disappeared, but the strange phenomenon in the sky did not stop. All sorts of strange things kept appearing, and that Long Xingyun's realm had actually broken through to the fortune realm. He had reached the early stage of the first stage of good fortune. Glory to the good fortune, a natural phenomenon. The effects of the heavenly yellow pill in his body hadn't completely dissipated yet. According to what he said, his realm would still soar. He should be able to reach the late stage of the great fortune first stage, or even the second stage of fortune. At this time, a black shadow chased after Guanxiao. That Guanxiao swept over horizontally and slashed towards Long Xingyun's chest, which he was cultivating with his cultivation technique. With a fierce palm strike, buzz, black gas pervaded the air, and a black palm print appeared on Long Xingyun's auspicious clouds. Long Xingyun sneered, "Don't waste your energy. Swallow a tier 7 pill. Before the effects of the pill are refined, I will be protected by the pill. You won't be able to hurt me at all." Guanxiao was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. She swiftly swam around Long Xingyun, continuously hitting him with her palm. The black palms were all corrosive, but they were all stopped by the auspicious clouds. At this moment, in the sky, the 9th cycle of reincarnation, the last 9 bolts of lightning were about to land. Taking advantage of this time, Xiangnan said, "I didn't expect that Guanxiao, who possesses all sorts of methods to torture people, would be the one who is most afraid of death. In the end, you wouldn't even dare to eat a single pill." Just as he finished speaking, 9 bolts of lightning descended from the sky for the last time. The 9 bolts of tribulation lightning didn't disappear immediately after hitting Xiangnan. Instead, 9 bolts of lightning swiftly swam through Xiangnan's body, traveling between his limbs and bones, baptizing him for the last time. During this process, Xiangnan was bound by lightning, unable to move or speak. His eyes began to transform, and his tongue began to transform. His limbs, chest, back, neck, and waist all underwent earth-shaking changes. The 3-part dragon body was about to take shape. Guanxiao gritted her teeth angrily. She could not attack Xiangnan, nor could she attack Long Xingyun. But all of a sudden, she did something that surprised Xiangnan and the others. Guanxiao suddenly rose into the sky and lay on the ground above the exit of the Good Fortune Hall. At first glance, Xiangnan did not understand Guanxiao's intention, but Long Xingyun had already sneered. Afterwards, martial artists began to walk out of the palace. Most of them had seen the tragic situation of the martial artists who had died before, and they didn't dare to swallow the pills themselves. First, 2 martial artists walked out of the Good Fortune Hall. The 2 of them had just arrived at the door when Guanxiao lay on the outer wall above the main door like a gecko. She suddenly opened her big mouth and took the two martial artists into her mouth. They chewed together and swallowed the two of them alive. Seeing this, Xianxia's eyes widened. He opened his mouth wide, wanting to remind the son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners who walked out. However, there were 9 tribulation lightning bolts baptizing in his body, making no sound at all. Not even a simple gesture could be made. Xianxia looked at Long Xingyun anxiously. However, Long Xingyun had also entered the final stage of his ascension. His eyes were also tightly closed, and white mist was rising from his entire body. At this moment, 3 more people walked out of the Good Fortune Hall. Guanxiao opened her mouth wide and swallowed the 3 of them. As she chewed on the martial artist, she stared at Xianxia's eyes with a strange expression. Xianxia would never forget that gaze for a long time to come. She was no longer a human. Guanxiao licked the blood on the corner of her mouth and said in a very soft voice, "Although I don't dare to eat pills, these martial artists are my pills." 40 to 50 Heaven Scryer realm martial practitioners walked out of the palace one after another. There were Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners as well as Sky Profound sect martial practitioners. But without exception, they were all eaten by Guanxiao. Right at this moment, Guanxiao's entire body bloomed with black light, and her realm loosened. Fortune realm. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The martial artist that Guanxiao had eaten was actually able to replenish her body. Guanxiao was so excited that she almost went crazy. Her entire body was trembling, and her exquisite and beautiful face became exceptionally twisted. Boom! A black light rushed into the sky from Guanxiao's body. The black light condensed into a dazed outline of a demon in the air. Soon after, the outline of the demon gradually dissipated and began to transform into the shape of various poisonous creatures. There were poisonous snakes, scorpions, spiders, and even a large number of ghosts appearing. The entire sky was filled with the terrifying sounds of ghosts crying and wolves howling. It was also a natural phenomenon, but Guanxiao's phenomenon was completely different from Long Xingyun's. Xianxia's heart was burning with anxiety, wanting to remind the martial artists in the Good Fortune Hall. Xianxia didn't care how many disciples of the Profound Sky sect had died, but there were still more than 200 Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners inside. Guanxiao was not satisfied. She was still eating. If one came out, she would eat one. If 2 came out, she would eat a pair. After reaching the Fortune realm, Guanxiao's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds, and her bloody mouth had widened. Previously, she could only swallow 3 martial artists at most once, but now, she could swallow 16 at most once. There was only a small realm between the 9th level of Heaven Scryer and the 1st level of Fortune, but there was a gap between the 2 great realms. Even 40 to 50 Heaven Scryer level 9 experts would not be able to defeat a Good Fortune level 1 expert. So vicious. Long Xingyun slowly opened his eyes. To think that even the people of his sect would eat together. That Guanxiao Jie laughed strangely. "How much better are you than me? Didn't you snatch the yellow pill from someone else that day?" Hearing this, Xianxia's heart sank. This Long Xingyun was also about to fall. However, he knew very well that human nature was already like this. In the current situation, who would give up generously? "Hey, you can eat." Long Xingyun didn't care at all. The 1st level of Fortune is far from the 2nd level of Fortune. You ate more than 50 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists to reach the 1st level of Fortune, but if you want to level up to the 2nd level, I'm afraid you'll have to eat another 3 to 400. It doesn't matter. There are many people here. I can eat. Guanxiao licked her lips. At this moment, a group of people appeared from the Good Fortune Hall. It looked like there were more than 40 people. When the people in the front row had just come out, Guanxiao just quietly lay on the wall and did not make a move. The moment the 40-plus people left the door, Guanxiao suddenly pounced down like a ghost. Many martial artists felt the threat of death and hurriedly raised their heads to look into the sky. A huge mouth of a blood basin descended from the sky and swallowed 15 people in one fell swoop. The other 20-plus people were so frightened that their hearts and gallbladders split apart as they frantically fled into the Good Fortune Hall. Guanxiao landed and blocked the door with a layer of black gas. bouncing off the 20-odd martial artists. Immediately after, Guan Shao threw herself out and swallowed another 13 people in one bite. The final martial artist was already scared out of his wits, screaming miserably as he ran even deeper into the soaring dragon sect. At this moment, a strange scene appeared. Guan Shao suddenly rose into the air. Her body trembled and countless black threads shot out from her back. Those threads interweaved into a black spider web. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Guan Shao opened her mouth and shot out 16 black spider silk from the tip of her tongue. Coincidentally, the 16 people who were fleeing for their lives were caught by the spider silk. After being wrapped around their waist, they immediately let out a chi-chi sound. The spider silk quickly corroded their bodies and cut open their flesh and blood. Guan Shao pulled back, and all 16 of them landed on the giant spider web. She really was like a spider, crawling over the spider web, one bite at a time, swallowing all the martial artists. You want to eat everyone? Long Xingyun's eyes turned cold as a dazzling glow exploded from his body. Success. That Long Xingyun's realm had surprisingly reached the second level of good fortune. He immediately pulled out his giant sword and rushed towards Guan Shao. What kind of righteous person are you? Are you here to stop me? Guan Shao Jie laughed strangely. Long Xingyun sneered. If I don't stop you, you'll really be promoted to the second level of good fortune. At that time, wouldn't I be courting death? As soon as he finished speaking, Long Xingyun swung his hand and a strand of astral chi sword light appeared. Guan Shao spat. I overestimated myself. She turned around and jumped off the spider web, slapping at Long Xingyun. The sword light collided with his palm, and the sword light was actually sent flying. How is this possible? Long Xingyun was shocked. You are only at the first level of fortune. Guan Shao laughed strangely and rushed forward, continuously slapping down her palms around Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun's body trembled, releasing the aura of the golden flame meridian. The golden flames burned brightly, and he swam backwards with Guan Shao, slashing out one sword at a time. The sword and palm unleashed a heaven-shaking battle. Rumbling sounds could be heard endlessly. That Guan Zhao's strength had suppressed Long Xingyun's by one head, but killing Long Xingyun, who was at the second level of good fortune, was still a little short. At this moment, more martial artists walked out of the good fortune hall. Guan Zhao's eyes lit up and he immediately gave up on Long Xingyun and pounced towards the martial artists. Ayo! A dragon roar resounded through the clouds. Xianxia's lightning tribulation had succeeded. His entire body emitted a tyrannical dragon aura, releasing tens of thousands of feet of azure light, illuminating the entire area to the point that it was dazzling and dazzling. What? Guan Zhao's body suddenly stiffened. What a powerful aura! Long Xingyun also looked at Xianxia in shock. What kind of power is this? Gradually, the azure light began to shrink back into Xianxia's body. He walked out of the light and raised his hands to look at his arm. His skin was spotless, as smooth as jade, without any bulging muscles or metallic luster, as white and tender as a newborn baby. I'm finally out. Guan Shao immediately pulled out her whip and threw out a black aura. Pa! Gang Qi fiercely smashed down on Xianxia's chin, causing Xianxia to tilt his head slightly. But then, Xianxia straightened his head again, unharmed. Yu Guan Shao was stunned. She frantically swung the black whip after Xianxia, and countless strands of black aura landed on Xianxia's body. Xianxia's clothes were shattered, but his body was still not even an inch apart. What the hell? Long Xingyun was shocked. That is the Dipper Chi of the first level of fortune. It can't hurt the 9th level of heaven-seeking? Guan Zhao's next whip came over. Xianxia suddenly raised his hand and grabbed the whip. He pulled Guan Shao in front of him with the whip, and then a dragon fist smashed into Guan Zhao's face. Guan Shao was beaten to the point that her entire body spun rapidly, turning into a black light top that emitted bursts of cries in the air. Xianxia waved his right hand and the nightmare saber flew over from afar, accurately landing in Xianxia's palm. Xianxia jumped up and raised his saber. Chi! A streak of saber light pierced through the sky, That crazily spinning Guanzhou's entire body was split into two by Xiang Nan. Pooh! Xiang Nan lightly landed on the ground, without any expression on his face. Long Xingyun looked at Xiang Nan and was so shocked that he was speechless. The numerous martial artists who walked out of the Good Fortune Hall were also dumbfounded when they saw this scene. Xiang Nan weighed the huge saber in his hand. His body had already sensed the drop of dragon blood in the saber. At this moment, an azure dragon suddenly flew out of the giant saber. The azure dragon was a phantom that wrapped around Xiang Nan's body like a green silk. Tool spirit. Long Xingyun retreated for a walk, his expression pale with shock. The artifact spirit in Xiang Nan's saber had finally awakened. The azure dragon slowly revolved around Xiang Nan's body, floating up and down as if Xiang Nan was a dragon rider. With a saber, having an artifact spirit was equivalent to having a life. Before the saber spirit awakened, it had always been Xiang Nan who nurtured the giant saber, using his own battle, blood, and will. As for the awakening of the saber spirit, it would feed its master, providing him with strong combat strength and defense. Xiang Nan felt that his astral qi, strength, and defense had all increased by 30%. The weapons used by others were all the saber lights and sword lights that were thrown out after the dipper qi passed through the weapons, and they were all blessed by the power of the saber lights. However, Xiang Nan's awakened saber spirit directly increased Xiang Nan's blessing. Ha ha! Ha ha! Ha 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 ha! Suddenly, a burst of wild laughter came from the sky. Xiang Nan frowned and looked up into the sky. That voice belonged to Guanzhou. But wasn't she already sliced at the waist? Everyone also looked at the sky in fear. At this moment, everyone was inexplicably shocked. In the sky, large amounts of black gas began to condense, forming Guanzhou's shadow. However, her body was completely different. Behind her, a pair of wings that resembled bats actually grew. However, at the top of the wings there were barbed claws. Above her head, two curved black horns appeared. Her eyes were pitch black, and black liquid substance emerged from her mouth. It was like mist, not mist, and smoke, not smoke. He's transformed. Xiang Nan frowned. On the other hand, there was a deep cut in Guanzhou's stomach. This cut almost split her into two. From the looks of it, Xiang Nan's saber strike just now did not fail, but it was not enough to cut her open. Heaven-devouring demon. Ha 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 ha. Guanzhou laughed wildly. I have finally perfectly combined with the heaven-swallowing demon. Her aura has become stronger. She's more than 5 times stronger than before. Long Xingyun looked at Xiang Nan angrily. You bastard! What did you do? Xiang Nan didn't say a word. He realized that Guanzhou's change was really related to him. This was because several strands of dragon qi flew out of Guanzhou's body. There are cyan, red, and yellow. Because of this dragon qi, Guanzhou was still unable to perfectly fuse with the heaven-devouring demon. But Xiang Nan's saber had forced this dragon qi out. Instead, it helped her. It's dragon qi. Snatch it! All of the martial artists went crazy and didn't care about anything. They all flew up into the sky and frantically devoured the dragon qi. This dragon qi was meaningless to Xiang Nan. He had absorbed the highest grade golden dragon qi, and eating other dragon qi was just a drop in the bucket. Sucking. Guanzhou swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at Long Xingyun and Xiang Nan greedily. After eating the two of you, my realm will rise again. Swoosh. Everyone was stunned. A strand of dipper qi sword light pierced through Guanzhou's body. However, before the sword light could come out of Guanzhou's body, it suddenly retracted into her body. Guanzhou suddenly turned around and saw Long Xingyun grabbing the giant sword, still maintaining his sword-chopping movements. What? Long Xingyun was shocked. Why is my sword light? Absorbed by her. Xiang Nan gritted his teeth and shouted. She has already inherited all the attributes of the heaven-swallowing demon. Not only does the heaven-swallowing demon possess extremely strong spiritual energy resistance, it can even directly devour spiritual energy. Don't fight with pure astral qi. Use your golden flame meridian. Astral spiritual qi can only restrain her. As he spoke, Xianxia took the lead and flew forward. The huge saber in his hand slashed down fiercely at Guanxiao. In the sky, there was a faint roar of a dragon. Tyrannical body! Guanxiao laughed strangely. It was actually bare-handed. With a clang, he grabbed Xianxia's huge saber and said with a sinister smile, "Little dragon cub." The blade struck her sharp fingernails and palms, causing a flash of fire to appear. Immediately after, Guanxiao clawed back and grabbed Xianxia's face with 5 sharp claws. Xianxia grabbed him and flew out, his body spinning rapidly. After landing on the ground, he touched his face. There were 5 very shallow scratches on his face, and a few drops of blood had already seeped out. Guanxiao even laughed wildly. Dragon-type demon-suppressing? But demon-type demon-suppressing dragon. This is a two-way street. Xianxia took a step forward and raised his huge saber. He roared, "Dragon Spirit Break." A golden aura saber light was shot towards Guanxiao by the little lightning dragon. Guanxiao grabbed the saber light with her right hand. But this saber light was no ordinary saber light. It was a martial skill. Swoosh! Guanxiao let out a miserable scream. The palm of her right hand was split open and cut into 2 halves between her index finger and middle finger, drooping down on both sides. She looked at her right hand angrily, only to see the flesh and blood of her palm wriggle, and it actually healed together again. Hit her vital points. Long Xingyun rushed forward with the huge sword in his hand. If you don't hit her vital points, you won't be able to kill her. Dark North Roaming Tiger Mountain Leap. Long Xingyun's entire body emitted a violent sound of golden flames. His entire body transformed into a giant golden flame tiger that ferociously pounced Guanxiao from the sky to the ground. Xianxia rushed forward and slashed at Guanxiao's neck. Clang! A pair of gigantic black bat wings held Guanxiao and the fierce tiger in their arms. Xianxia's giant saber sliced into the bat wing and was actually bounced back. The defense of this bat wing is actually so strong. Xianxia's heart trembled. In an instant, the wings of the bat spread open, and Long Xingyun's miserable scream could be heard from inside. Guanxiao was biting Long Xingyun's shoulder. Her eyes were cold as ice as she looked at Xianxia, and her mouth was still chewing non-stop. Then, her pair of giant bat wings suddenly stretched out and grabbed towards Xianxia. The barb at the tip of the bat wing was like a sharp claw, shining with a strange light that was not supposed to be possessed by humans. Dragon Spirit Body Protection. The saber dragon took the initiative to wrap around Xianxia's body, using its dragon spirit body to resist the claw strike of the bat wing. Ding ding ding. The sharp bat wing barb pierced through the dragon spirit's body, but it was embedded inside, unable to reach Xianxia. Xianxia's right hand trembled, and the dragon spirit rapidly shrunk, wrapping around Xianxia's entire right arm and imprinting it on it like a tattoo of an azure dragon. In that instant, the strength of Xianxia's right arm exploded. He held a huge saber in his hand and slashed down on the wings of the bat. That Guanxiao hugged Long Xingyun and was sliced backwards by Xianxia, constantly rubbing against the ground. Xianxia caught up with a jump shot. His left hand grabbed Long Xingyun's sword light, and his right hand slashed at Guanxiao's cheek with a huge saber. This saber strike was extremely powerful. With the blessing of the saber spirit, the destructive power was too terrifying. Even Guanxiao did not dare to forcefully take this slash. She hurriedly gave up on Long Xingyun and smiled strangely as she floated towards the depths of the sect. "How are you doing?" Xianxia pulled Long Xingyun up. Long Xingyun's face was pale and he spat. "Don't pretend to be kind. I know you don't care about my life." Xianxia frowned. "Senior brother Long Shaoqi has taken good care of me. I can't let you die beside me." This battle had far exceeded Xianxia's expectations. Up until now, Guanzhao's strength had even vaguely caught up to Bai Wudao. At this moment, Xianxia possessed a 3-part dragon body. In addition, the blessing of the awakened saber spirit. At this moment, even Bai Wudao would have to use his supreme body to carry him. However, Guanxiao was able to support it with her bat wings. "Hey!" Long Xingyun laughed. "What? Even you have someone to be afraid of?" Xiangnan frowned. I'm not afraid of her, but in the end, I'm at the Heaven Scryer realm. She's at the Fortune realm. Even if I survive, I'll draw with her. Unless we work together, we can't do anything to her. Long Xingyun took a deep breath and said, It's good that you know. Hurry up and clear my meridians. I have risen to the Fortune realm within 10 minutes, and my body hasn't adapted to the rapid advancement of this realm. Xiangnan shook his head. You've only been like this for the rest of your life, haven't you? Let me help you, at least say something polite. Long Xingyun said, When my cousin helped you, you forgot? Now it's your turn to help me, but you refuse. Xiangnan angrily gritted his teeth, turned around, sat behind him, and poured the dipper chi into his body with both hands. The good fortune second layer was far inferior to Long Xingyun's performance. However, this required a period of time to adapt. If Long Xingyun could adapt to his current realm, his strength would increase by at least 70%. Behind him, the group of ignorant martial artists were still frantically snatching away the dragon chi floating in the sky. Xiangnan shouted, Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners, hurry up and leave. It's dangerous here. Do you think they are willing to listen to you because of their current interests? Don't waste any effort. Long Xingyun sneered. Who knows what kind of treasure is inside? Who else would be willing to leave? Sure enough, no one listened to Xiangnan's advice. They didn't want to leave at all. Time slowly passed, and the martial artists snatched away the dragon chi and circulated it to digest it. As for Xiangnan, he helped Long Xingyun clear his meridians, allowing his body to quickly catch up with his realm. 20 minutes passed. Just as Long Xingyun had already adapted to the second stage of fortune, he suddenly jumped up and shouted, Now is a good opportunity to earn starlight coins. However, seeing him float high up in the sky, with a single slash of his sword, more than a dozen heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were killed on the spot. A streak of light flew out from the bodies of the dozen or so heavenly profound sect martial practitioners and pierced into Long Xingyun's life soul token, killing a disciple of the heavenly profound sect. If the difference in cultivation realm wasn't too great, then for every 10 disciples killed, they would receive an additional starlight coin reward. Xiangnan was shocked. When he saw that Long Xingyun was about to start a massacre, he instinctively wanted to stop him. However, when he thought about it, he shut his mouth when he remembered the scene of the disciples of the Profound Sky sect slaughtering civilians, plundering young children, and bloodbath the Jade Lake. Xiangnan really couldn't bear it, but he wasn't a fool bound by morality. He also knew that being soft to enemies meant being ruthless to himself. The benevolence of a woman was undesirable in the world of martial arts. However, knowing that they had to be killed was different from witnessing the massacre with their own eyes. Xiangnan sighed and turned around to head deeper into the sect. Leave this to Long Xingyun. However, just as Xiangnan was about to take off, a strong sense of unease suddenly arose in Xiangnan's heart. Be careful! Xiangnan suddenly turned around and shouted at Long Xingyun. Inexplicably, a person wearing a black cloak appeared in the crowd of martial artists. The man had been in the crowd all this time and no one noticed him. At this moment, he suddenly jumped out and shot out a black light from his right hand, fiercely knocking Long Xingyun back. Immediately after, he pulled out a piece of software from his waist. The software swiftly swung, arcs of sword light flying around all the disciples of the heavenly profound sect like a swarm of bees, crazily piercing through them. Good fortune level 1. Long Xingyun's heart sank. That scene was too spectacular. Hundreds of arc-shaped sword lights surrounded the disciples of the heavenly profound sect into a single core. The sword lights crisscrossed and interweaved into a giant ball of light. In just a short breath, more than 100 of the 400 disciples of the heavenly profound sect had died. The other 300 people turned into bright lights and fled into the depths of the sect. Who is it? Long Xingyun's lungs almost exploded with anger. He looked at the black-clothed man and raised his giant sword. However, the black-clothed man sneered and lifted the cloak around his body. There was a life-soul token hanging on his waist. You! Long Xingyun and Xiangnan exchanged glances, both extremely surprised. The Life Soul token was something unique to Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. The appearance of the Life Soul token caused Long Xingyun to stop attacking. Are you from the Son of Heaven Peak? No, there are only a few dozen Fortune Realm martial artists in the Son of Heaven Peak. I've seen them all before. There's no such person as you. But he does have a Life Soul token. Xianxia pondered for a moment before slapping his forehead. We were all tricked. The Star Guild has more than one Son of Heaven Peak. Smart. The man in the black cloak laughed. Son of Heaven Peak Xiangbei is indeed worthy of his reputation. What happened during this day really made me look at you in a new light. Long Xingyun was so angry that he shouted at the cloaked man. You damn bastard! The lives of those heavenly profound sect disciples are mine. Why did you rob them? The cloaked man said. Whoever grabs it is the one. You don't have the ability. Do you blame someone else for being stronger than you? What are you talking about? Long Xingyun was furious. The cloaked man's waist flickered as he turned into an afterimage and flew towards the depths of the sect. This person is not simple. Xianxia reached out to stop the impulsive Long Xingyun and said, as a first layer of fortune, he has been hiding in the group of martial artists. Even you and I have not been able to distinguish him. Furthermore, he is extremely powerful. When he snatched the dragon chi, he didn't reveal his strength. He has been waiting for a better treasure. Long Xingyun frowned. But why did he suddenly appear? Xianxia said, Guanzhou's strength can't be suppressed anymore. If he doesn't make a move, it will really be too late. Damn it! Long Xingyun heavily dodged a kick. Star Guild's bunch of bastards. They actually created another Son of Heaven Peak behind our back. I'm afraid he's not some Son of Heaven Peak martial artist. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This person is obviously from the dark forces. The Star Guild not only recruited decent geniuses from famous sects, but also recruited top experts from the dark forces. However, it's not good to say it out loud. So the Star Guild has never spoken frankly. Whoosh Xianxia gripped the huge saber in his hand. This time it was much more interesting. I didn't expect that a group of competitors would come out halfway. Let's go and chase after him. Otherwise, all the credit will be snatched by him. Xianxia adjusted his mentality and went deeper into the sect. Long Xingyun was the angriest. His eyes were red with anger. He had always thought that Xianxia was his biggest competitor. Now another force had appeared. Furthermore, that person had maliciously repelled him earlier and robbed him of his credit. I'm so angry. Long Xingyun also turned into an afterimage and chased after him, leaving behind his furious roar in the air. Inside the Good Fortune Hall, there were more than 40 pills lying on the ground. Every single one of these Tier 6 pills was enough to cause a small commotion. However, no one dared to touch them here. If he couldn't bring it away, and didn't dare to eat it, he could only stay. After Xianxia and the other two left, the ground behind them suddenly floated, and a bump slowly rose. Afterwards, a short man appeared from the bulge. This short man was only about a meter tall, but he had a mocking expression on his face. Son of Heaven Peak? It's just a group of delicate little kids raised in a greenhouse. How can it be compared to our midnight peak? Today, let's see how I play with the little hairy children of Son of Heaven Peak. And this person's realm was actually at the first level of fortune, around 40 years old. Xianxia and Long Xingyun caught up with the large army at their fastest speed, and found that everyone was standing at the foot of a mountain in the middle of a mountain, not moving forward. The Soaring Dragon sect was originally built in a hollowed-out mountain range, but there was actually a mountain within a cave in this mountain range. The mountain was exquisite, symmetrical, and graceful, polished artificially. At the foot of the mountain there was an entrance to the mountain gate. There was a huge stone plaque on it, but the stone plaque that was supposed to have 3 words had been cut off by someone with a sword. All the martial artists were divided into many batches. They stood far around the mountain peak, but no one dared to approach them, because on that stone plaque was Guanzhou, who was standing in a normal human form. In this kind of place no one would leave. This was a treasured land with countless treasures. Here, some people could soar to the sky, while others could turn losses into victories. As long as they found a good treasure, they would be able to reverse their fate as weak people overnight. For example, there were many fatties who possessed lightning attributes. Most importantly, this was not a tomb, but a sect. There were many mechanisms in the tomb and they might lose their lives, but within a normal sect, there were very few fatal traps. Therefore, the treasures here were basically something that could be found and obtained. As soon as Long Xingyun arrived at the scene, he immediately pounced towards the heavenly profound sect martial practitioners. He held a huge sword in his hand and used the Fortune 2 terrifying realm to slay 10 heavenly profound sect martial practitioners with a swing of his sword. The 10 Fate Soul marks immediately flew into Long Xingyun's Fate Soul token. Long Xingyun became excited and continued to chase after him. At this moment, Guan Shao suddenly transformed into a giant demonic bat-like monster and pounced towards Long Xingyun. Long Xingyun was caught off guard and struck Guan Shao with his sword. Guan Shao used her bat wings to block the sword blade and spread out the huge sword. Then, she spat out a large mouthful of black smoke at Long Xingyun. Ah! Long Xingyun screamed and closed his eyes. I can't see! Xiang Bei, come and save me. Guan Shao found the right time and took out her sharp claws towards Long Xingyun's heart. Xiang Nan acted decisively. He charged forward and knocked Guan Shao back. His left hand grabbed Long Xingyun's arm. Don't activate! Xiang Nan shouted in a deep voice. He immediately examined Long Xingyun's eyes and found that the black gas in his eyes had already spread to his sockets. This is the Qi of darkness. Xiang Nan frowned and said, if you use this technique, this dark energy will enter your spiritual sea along your meridians and destroy your realm. Save me, please, Xiang Bei. I don't want to become a cripple. Long Xingyun panicked, his tone softened, and he finally began to understand how to beg for help. Xiang Nan sighed and said, you are also big-hearted. No matter how fierce Guan Shao is, at least she still belongs to the profound sky sect. Do you really think that she will stand by and watch as you kill the disciples of the profound sky sect in front of her? Don't worry. I have a way to expel the dark energy for you. As Xiang Nan spoke, she saw that Guan Shao had already pounced towards the Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners. She was about to start eating people again. However, Xiang Nan did not move. Instead, he circulated the sun god technique and used both of his hands to inject the power of the sun into Long Xingyun's eyes to force out the dark energy. Since another outer martial artist group had already appeared in the guild, they should have taken action to stop Guan Shao. This was Xiang Nan's idea. Xiang Bei, save us. The Son of Heaven Peak martial artists had already used Xiang Nan as a protective umbrella. When they saw Guan Shao pouncing towards them, many martial artists fled in panic and hurriedly flew towards Xiang Nan. Guan Shao opened the huge mouth of the blood basin and swallowed a dozen people with one mouth. Xiang Nan was stunned. After Guan Shao swallowed the martial artist, she opened her huge mouth twice and swallowed another person. Xiang Nan was enraged. He had thought that the man in the black cloak would definitely help him. However, the man didn't even look over. Instead, he stood in front of the mountain gate, rubbing his chin as he sized up the mountain gate, looking thoughtful. At this time, Guan Shao had already spoken 3 times. Xiang Nan used his 2 fingers to press against Long Xingyun's eyes, and his left hand waved a beam of Dipper Qi, sweeping back the 20 martial artists who bore the brunt of the attack. Guan Shao swallowed the air in one bite and continued to chase after the nearest martial artist to bite. While Xiang Nan was treating Long Xingyun, he used his Dipper Qi to sweep through the Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners who had been attacked by Guan Shao. However, the man in the black cloak was still standing at the entrance of the mountain, and he hadn't looked back from the beginning to the end. You are also an expert hired by the guild. Don't tell me you won't save me if I die. Xiang Nan shouted harshly. The man still didn't turn around and said indifferently, why should I save them? You had already advised them to flee this place. It was their own greed that refused to leave. It's not a pity for such a person to die. It's his own fault. Xiang Nan fought with Guan Shao, but he was always unable to save everyone. Every time Guanxiao pounced on food, he would be able to eat at least one or two son of Heaven Peak martial artists. Xianxia shouted to the black-cloaked man, "I don't believe you haven't done anything impulsive in your life. Do you deserve to die every time you take risks?" "Oh, you think about it from this angle." The black-cloaked man finally turned around and said thoughtfully, "I always felt that they deserved it, but when you say that, it seems that they are no different from me. Hurry up and help me." Xianxia shouted, "Otherwise, when we return, I will definitely report it truthfully. I do not believe that the Star Guild will sit idly by and ignore it." The black-cloaked man smiled and turned to face the mountain gate. "You want to sue me? Go ahead, I don't care." "Ha ha ha ha." Guanxiao laughed loudly. Xiangbei, it feels good to be separated from your family. Why don't you just let these martial artists eat it if you don't even help your own members?" Loose sand. Only these 4 words could describe the sect martial artists recruited by the Star Guild. "I'm done." Suddenly, Long Xingyun opened his eyes. The last trace of black gas in his eyes had also been expelled by the Sun God technique. Long Xingyun pushed Xianxia away and stabbed at Guanxiao. Guanxiao shouted tyrannical body and grabbed Long Xingyun's sword with her bare hands. However, that Long Xingyun's castration was extremely strong, actually holding on to Guanxiao, causing her to constantly retreat. "Oh!" Guanxiao raised her eyebrows. "You actually adapted to the 2nd level of good fortune so quickly. I'm afraid someone will help you clear your meridians." Long Xingyun smiled proudly. "I was accidentally ambushed by you just now. This time, I will definitely take the life of a demonic woman like you. You think too highly of yourself. You are only 1 level higher than me." Guanxiao's body trembled and 2 giant bat wings flapped towards him. Long Xingyun was caught off guard and was sent flying by the bat wing, spitting out a mouthful of blood. As Guanxiao continued to chase after her, Xianxia rushed up from the side and slashed at Guanxiao's bat wings, sending her flying diagonally. "Join forces." Long Xingyun returned covetously and said to Xianxia side by side, "Help me kill this demonic woman. I will definitely take her life and soul." That Guanxiao Jie laughed strangely. "Although the 2 of you can defeat me by working together, killing me is not that easy. How about an agreement? I won't eat your son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners for the time being. So don't come and kill our heavenly profound sect martial practitioners." Before Long Xingyun could reply, suddenly, there was a burst of intense light from the mountain gate, followed by a buzzing sound. The black-cloaked man didn't know what he had done, but his entire body was bounced back. He glided on the ground for more than 10 meters before stopping. He frowned and said, "I can't open it. This is the only way." Although Xianxia was unwilling, there was no other way. "We need to find another breakthrough in our strength. Otherwise, we will definitely not be able to kill her." Xianxia lowered his voice and said to Long Xingyun, "If you force her too close and drive this woman crazy, you might slaughter the son of Heaven Peak martial artists regardless." Long Xingyun took a deep breath and could only nod. Xianxia smiled and thought to himself that it was not in vain to save him. At this critical moment, Long Xingyun was still willing to stand up for the son of Heaven Peak martial artist. He was at least much stronger than the black-cloaked man. Seeing that the 2 sides had reached an agreement, Guanxiao flew towards the mountain gate. "Xiangbei, Long Xingyun, thank you." The martial artists below all expressed their gratitude to Xianxia and the others in fear. Seeing everyone's eager eyes, Long Xingyun's heart was moved for no reason. The corner of his mouth rose slightly. "So, saving people is quite good. No wonder you are so happy." Xianxia said, "As a martial artist, if you don't have some courage, then what kind of martial arts are you doing? This group of people are fighting here regardless of life and death. They can be considered tough guys. If we can save them, we'll give them a hand." Long Xingyun asked curiously, "Why does something change when it comes out of your mouth?" "At first, I felt that these weak people deserved it, but hearing you say that, I feel a little sympathy for them." "That's because you always think from your own perspective," Xianxia said. Xianxia had indeed caused a lot of trouble and done a lot of impulsive things along the way. However, from the Feiyun Temple's elder to the woman on the Bridge of Helplessness in the Devil Sea, he had also extended a helping hand to him. If those people also felt that Xiangnan deserved it and was to blame, then there would be no Xiangnan today. Putting himself in the shoes of others was Xiangnan's growth. Let's go take a look at the foot of the mountain. Xiangnan gave Long Xingyun a look and both of them descended. Guan Shao and the black-cloaked man were looking at the mountain gate, but they were unable to enter. After landing on the ground, Xiangnan and the other two discovered that the ground was not even. There were some bones buried beneath their feet, some buried deep underground, and some occasionally exposed. Many people have died here. Xiangnan frowned and touched the bones beneath his feet. The first thing Long Xingyun saw was the mountain gate. There seems to be an array on it. Long Xingyun's eyes flashed with golden flames. I can vaguely see the outline of an array diagram, he said. You still need to say this? Guan Shao mocked Long Xingyun and said, if there wasn't a formation blocking me, I would have already entered. Watch what you say. Long Xingyun pulled out his giant sword. No matter how weird it is, don't blame me for killing you on the spot. Come on. Guan Xiaoping opened his wings and said, if you want to fight, I will be at your side at any time. The two of them, the black-cloaked man and Xiangnan, were seriously considering the matter before them. Xiangnan waved his hand and swept the floating earth away with his dipper chi. In the end, he discovered that there were scattered bones beneath his feet, at least 300 to 500 bones. They are all elders. Xiangnan sucked in a breath of cold air. A wisp of lightning flashed through his eyes, and he could clearly see these bones. These skeletons were incomparably sturdy. They had been buried in the soil for more than 50,000 years, yet they did not have the slightest trace of decay. Only an elder of exceptionally high cultivation could possess such a strong skeleton. Then Xiangnan looked at the mountain gate. Long Xingyun also seemed to have a peculiar visual ability, but he could only see faint formations on the mountain gate. On the other hand, Xiangnan's lightning photoelectric eye could clearly see the formation. He discovered that there were a total of 111 formation eyes on the formation. Formation diagrams with multiple formation eyes were still relatively rare. What was even stranger was that those array eyes were not the source of the array formation's operation. In fact, this array formation was dead. Something's wrong. Xiangnan frowned. This formation is not working. Wasn't it a formation that stopped us? The cloaked man asked curiously. Xiangnan walked over and touched the mountain gate, saying, not only is this formation not the main culprit blocking our path, it is even the key to opening the gate. This formation diagram has stopped moving. It means that it is the sect itself that is stopping us. It is very likely that the personal strength of the Soaring Dragon Sect's sect master has been injected into this sect. If we can make the formation diagram work, the mountain gate will only open. How did you know? The cloaked man looked at Xiangnan again, his eyes filled with surprise. Do you really want to hear me speak slowly? Xiangnan glanced at him indifferently. The cloaked man smiled and said, your tone is really rushing. Your Son of Heaven Peaks people have a very small bearing. I don't want to hear any principles. I just want to open the mountain gate. Xiangnan turned around and took out 111 waste tokens from the skeleton behind him. He then attached these tokens to the 111 array holes on the mountain gate. At that moment, the formation suddenly lit up and began to slowly circulate. The mountain gate also opened with a rumble. Countless martial artists rushed in, afraid that if they went too late, they would lose the chance to snatch the treasure. Xiangnan and the others immediately rushed in. However, the scene inside caused everyone to be greatly disappointed. There was indeed an open space within the mountain, but apart from 100 pillars, there was nothing else. There must be a way. Guan Shao refused to give up and went to inspect the pillars. Each of these pillars was 100 meters tall, and there was nothing at the top. On the surface of the pillars, there were a large number of dragon-shaped relief sculptures. Apart from these, there was nothing else. The rest of the martial artists were similarly unwilling to accept this. Instead, they went to inspect the wall to see if there were any hidden mechanisms. The cloaked man leaned over to Xianxia and said, "If you don't mind your past grudges, can you tell me how you opened the door? I'm interested now. Are you begging me?" Xianxia looked at him indifferently. That man was also very graceful. He bowed to Xianxia and said, "Although our people from the dark forces do not value virtue, they value righteousness. If you are willing to give me a few pointers, I will address you respectfully as sir." Xianxia sighed. His feelings towards the people from the dark forces were also quite complicated. These people were ruthless, but they were very loyal. Back then, when Xianxia was in the Devil Sea, he had saved a few people from the dark forces. When he fled the western regions, a large number of killers from the dark forces rushed out to protect Xianxia. Because Xianxia had saved a few people, they didn't hesitate to sacrifice hundreds or even thousands of people to protect Xianxia. The cloaked man said, "Did you use any means to discover the mystery of opening the door?" Xianxia pointed at his head and said, "I'm not using methods. I'm using wisdom. Since you want to know why I can open the door, I'll tell you. Ancient martial artists are more conservative and traditional than modern martial artists. The stone plaque on this mountain gate has been deleted, indicating that this place is an important place for the sect. What do you think is the most precious place for conservative ancient martial artists?" "Oh, I know." The cloaked man patted his forehead. "Book Pavilion, right?" Xianxia nodded. "Pills cannot be passed down. If you eat them, you cannot eat them. If others eat them, you cannot eat them. However, cultivation techniques are different from martial skills. Ancient martial artists regarded cultivation techniques and martial skills as precious treasures. They would rather die than reveal them to other sects to cultivate. So, this must be the library or something. Since this is such a dignified place, it will definitely be very difficult for me to enter. I don't know if it will take dozens or even hundreds of elders to pass the council to open the mountain gate. As for the remains of the elders outside, they also confirmed my thoughts. Thus, I placed the waste tokens of the 111 elders on the formation, and the mountain gate naturally opened. The cloaked man's eyes lit up. "Good analysis. It sounds quite simple from what you said, but if you don't have a clue, you won't be able to think of anything. You're probably the smartest young man in the entire southern domain, right?" "Me?" Xianxia shook his head. "I'm still a long way off." Xianxia thought of Fengxian. He was a truly intelligent person. His reasoning ability had already reached the level of a monster. "All right." The cloaked man cupped his fists and said to Xianxia, "Since you have a broad mind and are willing to give me pointers, I also accept your righteousness. If you are in trouble, I will definitely help, but if others are in trouble, I will still not care." Xianxia was speechless. The cloaked man said, "Shao Hai, get rid of the poison on Mr. Xiangbei. He is his own brother." "Poison?" Xianxia was stunned. Shortly after, a short man suddenly appeared beneath Xianxia's feet. The short man jumped up and pinched Xianxia's wrist. Xianxia hurriedly looked at his arm, only to find a streak of black gas, which strung down his shoulder towards his wrist, and then condensed into black water along his middle finger, dripping onto the ground. "You poisoned me?" Xianxia said angrily. The cloaked man said, "Yes. Shao Hai poisoned you when you absorbed the dragon qi and swallowed the pills. I hope that your lord will not forget my mistakes and forgive us this time." The short man also chuckled. "Brother Xiangbei, you are so benevolent and righteous. You are very different from the disciples we have seen. We admire a man like Brother Xiangbei very much." "Because I told you how to open the door?" Xianxia said. The cloaked man said, "Because you've saved the people of Son of Heaven Peak 3 times and 4 times, Little Hai and I both feel that you are very loyal. We won't save him because we don't belong to the Son of Heaven Peak, and saving him is for the sake of our brothers. Brother Xiang, what do you think about these pillars? Why don't you tell me?" The little man smiled and stabbed Xianxia's arm. At the side, Long Xingyun pulled Xianxia over and angrily said, "Why are you so close to them? Have you forgotten which side you are from? Just now, this man robbed me of my credit. Have you forgotten?" The cloaked man laughed coldly and hugged his shoulders. Brother Xiang helped you 3 times and 4 times. We all look jealous in our eyes, but you don't know what's good for you. You think it's only natural for others to help you. The little man also smiled sinisterly and said, Some people are just shameless and have no skin. Brother Chuang is right to teach them a lesson. You guys! Long Xingyun was furious. Shut up. Xiangnan frowned and pointed ahead. Look! Everyone turned to look. Most of the martial artists were still on the ground, searching for clues on the pillar, but not far away. There were 4 or 5 martial artists sitting cross-legged on the top of the pillar, not knowing what they were doing. The martial artists who were meditating at the top of the pillar remained motionless, as if they were using their cultivation techniques. You're here to cultivate? The cloaked man sneered. Something's wrong. Xiangnan shook his head. It's not that simple. Go up and take a look. Xiangnan found a pillar and flew up. He also sat on the top of the pillar. When he learned to meditate cross-legged like those martial artists, he suddenly felt a strange thought spreading from the pillar to his entire body. Immediately after, a large amount of information appeared in his mind. This information was actually a cultivation technique incantation. Holy shit! Not far away, Xiao Hai cried out in alarm. As soon as this movement occurred, the other martial artists also realized that for a time, many martial artists turned into afterimages and flew onto the pillars one after another. Immediately after, everyone was shocked. As long as one sat on each pillar, one would be able to obtain the martial skill inheritance of the pillar. This kind of inheritance was not in the form of words. Instead, it directly entered the minds of martial artists with their thoughts. Thus, martial artists were able to directly understand how to cultivate, but they did not know what the incantation was, so they were unable to write it down. Xiangnan had long known that ancient martial artists were precious to him, but he never thought that they would reach such an extreme level. Modern martial artists also knew that writing cultivation techniques and martial skills in books could be widely circulated. However, ancient martial artists did not use words to show off their martial skills in order to protect themselves. This time, the martial artists went crazy, cultivating crazily one by one. That was a cultivation technique from 50,000 years ago. Every single one of them was incredibly precious. But then a fight broke out. There were only 100 pillars, but there were still more than 600 martial artists present. 500 people didn't have a pillar to sit on, so they fought wildly and frantically. Xiangnan could feel that the pillar he was on was imparting to him a cultivation technique called Xiantian skill. This kind of technique was very basic. It was a Xiantian realm martial artist who used it to condense the first weather. Xiangnan had also cultivated the Xiantian technique. This was a passive technique. After he had cultivated it, he would no longer be of any help. However, the difference was that the Xiantian skill that Xiangnan cultivated was much simpler than the Xiantian skill on this pillar. The Xiantian skill here was even more perfect and profound. The martial artists on the other pillars also discovered this situation. For a moment, everyone was inexplicably shocked, but at the same time they were overjoyed. Xiangnan frowned. Ancient masters would not teach their disciples kung fu. They would usually leave a hand behind. For example, a formidable heaven-rank elementary sword technique was divided into 5 moves, and each move was more formidable than the other. However, when master taught it to his disciple, he only taught him 4 moves. In order to prevent his disciple from surpassing him, his master would keep that last powerful move and wait until he died before telling his disciple. But most of the time, master would die suddenly, or be killed by his enemies, or die suddenly after practicing martial arts, and they would bring their own secrets along to the Yellow Springs Road. Therefore, many of the martial skills passed down from the modern era, although their grades were still there, were almost incomplete. Some of them lacked the most powerful move, while others lacked the most important chance. Some martial arts techniques were even more miserable. Originally, there were 10 moves, but the more they spread, the fewer moves they had. You also stayed behind, and he also stayed behind. In the end, there were only 2 or 3 moves left, and some were even directly lost. For example, the lightning tremors that Xiangnan cultivated at the beginning were incomplete, so he didn't know what kind of complete cultivation method it was. Things like this were common in ancient times. Xiantian's skill didn't help much to Xiangnan's current strength. He didn't need to use the weather first anymore, and even his yuan qi had been replaced with gang qi. However, he still chose to cultivate, because this would further strengthen his martial Dao foundation. However, this entry-level technique was much faster to cultivate. Xiangnan circulated his cultivation to meditate, and the Xiantian skill circulated itself within his body, adding another brick and tile to his martial Dao realm. Just because Xiangnan had such a state of mind did not mean that others had it as well. Guanxiao immediately abandoned her pillar and flew towards the nearest pillar after realizing that her martial skills were not high. On that pillar, there was still a martial artist cultivating. As for Guanxiao, she did it perfectly. She directly ate up the heavenly profound sect martial artist in one mouthful and replaced the martial artist's position. Then, she meditated and cultivated, trying to figure out the martial technique on this pillar. If you don't personally go up and experience these pillars, you don't even know what the inheritance is. Originally, there were written records on the top of the pillar, but those words were also cut by someone with a sword. However, Guanxiao was still not satisfied with the martial skill on the pillar and flew towards the next martial artist. The martial artist was frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly jumped away and took the initiative to make way. This person was at the 8th level of Heaven Scryer. He was also not a good person. He was robbed of the pillar by Guanxiao, so he went to snatch someone else's. He slashed a 7th level Heaven Scryer martial artist to death with a single sword strike, and then sat down on the pillar himself. Get lost! Xiangnan was in the finishing stages and had already mastered the Xiantian skill. At almost the same time, a figure suddenly knocked Xiangnan out. Xiangnan turned around and saw that he was an unfamiliar-looking expert with an icy-cold expression. Yet he possessed a Fortune first-stage expert. Zimo! The cloaked man frowned and said, "Brother Xiang is one of us." The icy-cold man shouted, "What kind of person is he? He is one of your own people, not mine. The two of you brothers and I are not on the same side." When the cloaked man heard this, he immediately laughed. He simply stood up and pulled out his sword, ready to fight. The cold man also pulled out 2 daggers. "Come, forget it." Xiangnan glanced at the cloaked man and said, "I'll go find another one." Xiangnan was not magnanimous, but this pillar only had Xiantian skill, so there was no need to waste time. Right now, time was the most precious. If he had the time to fight with others, it would be better to cultivate a few more pillars. If Guanxiao suddenly cultivated a powerful cultivation method and suddenly rushed over to kill him, he would have died a horrible death. Everyone was snatching it. Snatching the pillars, snatching the time. However, the pillars did not say much, nor did they say much. If one cultivated one by one, 100 pillars would need to be cultivated 100 times. Xiangnan didn't have anything to be polite about. He found a heavenly profound sect martial artist and directly kicked him down. He sat on the pillar and began to cultivate. That day, the black sect martial artist angrily turned around and found that the person who kicked him away was Xiangnan. He could only swallow his anger and glance at Xiangnan resentfully before robbing others. At this time, Long Xingyun was finally clever. He wasn't busy trying to seize the pillar, but was floating in the sky, constantly watching the movements of the surrounding martial artists. He quickly found a target. Right in front of him, on the 7th pillar, the martial artist had cultivated for a long time and hadn't come down since he sat on it. The longer he cultivated, the more complicated his martial skills became. Long Xingyun smiled and flew over to kick the martial artist away. However, the martial artist suddenly opened his eyes, and a lancet flashed in his hand as he slashed towards Long Xingyun's ankle. Good fortune level 1. Long Xingyun's heart trembled, and he immediately took half a step back, and began to launch a guerrilla attack around the martial artist. His giant sword continuously slashed down on the martial artist's body. The martial artist continued to retaliate with the lancet. Damn it! How many people from the dark forces are there? Long Xingyun's eyes were red with anger. He thought that there was only the cloaked man and Xiao Hai. Unexpectedly, 2 more people had appeared. One was the cold man who snatched Xiangnan's Xiantian skill, and the other was the killer who used the lancet in front of him. "We are called peak martial artists." The assassin's expression was cold. "Rather than fighting me here and letting both of us fail to cultivate, why don't you snatch other people's pillars?" That Long Xingyun didn't listen at all and was still attacking. The assassin said angrily, "You are entangled with me." Xianxia also kept changing the pillars, constantly perceiving the cultivation technique and martial skill grade inside. He also discovered that although the martial skills here were complete, most of them weren't of high grade. At the very least, the highest grade of the pillars he had comprehended was only an earth grade intermediate grade martial skill. A martial skill of this level was useless to Xianxia. Right at this moment, a pillar in the distance suddenly exploded with a bang. A dazzling bright light burst forth, followed by 5 colored clouds appearing in the sky. Everyone looked at the pillar in unison. He saw a Sky Scryer 7th stage martial artist sitting on it. He closed his eyes and cultivated, his entire body shining. This scene meant that the cultivation technique on the pillar was extremely powerful. Guanxiao was relatively close. She was the first to charge forward, wanting to swallow the martial artist and snatch the pillar. The martial artist abruptly opened his eyes and shouted, "Xianxia, protect your body." A ball of light condensed from rainbow clouds enveloped the martial artist. Guanxiao bit down, but she was actually unable to bite that martial artist to death. Although her sharp teeth pierced through the rainbow clouds, they only caused the martial artist to howl miserably. The strong light had just appeared, which meant that this Sky Scryer 7th stage martial artist hadn't finished practicing yet. However, he relied on this realm to resist Guanxiao's bite. Guanxiao was not angry but happy. She spread out her bat wings and used them to hold the martial artist inside. Then, with the terrifying power of the bat wings, she forcefully crushed the martial artist. She was the first to sit on the pillar and quickly comprehend the martial skill inheritance inside. In less than a second, the cloaked man and the short man also rushed over. The cloaked man grabbed Guanxiao's wings with both hands, while the short man licked Guanxiao's face. There was poison on his tongue. Guanxiao screamed miserably, and a layer of skin was licked off his face. However, the shorty was even worse. His entire tongue had turned black. The martial artist screamed miserably and kept rolling in the air. The cloaked man panicked and hurriedly grabbed the short man. "Little Hai, what's wrong with you?" Guanxiao sneered. "Even I dare to touch it. I'm really tired of living." Xianxia was at the side. A green dragon went out to sea and knocked Guanxiao flying. He also sat on the pillar. Xianxia Divine Art. High-level, heavenly grade cultivation technique. For wind, fire, water, all 3 attributes can be cultivated. Xianxia had 5 heavenly spiritual meridians and lightning meridians. There were a total of 6 types of talent. He could practically cultivate the vast majority of cultivation techniques. High-grade heavenly stage. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. It was indeed a high-grade cultivation technique, and that Xianxia body protection was one of the defensive moves of the Xianxia divine art. However, there was a flaw in the cultivation technique inheritance, and that was that Xianxia was unable to finish reading the incantation in one breath. This was because inheritance didn't have any incantations. It could only be learned wherever one cultivated. If one didn't finish cultivating, one wouldn't be able to grasp all the essentials. As soon as Xianxia sat down, the cold man knocked Xianxia over and snatched him away. Just as Xianxia stopped, the killer who was fighting Long Xingyun knocked the cold man away. Immediately after, Long Xingyun forced the killer to retreat, while Guanxiao returned and threw Long Xingyun down. "Brother Xiang, I beg you, save my foster brother. I kowtowed to you." After saying that, the arrogant cloaked man actually knelt in the air and kowtowed to Xianxia. This scene made Xianxia's heart soften. "Don't be stupid." Long Xingyun saw the unbearable expression on Xianxia's face and shouted, "If you save him, you won't have time to snatch the pillar. Hurry up and join hands with me to seize this pillar. Then you help me defend against foreign enemies, and I'll cultivate. After I'm done, I'll help you defend against foreign enemies, and it'll be your turn to cultivate." Brother Xiang. The cloaked man's eyes were filled with tears. Save my foster brother. Please, I beg you. The little man's entire body had already turned black. He was lying in the cloaked man's embrace, twitching non-stop. Moreover, he rolled his eyes, and even his eyes began to crawl with black gas. Fuck! Xianxia cursed hatefully and rushed forward. He snatched the little man over and said, "Leave it to me." The cloaked man looked at Xianxia in shock. Are you really willing to give up your cultivation technique to save my foster brother? Brother Xiang, Wang Chuang, will remember this kindness. Don't say anything unnecessary. In the future, if you need anything, Wang Chuang, am willing to go through fire and water for you. Xianxia immediately circulated his Sun Divine technique to help the short man force out the dark energy. He also took time to say, "Your friendship for your foster brother is touching. I can't help but help you." Long Xingyun was so angry that he knew nothing about it. He pointed at Xianxia and scolded, "Why are you so useless?" Without Xianxia's help, Long Xingyun was unable to walk alone. As soon as he rushed towards Guanxiao rushed over to bite him. The other two people from Midnight Peak took the opportunity to seize the pillars. Guanxiao returned and went to bite the two of them. One of them had an ice-cold expression. Because he didn't dodge in time, half of his index finger was bitten off by Guanxiao. This person was also decisive. He attacked Xianxia twice in succession and knew that Xianxia could not help him. So he sliced off his broken finger with one sword. A few experts surrounded Guanxiao, but besides Xianxia, no one else dared to charge forward. Right at this moment, another ball of intense light erupted from afar. Everyone turned around and didn't even see it clearly as they rushed towards the bright light. "That pillar is mine," Long Xingyun roared. "Whoever snatches it from me, I want his life." The icy-cold man grabbed Long Xingyun's ankle, while the killer grabbed Long Xingyun's wrist. The two of them exchanged glances and the cold man said, "Alliance. I'll cultivate, you help defend against the enemy, and then you cultivate, I'll help you defend." The killer said, "I will cultivate first, and you will cultivate later." The eyes of the two collided in the air. They let go of Long Xingyun and fought against each other. The complexity of human nature was vividly displayed at this moment. When the two of them fought together, Long Xingyun would be cheated. Long Xingyun kicked away the shining martial artists behind him. He sat on the pillar and began to cultivate. His realm was too high, and the martial artists who were driven away did not dare to return to fight for it. They only glared at Long Xingyun fiercely and stood aside, waiting for Long Xingyun to leave before he went up. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the two Midnight Peak martial artists suddenly realized that the situation was not good. Boom! Guanzhao's body was the first to erupt with a strong light, and the sky was shrouded in rainbow clouds. Immediately after, there was another boom, and a strange white light erupted from Long Xingyun's body. 3 white elephants appeared in the sky. The 3 white elephants slowly revolved around Long Xingyun's head. "Drive him away!" The 2 Midnight Peak martial artists rushed towards Long Xingyun at the same time. "Ha ha ha ha! Mighty elephant force!" Long Xingyun interrupted his cultivation and threw 2 palms at the 2 charging towards him. Each of the 2 martial artists had been able to match Long Xingyun. But this time, the 2 of them worked together to receive Long Xingyun's palms, but they were pushed back. The faces of the 2 changed as they coughed out a mouthful of blood at the same time. "Ha ha ha ha!" Long Xingyun laughed even more arrogantly. "Who dares to stop me? Who else can stop me?" What he snatched was this moment of precious time. Originally, everyone's strength wasn't much different, so as long as he cultivated a bit more powerful techniques, he would be able to gain the upper hand. The 2 Midnight Peak martial artists adjusted their auras and charged towards Long Xingyun unwillingly. But at this moment, Long Xingyun had already cultivated to the power of the 4th white elephant. He rushed out of the pillar and slammed his palms against the 2 of them again. This time, the 2 of them were directly sent flying by Long Xingyun for 100 meters, and even their arms were shattered. The 2 of them were shocked and hurriedly swallowed the rejuvenation pill. supplementing it with cultivation techniques to heal their injuries. On the other side, Guanzhou's Xianxia divine art was about to come to an end. The clouds on her head became brighter and brighter, and the area covered became wider and wider. At the same time, the short man in Xiang Nan's hand finally regained his human color and slowly opened his eyes. The cloaked man looked at Xiang Nan with endless gratitude. "Brother Xiang, the two of us, have delayed you." Xiang Nan looked at Long Xingyun, then looked at Guanzhou and sighed. "I really can't. I can still escape, at least I can save my life." The cloaked man and the short man exchanged glances and said, "Brother Xiang, just pick a pillar and cultivate. The two of us will protect you." The short man nodded heavily. "Good brother, don't see the outside." When Xiang Nan saw the serious look on their faces, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Let's talk about it first. After Guanzhou gets up, he probably won't let us off. Destroy her pillars." The short man suddenly rushed towards the pillar beneath Guanzhou and kicked it fiercely. The thick poisonous aura landed on the pillar. "Don't!" Xiang Nan wanted to stop him, but it was already too late. Boom! With a heaven-shaking explosion, not only did the short man fail to break the pillar, he was bounced back and his entire right leg was broken. Xiang Nan grabbed the little man's right leg and could only use the 9 Purities Cosmos technique to treat his injuries. He said, "You're crazy. If the things here can be easily destroyed, how can you call it a sex-important place?" The little man's face was filled with guilt. Xiang Nan sighed and said, "Forget it. You are also eager to help me. Don't take it to heart." Boom! Another bright light shot into the sky. Everyone looked over in unison, astonished. This time it was the assassin from Midnight Peak. He hadn't been able to snatch Long Xingyun's pillar, so he snatched another one. He hadn't expected that, under this training, it would be extremely powerful. At this moment, Guanzhou flew up. Her rainbow cloud divine art had been successfully practiced. The person she wanted to kill the most was Xiang Nan. But her first target was Long Xingyun, because now Long Xingyun was the biggest threat. Guanzhou spread out her bat wings and flew towards Long Xingyun. Above her body, there was actually a rainbow glow. This scene was extremely strange. Above Long Xingyun's head, there were already 7 white elephants. When Guanzhou rushed over, Long Xingyun also left the pillar and flew towards Guanzhou. "Zixia Ingtian!" Guanzhou shouted loudly. Her hands turned purple at the same time, and the purple light illuminated the entire space. As for Long Xingyun, he roared angrily, "7 elephant force!" The two of them clashed and flew backwards at the same time. Guanzhou coughed out a large mouthful of black blood, while Long Xingyun coughed out a mouthful of red blood. The two of them exchanged glances. Guanzhou's eyes filled with shock and confusion. Long Xingyun's eyes were filled with ecstasy. Long Xingyun's cultivation technique was obviously not finished yet, but it was already comparable to Guanzhou, who had finished practicing the Xianxia divine art. This showed that the white elephant technique was much stronger than the rainbow cloud divine technique. "Ha ha ha! I, Long Xingyun, am finally going to make a big splash." Long Xingyun laughed wildly as he returned and sat on the pillar to continue cultivating. As for Guanzhou, she did not dare to fight anymore. She continued to fight with Long Xingyun. In the end, she would surely injure 1,000 enemies and suffer a loss of 800. However, there were still Xiang Nan and the others beside her. They found the right opportunity to charge forward and insisted on killing her. Guanzhou rolled her eyes and rushed towards the nearby pillars, blasting away all the martial artists on them. She only had one last chance. Unless she found a martial skill that was even more powerful than the white elephant skill before Long Xingyun had perfected his cultivation technique, she would never be able to turn over again. Time was of the essence, seizing every second. However, Xiang Nan and the others all sighed. In such a short period of time, the 3 of them had already been left far behind by Long Xingyun and Guanzhou. At this moment, a person gently tugged at Xiang Nan's sleeve. Xiang Nan turned around and saw that it was a timid girl from the Son of Heaven Peak. The girl lowered her head and whispered, "The pillar of my cultivation is very strange. What? Xianxia asked. The girl said, I know that the inheritance in that pillar is very powerful, but I can't practice it. I don't know why. Can you help me take a look? Ah? Why are you looking for me? Xianxia said. The girl whispered, because you look like a good person. Xianxia was very surprised. It was not that he was surprised by this girl's words, but that this timid-looking girl had actually stayed here until now. All right. Xianxia agreed and said, let me take a look for you. The girl brought Xianxia to her pillar and pointed at it. There were people sitting on it all the time, but as soon as they got up, they came down again and went to pick another pillar. I saw that no one wanted this pillar, so I sat on it. It's a bit strange. Perhaps it's an incomplete cultivation technique inheritance that hasn't been completed yet. Right? As Xianxia spoke, he sat on the pillar. Xianxia narrowed his eyes as he tilted his head to feel the inheritance of the cultivation technique coming from the pillar. He immediately sensed that it was a very low-level martial skill called the Cloud Traveling Sword. Its grade was probably at the Earth grade beginner stage. For some Origin Realm and Heavenly Origin Realm martial artists, this level might be very powerful, but for Heaven Scryer Realm and even Fortune Realm martial artists, it was impossible for them to move onto the stage. Xianxia was puzzled. Why couldn't that girl cultivate a martial skill of this level? Could it be that there was something hidden within this martial skill? Just as Xianxia was frowning and deep in thought, his body suddenly stiffened. Suddenly, a black line appeared from his left arm, and then the black line immediately spread towards Xianxia's entire body. At the same time, a ring of red light emerged from the outer surface of the pillar. 3 whip-like plants suddenly spread out from beneath Xianxia and wrapped around him. Kiki kiki. The timid girl covered her mouth and began to laugh. There was still a hint of shyness there. Xianxia looked at the girl in shock. He hurriedly circulated his astral qi, wanting to break free. Wang Chuang and Xiao Hai were shocked and shouted at the girl. What did you do to Brother Xiang? Damn it! Little Hai! Block! Help me undo the vines on Brother Xiang's body. Wang Chuang and Xiao Hai flew over and reached out to grab the vines on Xianxia's shoulders. Xianxia also erupted with divine aura, wanting to cooperate with the two of them to break free from it. But what Xianxia didn't expect was that Wang Chuang and Xiao Hai actually pressed down on Xianxia's shoulders. 2 thick strands of Dipper Qi rushed into his body without Xianxia being on guard. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat, and he was about to use it to escape into the void. However, the sudden arrival of those 2 strands of Dipper Qi caused Xianxia's meridians to temporarily be invaded, leaving him with nowhere to go. In fact, Xianxia was unable to use any martial techniques to resist and protect himself. In this instant, 3 more red vines emerged and tied Xianxia to the pillars. What was even more troublesome was that there were barbs on all 6 vines. The black gas in Xianxia's body greatly weakened his skin's defense, and the barbs on the 6 vines directly pierced into his body. The way these 6 vines were wrapped around each other was very exquisite, perfectly suited to the direction of the main meridians in the human body. Those barbs all pierced into Xianxia's main meridians, severely restraining him. At this time, Wang Chuang and Xiao Hai chuckled and let go of Xianxia. Mimi, you did well. Wang Chuang gave the shy girl a complimentary look. Xiao Hai hugged his shoulders and laughed strangely. Xianxia was controlled by the 6 red vines. The black gas on his body had already reached the point where he was practicing. Xianxia looked at the 3 of them angrily and was speechless. Hee. Little brat, do you really think we treat you like brothers? Everyone says that Son of Heaven Peaks Xiangbei cannot be underestimated. Isn't this because we played around with him? Laughed Little Hai. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and coldly looked at the 3 of them. Wang Chuang smiled and said, Do you still remember when I asked Xiao Hai to detoxify you? Haha, actually, you are already very careful and vigilant. We have never been able to find an opportunity to poison you, and I asked Xiao Hai to detoxify you. Actually, that's when he really poisoned you. Xianxia suddenly recalled that when Xiao Hai grabbed his wrist, a black line appeared on his arm, and the black line condensed on his finger, causing some liquid to fall down. All of this was just a cover-up. Brother Chuang's performance was wonderful. Xiao Hai applauded and said, I really believe this little brat. I really feel that the two of us have bowed to him. Little Hai, you did a good job too. Wang Chuang smiled faintly. You deliberately contaminated Guanzhou's dark energy to support this brat. You have made a great contribution. I also have some credit. The girl giggled and said, while you were fighting for a powerful cultivation technique, I secretly set up a spirit sealing formation on this pillar to seal Xiang Bei's meridians with a poisonous vine, making it impossible for him to use it. Mimi has contributed a lot. Wang Chuang nodded and said to Xiang Nan, it really took a lot of effort to deal with you, little bastard. After consuming the pills, your body's strength has greatly increased. Xiao Hai's poison is used to weaken your body's defenses. Only then can the poisonous vine pierce through your skin. Xiang Nan laughed self-deprecatingly. You guys have gone through many trials and tribulations just to scheme against me? You really put in a lot of effort. Could it be that you have already joined the Profound Sky Sect? Profound Sky Sect? Wang Chuang smiled and shook his head. No. We are still people from Midnight Peak. The reason why we plotted against you is because we don't want you to take away the greatest credit for this operation. Son of Heaven Peak, below the Heaven Scryer realm, there are only two people worth noting, Xiang Bei of the Southern Domain and Long Xingyun of the Northern Domain. That Long Xingyun is an impulsive and brainless idiot. He has no value in scheming. Mei Mei used her finger to hook Xiang Nan's chin and said, so, as long as I catch you, no one will become a stumbling block to us. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and shook his head away from Mei Mei's fingers. Since you have so much time to scheme against me, why don't you use it against Guanzhou and the others? You are the real idiots, he said angrily. Wang Chuang still smiled faintly. Naturally, we are confident in dealing with Guanzhou. Now, you should watch the show carefully. After saying that, the three of them flew towards Guanzhou's direction. Xiang Nan was furious in his heart, especially towards these bastards from Midnight Peak. Xiang Nan couldn't see the slightest flaw in their acting. Xiang Nan tried to circulate his astral qi, but found that it was futile. His meridians were sealed by the poisonous thorns, and he could not rush out. However, Xiang Nan's poison was not fatal. It was only used to weaken the surface of his skin. The Fate Soul token not only had the ability to calculate the fate souls of Heavenly Profound Sect disciples, but also could calculate their own people. In other words, even though the people of Zai Peak were brave, they didn't dare to really kill Xiang Nan. Otherwise, their life soul tokens would record everything. Wang Chuang, Xiao Hai, and Mei Mei arrived beside the other two Midnight Peak martial artists and met them. The five of them whispered to each other and pointed at Xiang Nan. It could be seen that the five of them were all laughing with contempt. In the distance, Long Xingyun had already cultivated to the power of the 8 symbols. He also saw the situation on Xiang Nan's side. Long Xingyun shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with sympathy. It was Long Xingyun's gaze that made Xiang Nan even angrier. He looked coldly at the people from Zai Peak and gritted his teeth. All right, you guys wait for me. They have already studied your temper and temperament. At the side, a martial cultivator from the Son of Heaven Peak quietly appeared and whispered. They know that you are kind, so they took advantage of you. Xiang Nan said to the Heavenly Sun Peak martial artist. Help me untie it, please. The Heavenly Sun Peak martial artist frowned bitterly. I wanted to save you, but I only have the Sky Scryer 7th stage. I can't cut these poisonous vines at all. This was all set up by a Good Fortune Realm martial artist. It doesn't matter, Xiang Nan said. I have my own way of sending a strand of astral qi into my body. The martial artist was clearly hesitating. He was afraid that he would receive revenge from the Midnight Peak martial artist. Xiang Nan said in a deep voice, haven't our Son of Heaven Peak been bullied enough? Since when do you not even have the backbone? The martial artist gritted his teeth and said, all right, you saved me before. Even if you were to be discovered by the people of Midnight Peak, I will help you once. After saying that, the martial artist quickly flashed to Xiang Nan's side and sent a strand of Dipper Qi into Xiang Nan's body. Just as he finished this action, he ran wildly and fled in the air. afraid that the martial artists of Midnight Peak would discover him. After that strand of Dipper Chi entered Xiang Nan's body, it shrank into his meridians and was unable to move. Xiang Nan lowered his head slightly and began to concentrate. There was one thing that didn't need to go through a vein to be able to operate, and that was intent. Meaning comes from a person's will, thoughts. Xiang Nan intentionally entangled the astral chi that the martial artist had entered, and then forcefully let the astral chi follow his meridians. Originally, when his meridians were sealed, it was impossible for him to allow the Dipper Chi to pass through. However, Xiang Nan intentionally wrapped around the Dipper Chi and swam around the outer wall of his meridians. With the Dipper Chi, he attacked the barbs. This idea was indeed effective, but the effect was not obvious. That martial artist's Sky Scryer 7th stage astral chi was extremely inefficient in attacking the poisonous vine barbs created by a good fortune 1st stage martial artist. Xiang Nan could only endlessly try to charge through all the main meridians 1 time, 2 times, and 3 times. Not far away, a few heavenly profound sect martial practitioners came over to ambush Xiang Nan, trying to cut off his head. However, these poisonous vines were indeed formidable. Not only did they entangle Xiang Nan, they also played a role in protecting Xiang Nan. Unless a good fortune warrior came over, they would not be able to harm Xiang Nan in the slightest. After those heavenly profound sect martial artists failed their sneak attack, they could only leave resentfully. In the distance, the 5 Midnight Peak martial artists should be a good fortune realm squad. One of the killers had already found a pillar and obtained a powerful cultivation technique inheritance. After he finished cultivating, Wang Chuang immediately went up and the other 4 escorted him. Only then did Xiang Nan recall that it was when the killer erupted with light that Mei Mei came to pull her clothes. It seemed that they had already planned to attack Xiang Nan once they found a powerful pillar of inheritance. However, in reality, this small team probably did not have such unity. This was also the only flaw in their entire plan. That was, the killer and the cold-faced man among them seemed to have truly fought once before allowing Long Xingyun to occupy a powerful pillar. Boom! Suddenly, another powerful light burst out from Long Xingyun's body, and 9 white elephants appeared in the sky. Ha 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 ha! Success! Long Xingyun jumped up and shouted, "Near East, Meng Qing. Quickly come here and cultivate the power of the divine image." Zhang Jing and Meng Qing had been standing by the side for a long time. Seeing Long Xingyun jump up, Zhang Jing was the first to sit up, while Meng Qing was the guardian of Zhang Jing. "Guan Shao!" Long Xingyun rushed towards Guan Shao and shouted, "Take your life!" In the sky, the 9 white elephants had already sunk. The 9 elephants floated on the surface of Long Xingyun's body, rotating in a circular shape. Guan Shao was still cultivating on a pillar. She hurriedly shouted, "Duo Duo!" On the pillar of the rainbow cloud divine art, a strong rainbow light erupted from Na Duodwa's body. He directly twisted his fat body and responded to Long Xingyun. Xianxia divine art. Duo Duo slashed out at Long Xingyun from afar. Its Dipper Chi palm power was colorful, and there was a dense layer of lightning attached to its surface. 9 elephant force. Long Xingyun also struck out with his palm. The palm was incredibly powerful. Above the golden flames was the 9 elephants' divine power. The palms of the 2 of them collided in the air, causing a loud explosion. The rainbow cloud divine art was obviously not as powerful as the divine imagery. Although Duo Duo had additional lightning attributes, Long Xingyun's golden flame pulse was not a joke. This collision caused Long Xingyun's body to pause for a moment. On the other hand, that fat man, Duo Duo Duo, spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying backwards. 9th Heaven Scryer, you dare to fight against me at the 2nd level of good fortune. Long Xingyun's eyes revealed a sharp edge. He waved his hand, and his high-spirited aura had a look of contempt for the world. "Guan Shao, you're next." Long Xingyun stabilized his body and slashed at Guan Shao again. Guan Shao was currently cultivating, so he had no choice but to temporarily interrupt his cultivation and slapped out a black palm strike. This black palm was wrapped in rainbow clouds, and it was extremely powerful. However, under the collision of his palms, it was still the power of the divine image that held a slight advantage. Long Xingyun was knocked back 2 steps, while Guanxiao firmly grabbed the pillar and his body suddenly shook. He only felt his throat sweeten, and the corners of his mouth spilled out traces of blood. Damn it! Guanxiao's eyes were red with anger. This brat was no match for me before. After cultivating the power of the divine image, he actually increased by so much. Long Xingyun laughed loudly. He immediately stored his qi. When his astral qi was filled, he slashed out at Guanxiao again. If this continued, Guanxiao's injuries would accumulate into serious injuries, and she would eventually be unable to hold on. However, just as Guanxiao clapped his hands to meet the attack, a black figure suddenly flashed to Guanxiao's side. Boom! The 2 palms collided, and the black shadow turned into a martial artist from Zai Peak. What was even more unexpected was that he was actually helping Guanxiao. The assassin pointed his fingers at Long Xingyun's palm and shouted, "Mother's cloud shaking finger." A double-colored finger force shot out. The double-colored finger force was cyan red, but it was not side by side. Instead, it was a thick red finger force that was wrapped in a thinner cyan finger force. Boom! Long Xingyun's palm power could only barely suppress Guanxiao's, but with the help of the killer's cloud-shaking finger, his palm power instantly collapsed. Long Xingyun suffered a backlash from the Dipper Qi, and his chest instantly collapsed into a shallow palm print. He slipped back more than 10 meters, his body bent and spat out a mouthful of red blood. This woman is the spoils of war of our midnight peak. No one can steal her away. The assassin smiled sinisterly and turned around to shoot a finger at Guanxiao's forehead. Guanxiao's body shook and he raised his hand to slap. Both of them were at the first level of fortune, and they were using high-grade, heavenly-grade martial arts techniques. Guanxiao's palm power collided with the killer's finger power, but the killer was beaten back hundreds of times. 2 ribs on his chest were immediately broken, and a mouthful of red blood spurted out. What a vicious aura attribute. The killer martial artist's chest and mouth were dripping with blood. Idiot! Idiot! Long Xingyun was furious. You son of a bitch from Midnight Peak. You actually helped outsiders beat me up. That Long Xingyun attacked furiously, gathered his qi, and slapped out a 9 elephants divine power palm at Guanxiao. But this time, the killer actually rushed over and helped Guanxiao. The 2 of them worked together to break Long Xingyun's palm power and knock him backwards. Long Xingyun shouted angrily, "Are you out of your mind? Without me, none of you will be able to defeat Guanxiao." The killer sneered. "I may not be able to beat her by myself, but if the 5 of us go together, she won't be able to escape. Little brat surnamed Long, I advise you to obediently stop. There is no place for your son of Heaven Peak here." Near East. Long Xingyun angrily turned around and shouted, "Haven't you finished practicing yet?" The Near East was sitting on a stone pillar, but above his head, there was only the shadow of a white elephant. Zhang Jing smiled bitterly and said, "Old Yun, this cultivation technique is too high. My innate talent is inferior to yours. When it comes to cultivation, it is more than 5 times slower than yours." This time, the difference in talent was exposed. The higher the grade of a martial skill, the harder it would be to cultivate. Not only was it slower to cultivate, it might even be incomplete. Long Xingyun originally wanted Zhang Jing to help him, but now it seemed impossible. Long Xingyun turned his gaze to Xiang Bei and gritted his teeth and said angrily, "What the hell? In the end, I still have to cooperate with this brat in order to display my advantage. Not good." Wang Chuang, who was standing on the pillar, shouted, "The dragon is going to save Xiang Bei." Long Xingyun was at the 2nd level of good fortune, and only he could interrupt the poisonous vines on Xiang Nan's body. "I'll do it." The killer's speed was extraordinary, and he immediately blocked Long Xingyun's way. "You're courting death." Long Xingyun roared. "You've ruined my good deeds 3 times and 4 times. Even if you're a martial artist hired by the Star Guild, I won't show mercy. If you block my way again, I want you dead." Long Xingyun gathered his qi and slapped out at the killer. The killer knew that he wasn't Long Xingyun's opponent, but he didn't fight Long Xingyun. He just moved quickly. avoiding Long Xingyun's attack while harassing him. Long Xingyun still wanted to advance, but the killer released a cloud-shaking finger, forcing Long Xingyun to stop. But when Long Xingyun attacked the killer ran around shamelessly, dodging the attack. This entanglement made it impossible for Long Xingyun to reach Xianxia's side. He then looked at the pillar of the rainbow cloud divine art. There, after cultivating a lot, he had already left, and one of the 6 great experts of the profound sky sect had already sat on it. If we delay any longer, there will be more and more enemy experts. Xianxian looked at Long Xingyun indifferently and said, "Run away. Leave me alone." Long Xingyun said angrily, "Bullshit. I can't let a cooked duck fly away. I still want the reward of 50 starlight coins." Boom! A strong light shot into the sky. Wang Chuang floated out from the pillar of his mother's cloud-shaking finger. 2 people. At Zai Peak, there were 2 people who had practiced the mother-child cloud-shaking finger. Brother Chuang. The assassin was overjoyed and hurriedly said, "Come quickly. The 2 of us will work together to beat Long Xingyun half to death before going to deal with Guanshao." Wang Chuang glanced at Guanshao, and his expression immediately changed. He hurriedly said, "Come quickly. Forget about Long Xingyun. Kill Guanshao first. This woman has been sitting on the pillar for half a day, but she hasn't left. She hasn't practiced a successful technique. That means she's cultivating a stronger technique." The killer also realized that the situation was not good and hurriedly flew towards Guanshao. Long Xingyun looked at Guanshao, then looked at Xianxian. After weighing the 2 sides, he shook his head and said to Xianxian, "You haven't even mastered a single powerful technique. I'm afraid you won't be able to help me too much. Wait here first. I'll deal with them before I save you." After saying that, Long Xingyun also flew towards Guanshao. He was still halfway through the journey when he quickly accumulated his qi and slapped Guanshao from afar. Wang Chuang and the assassin were also prepared to attack Guanshao, but seeing Long Xingyun's palm force flying over, the 2 exchanged glances and simultaneously released a finger towards the palm force. The 2 fingers struck Long Xingyun's palm at the same time. Boom! When the 3 collided, Long Xingyun used his own strength to destroy the finger power of the 2 of them. However, the finger power of the 2 of them also cancelled out Long Xingyun's palm power. Long Xingyun's eyes turned red with anger. "Do you still want him to hit me? Zai Peak. I will fuck your ancestors. I, Long Xingyun, will not stand apart from you. Hit her." The 2 of them ignored Long Xingyun's curses and turned around at the same time, shooting a finger at Guanshao. Buzz! At this moment, a muffled sound suddenly came from above Guanzhao's head. However, a ring of fire appeared in the sky, and it was 5 meters in diameter. The ring of fire was like a red steel ring, and from above, a red pillar of light shot down towards Guanshao, enveloping her entire body. Heaven-shaking ring. Guanshao raised her fingers and gently hooked them. The 5-meter fire ring above her head immediately flew out with a buzzing sound. Zizi. The fingers of the 2 Zimu cloud-shaking fingers struck the ring of fire, igniting a large amount of flames on the surface of the ring of fire. Turn! Guanzhao's fingers circled in the air. The ring of fire immediately began to spin, pressing against the 2 fingers and heading towards Zai Peak and the others. "I can't take it." Wang Chuang and the killer paled in shock. What kind of martial skill is this? 9 elephants' divine power. Long Xingyun approached from afar, and with the sound of the wind, he slapped out a palm force. Guanshao sneered and gently waved her fingers. The ring of fire buzzed as it flew towards the palm. Boom! The ring of fire smashed into the palm force, and it actually smashed the 9 elephants' divine force to shreds. As for the fire ring, it was bounced back dozens of meters. At this moment, Long Xingyun's expression changed. Although neither side was able to do anything to the other, Long Xingyun's palm force was crushed, but Guanzhao's ring of fire was still there, especially when Guanshao waved his finger. The fire ring that was ejected immediately returned and flew towards Long Xingyun again. Attack together! Wang Chuang's eyes turned red as he looked at Long Xingyun and shouted, Hurry up and practice your hand, or the three of us will die. You know you're going to join forces now, bastard. Long Xingyun cursed loudly, but knowing how to judge the situation, he still slapped out a palm strike. The two killers glided to the other end of Long Xingyun and shot out two cloud-shaking fingers. The 9-elephant divine force collided with the mother's cloud-shaking finger and 3 types of dipper chi, which collided with the fire ring. Buzz! The spinning speed of the ring of fire was as fast as flying, and it was first resisted by 2 fingers. Then, with a boom, it was slapped back by the 9 elephants' divine force. The ring of fire was knocked back by a full 50 meters. Don't let that ring of fire fly back. Fight again, Long Xingyun shouted. Good opportunity, Long Xingyun roared. Take her down. Guanxiao was still cultivating. It meant that there was still room for improvement in her strength. Long Xingyun no longer wanted to wait any longer. He raised his palm and began to accumulate qi, preparing to release another palm strike. He wanted to keep hitting the ring of fire back to Guanxiao's side, and then with his palm power he could directly hit Guanxiao. However, at this moment Wang Chuang and the killer actually turned around at the same time and shot out 2 fingers towards Long Xingyun's stomach. Swoosh! 2 fingers pierced through Long Xingyun's stomach at the same time. Long Xingyun's eyes were wide open, and his body was hit so hard that his back was arched up, and he flew backwards. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Long Xingyun spat out blood as soon as he opened his mouth. Actually. The blood on his stomach even surged out. Although the 2 fingers deliberately didn't aim at Long Xingyun's heart, they pierced through his body. You are no longer of any use. Wang Chuang smiled faintly. As he spoke, Xiao Hai flew out of the pillar with his mother's cloud-shaking finger. Little Hai. The 3 of them worked together to kill Guanxiao, the assassin shouted. Xiao Hai rushed forward, and the 3 of them shot out their mother and child cloud-shaking fingers at Guanxiao at the same time. The ring of fire was controlled by Guanxiao and flew out again. The 3 fingers struck the ring of fire, and the ring of fire spun rapidly, continuously throwing out the power of the fingers. 3 fingers. It was actually on the same balance line as the ring of fire. Let the ring of fire not enter and not retreat. The expressions of the 3 Midnight Peak martial artists changed drastically. They hadn't expected such a situation to occur. They thought that the 3 of them could work together to form an annealing circle. Ha, ha, ha. Long Xingyun fell onto a pillar and laughed miserably. You deserve it. Do you deserve to live? Don't worry. Don't panic. Wang Chuang's face turned slightly pale, but he comforted her. Mei Mei is already cultivating. When she comes down, the 4 of us will definitely be able to defeat Guanxiao. Right at this moment, 2 shadows suddenly flashed over. Both shadows were wrapped in rainbow clouds. Bang bang. The 2 of them arrived extremely quickly and simultaneously slapped Wang Chuang on the back. Wang Chuang was caught off guard and was slapped forward for a while, a large mouthful of blood spurting out of his mouth. They were 2 of the 6 great experts of the Black Sect, and one of them was Duo. Xiao Hai also counterattacked, sending the 2 of them flying. You are no match for them. Help me hold the heaven-shaking ring, Guanxiao shouted. The 2 of them were only at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, but the 3 of them were all at the 1st level of Fortune stage, and their realms were too different. Duo and another person hurriedly dragged their injured bodies to Guanxiao's side. Use the Xianxia divine art. Hurry! Guanxiao also had the Rainbow Cloud divine art. She directly handed over the heaven-shaking ring to the 2 of them. The 2 of them released the Rainbow Cloud divine art, wrapped around the heaven-shaking ring, and continued to shoot towards the 3 of them at Midnight Peak. Wang Chuang adjusted his breathing and immediately practiced with the little sea killer. He released 3 mother-child cloud-shaking fingers to fight against the heaven-shaking ring and was stuck in a stalemate. Meanwhile, Guanxiao continued to cultivate crazily with this time. What a formidable martial skill! After killing Guanxiao, I also want to cultivate the heaven-shaking ring. Mei Mei excitedly licked her lips on the pillar with her mother's cloud-shaking finger. Mimi, hurry up, Wang Chuang urged. We can't hold on any longer. Lang Mian, what are you doing? Hurry up and snatch the divine elephant pillar. That Zhang near east isn't enough evidence. He's cultivating too slowly. Originally, the cold-faced man was still guarding Mimi and didn't dare to approach the divine elephant pillar. But after hearing Wang Chuang's words, he hurriedly looked towards the divine elephant pillar. Sure enough, that Zhang Jing had only managed to cultivate the power of the divine image to two ends. The cold-faced man was ecstatic and immediately rushed towards the divine image pillar. Meng Qing, who was the guardian of Zhang near east, rushed out to face the cold-faced man. However, for the cold-faced man, Meng Qing was only at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage. The cold-faced man waved his palm and sent Meng Qing flying. Meng Qing was knocked unconscious in midair. Bastard! Zhang Jing jumped up from the pillar and shouted, "The power of the divine image!" The shadows of two ancient white elephants circled in the air. Bang bang! The two of them clashed twice in a row. However, Zhang near east's cultivation was too low and his talent was inferior to Long Xingyun's. The cultivation of this divine imagery power was much slower than Long Xingyun's. After the captain, Zhang near east was knocked backwards and his chest caved in. The cold-faced man also felt his wrist numb, but he was still chasing after Zhang Jing. The two of them clashed 5 more times. Zhang Jing couldn't hold on anymore. He was forced to the corner of the wall and was knocked unconscious by the cold-faced man's punch to the face. The cold-faced man immediately grabbed the pillar of the divine image and began to cultivate the power of the divine image. "Hurry up and leave," Xianxia said to Long Xingyun. "Leave with Near East and Meng Qing. The situation is going out of control." Long Xingyun was using his martial arts to treat his injuries and shouted, "Impossible! I will definitely not spare the bastards of Zai Peak." Xianxia sighed. "There is no need to worry about burning firewood. If you can still survive, it is not too late to seek revenge on them. Even if you recover now, you won't be able to defeat so many of them." Long Xingyun glanced at Guanxiao. He said that he wanted to seek revenge on Zai Peak, but in his heart, there was no doubt that he didn't want to cultivate the heaven-shaking ring. He was really unwilling to let him give up just like that. Xianxia shouted, "What are you still hesitating about? Wait for Guanxiao to come down. Will she give you a chance to cultivate the heaven-shaking ring? Who will protect you?" Long Xingyun gritted his teeth. Guanxiao's place began to shine again. Xianxia roared, "Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, we won't be able to leave. At most, I'll find an opportunity in the future and come back to cultivate." "Fuck!" Long Xingyun scolded and roared, "I'm not willing to accept this." He jumped up and immediately jumped onto Xiangnan's pillar, using his upper hand to tear the poisonous vine. However, he was severely injured, and the amount of strength he could display was already less than 50%. "I can't tear it," said Long Xingyun. "Let's go. Leave me alone." Xianxia shook his head. Long Xingyun said angrily, "I am not as kind-hearted as you, but I will not be the traitor who abandoned my teammates." Xianxia said, "You can't save me. Let's go. Leave me alone." Long Xingyun desperately tried to tear the poisonous vine apart, but the harder he tried, the more blood would gush out from the 2 piercing wounds on his stomach. In the end, Long Xingyun stared blankly at Xianxia and said, "Take care of yourself. If you can still come back alive, come with me to Midnight Peak and ask for an explanation." After saying that, Long Xingyun turned around and left, bringing Zhang near east and Meng Qing with him and fleeing for his life. Buzz, buzz, the light on Guanzhao's body became brighter and brighter. "Let's go. All the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. Let's go." Xianxia shouted, "Run!" The martial artists of Son of Heaven Peak were not fools. They saw with their own eyes how powerful Guanzhao's heaven-shaking ring was. At this moment, he was woken up by Xiangnan's voice, and all of them fled for their lives in a swarm. "Mimi! Hurry up! Aren't you all right?" Wang Chuang couldn't hold on any longer and shouted loudly, "Coming!" Mei Mei suddenly burst out with a burst of intense light and suddenly flew over from the pillar. As soon as she arrived, she immediately used her mother and child cloud, shaking fingers to join the battle. 4 fingers simultaneously struck the heaven-shaking ring. The heaven-shaking ring finally couldn't hold on any longer, and it was suppressed by the 4 fingers and began to retreat. Ha! Ha ha! Xiao Hai's face turned red with excitement. Success! Success! We're going to defeat Guan Xiao. We can all learn the heaven-shaking ring now. When that time comes, our squad will be able to walk around the entire Star Guild. I'll see who else dares to refuse. Wang Chuang smiled faintly. It's finally time to reap the rewards. Xiangnan was crazily breaking through the poisonous vine. He intentionally circulated the pitiful aura in his meridians. His main meridians had already been washed away by the aura. Seeing that there were still the last 2 barriers, he would be able to regain his freedom. However, he could not see where the future lay. He was the only one among the limited number of experts present who hadn't cultivated any martial skills. So what if he was free? In the end, he might not even be able to withstand the cloud-shaking finger of a midnight peak. They were all Fortune Level 1 masters, cultivating the most complete high-grade heaven-grade martial skill. Buzz! Just as the heaven-shaking ring was forced to retreat, Guanzhao's body suddenly erupted with a flame that shot straight into the 9 heavens. The flames instantly filled the entire dome and spread out on top of it. In that instant, the heaven-shaking ring had actually soared to 10 meters. Shit! Wang Chuang sucked in a breath of cold air. Stop crushing the heaven-shaking ring and start attacking back. The heaven-shaking ring used its overwhelming power to crazily advance against the 4 fingers. The 4 Midnight Peak martial artists were simply unable to withstand it, and their finger power was completely crushed. Buzz! The 10-meter heaven-shaking ring suddenly flicked on the killer's stomach. Before the killer could speak, he shattered into pieces of meat. Guan Xiao rushed up from the pillar. She smiled sinisterly and hooked her right index finger. The heaven-shaking ring flew back towards Wang Chuang. Not good. Wang Chuang was shocked and hastily dodged. However, the heaven-shaking ring was extremely fast. Although it only scratched the surface of Wang Chuang's body, it still led Wang Chuang to swiftly spin in the air for dozens of times. Suddenly, the cold-faced man rushed over. Above his head were 5 white elephants. It was too late. He could no longer wait any longer. He could only run out to fight before he had finished cultivating the power of the divine image. Fight! Wang Chuang turned around angrily and pointed at Guan Xiao. Xiao Hai and Mei Mei also pointed at Guan Xiao. As for the cold-faced man, he threw a heavy punch at Guan Xiao. Guan Xiao raised her finger. The heaven-shaking ring, which had already flown behind everyone, immediately drew a huge arc and quickly flew back, blocking the middle of the road. 3 fingers and a punch struck the heaven-shaking ring, producing a heaven-shaking explosion. I overestimated myself. Guan Xiao smiled faintly as her fingers hooked. The heaven-shaking ring suddenly retreated 10 meters and rushed forward with a buzzing sound, smashing into the fist force. Buzz! That punch was blown to pieces by the heaven-shaking ring. Heaven-shaking ring retreated and entered again. Another 2 buzzing sounds shattered the 2 fingers. Run, you can't beat me. Get out! Wang Chuang shouted loudly and was the first to fly towards the mountain gate. The 4 of them escaped without a care for their lives, turning into 4 rays of intense light. With the strength of a good fortune realm martial artist, it was only a matter of time before they could fly out of this mountain cave. You want to escape? Guan Xiao raised her finger. The heaven-shaking ring reversed 3 times in a buzzing manner, then chased after him horizontally. The 4 people from Zai Peak were frantically fleeing for their lives, but no matter what, they were not as fast as the heaven-shaking ring. Buzz! The heaven-shaking ring accurately ejected onto the cold-faced man's back. The man was hit so hard that his stomach jumped up high. Then, with a puff, broken bones and organs burst out from his stomach. At this moment, Wang Chuang and the others had already escaped from the mountain gate. Close the door! Wang Chuang flew up and quickly took the elder's waist token from the door. Xiang Bei is still inside. Mei Mei's expression changed. If the guild finds out, I'm afraid it'll be very troublesome. Wang Chuang roared. We didn't personally kill Xiang Bei. Xiao Hai had already rushed up to help Wang Chuang. Mei Mei gritted her teeth and flew up as well. The three of them took off all of the elders' tokens in an instant, and the mountain gate closed with a rumbling sound. Whoosh! At the same time that the mountain gate was closed, the heaven-shaking ring flew out from the crack in the door. The three of them were scared out of their wits, but they discovered that the heaven-shaking ring had actually lost control. Peng's voice turned into a flame and disappeared. Little Hai was so frightened that he patted his chest. Fortunately, this damn place can block everything. But Guanxiao is locked up inside. We want to come back to practice, but we can't do it anymore. Wang Chuang's face was cold, and he could no longer maintain his demeanor. He said in a gloomy voice, "There will definitely be losses. However, if we trapped the people of the Profound Sky sect inside, we will be able to complete the mission. After returning to the guild, everyone will receive a reward of 50 starlight coins. In addition to the remaining 300 disciples of the Heavenly Profound sect, they each received 80 starlight coins. How could they be considered to have earned money?" Yes, Mei Mei was unwilling, but she could only accept this reality. "Let's go." Wang Chuang glanced greedily at the mountain gate and left in a bright light. Inside the mountain gate, Guanzhao's face was cold as she controlled the heaven-shaking ring to crash into the mountain gate. Buzz! When the heaven-shaking ring struck the mountain gate, it only caused the gate to tremble slightly, unable to open at all. "This is bad." Duodwa's forehead was sweating with anxiety. "We were plotted by the bastards of Son of Heaven Peak." Guanxiao shook her head. "Those people shouldn't be from Son of Heaven Peak, but this isn't important anymore. What shall I do?" Duo said. "This cave was blessed by the Soaring Dragon Sect's sect master. Unless Elder Xian Qingzhu personally comes to save it, I'm afraid we won't be able to leave. But we can't send a message to Elder Qingzhu even if we're inside." Guanxiao shouted. "What's the hurry?" "Shut up," she pondered. "The mountain gate is to prevent outsiders from barging in, but it doesn't necessarily trap the people inside to death. If the people outside can't get in, I don't believe that the people inside can't get out. Don't tell me that the Soaring Dragon Sect isn't afraid of accidents? If there is an elder cultivating inside and half of the elders outside die, wouldn't it be impossible to open the door? There must be a secret passage to escape here." Right. Duo's expression was ecstatic. "You're right. Let's find a way out." "Not busy." Guanxiao suddenly sneered. "There is another annoying fellow who is also trapped here. Let's take him out first." After saying that, Guanxiao looked towards Xiangnan. It was at this moment that Xiangnan broke through the poisonous vine and stood up from the pillar. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. More than 300 Heavenly Profound sect martial practitioners stared at Xiangnan, who was alone and helpless. Guanzhao's index finger pointed towards the sky, and above her head, another ring of flames appeared. Guanxiao chuckled. "Xiang Bei, where else can you escape to this time? You really have no way to go to heaven and no way to enter the earth." Xiangnan sighed. Facing this situation, he had no other choice. Buzz! The giant saber trembled and soared into the sky. Xiangnan grabbed it in his hand. Inside the cave, Xiangnan held a huge saber and faced the 300 Heavenly Profound sect experts alone. "I advised you," Guanxiao sneered. "I told you to join our Profound Sky sect, but you didn't listen. Haha. How does it feel to be abandoned by your teammates? Isn't it?" "Wait." Suddenly, Guanxiao saw Xiangnan's chin. The poisonous vine on Xiangnan's chin had shattered a bit of his human skin mask. He revealed a little. "What's that? Are you always wearing a mask?" Guanxiao asked angrily. Xiangnan was stunned for a moment. He subconsciously rubbed his chin. Then he sighed and laughed. "To this day, I still can't hide it. Since you're trapped here, I'm afraid you won't be able to escape." "Guanxiao, you're fine." After saying that, Xiangnan tore off the human skin mask on his face. The moment he saw Xiangnan's true appearance, hiss! Guanxiao sucked in a breath of cold air and took a few steps back. "Little brother Xiangnan? Is it really you?" he said in shock. "Impossible. This is impossible. You're already dead. I saw you die on Beast Spirit Island with my own eyes. The heavenly profound sect martial practitioners were also shocked. To the profound sky sect, the word Xiangnan was of extraordinary significance. When they heard the word Xiangnan, more than 300 people were frightened to the point that they took a few steps back. A single person scared away 300 experts. What are you afraid of? Duo said angrily. Isn't it just a Xiangnan? He's just alone. All of you, cheer up. Guanxiao covered her mouth and giggled. I told you. How could there be so many outstanding men in this world? As expected, your Xiangbei is Xiangnan. Xiangnan surveyed the surroundings for a while and found that there were indeed no other paths, so he died. He said loudly, Guanxiao, the situation is already like this. There is no need to say any more nonsense. Let's fight directly. As soon as Xiangnan finished speaking, Duo and the other 5 experts were about to charge. However, they were stopped by Guanxiao. The 6 of them were curious, and Xiangnan was also curious. This kind of place couldn't even be exited, so perhaps everyone would be trapped inside. In this kind of environment, there was no condition, no possibility of asking for a price, so what was Guanxiao still hesitating about? Little brother Xiangnan, we really have a destiny. You have to admit this, right? Guanxiao looked at Xiangnan with her cheeks raised, as if she was admiring an artwork. She kept nodding and nodding. What do you want to say? Xiangnan frowned. Guanxiao said, Don't tell me you don't know what Big Sister treats you? In the northern domain, I helped you. I fought in the sect. I abstained from voting for you and gave you a chance to live. Truth be told, I haven't seen any man since I was born. You're the only exception. If you are willing to fly with me and become that pair of enviable immortal relatives, no matter what you say or do in the future, I will obey you. Die your heart. Xiangnan picked up the huge saber and said, Even if I live a lonely life, I will never fall for you. Even ruthless people have dignity. Xiangnan belittled her in front of more than 300 people. Guanzhao's expression immediately sank. He said coldly, Xiang, big sister, it's your fortune to be able to fall in love with you. Don't be shameless. Xiangnan, whose body trembled, and he roared, Stop talking nonsense to me. I can't kill people like you. Guanxiao was furious and said coldly, Good, good, good. A man that I can't get will definitely not let other women go cheap. Go ahead and kill Xiangnan. Ghost doctor, that's right. Why would a man like Xiangnan fall for you? Naturally, he just killed you. It's more like... That Guanxiao slapped Duo and sent Duo flying, shouting, What kind of dog dares to judge me? Duo covered her face in disbelief. She had risked her life to protect her just now to give her the chance to learn the heaven-shaking ring. But in the blink of an eye, she had lost face. Duo's eyes were filled with resentment, but he didn't dare to find Guanxiao to lose his temper. He just transferred all of his anger onto Xiangnan and shouted as he rushed towards Xiangnan. Go on. This brat hasn't learned any martial techniques. There's nothing to be afraid of. Duo took the lead and was the first to charge forward and fight with Xiangnan. Not only did this fat man possess lightning attributes, he had also learned the Xianxia divine art. Xiangnan also had a high-grade heavenly-grade martial skill, Terminator Dragon Soul. However, he had only learned 2 levels of it and hadn't finished it yet. When the 2 of them fought, Xiangnan immediately felt exhausted. He wrapped his palms around the rainbow clouds and struck Xiangnan's saber with one palm, causing the saber to buzz and the shockwaves to spread out one after another. Xiangnan used his saber to be tyrannical. One saber and one saber crisscrossed, and the saber chi was fierce. He had actually fought so many times that he had to retreat step by step. Just as the 2 of them exchanged 8 short moves, Xiangnan found the right opportunity and kicked Duo away, closely following a sharp beam of astral energy saber light. The 2 of them were at the same realm, and Duo's martial skills were even more formidable. However, Xiangnan was able to gain the upper hand. It was obvious that the 3-part dragon body was exerting its effects. Seeing that Duo was about to be beheaded by the saber light, Duo's gaze turned deathly gray, making it even more unbelievable. Buzz! A heaven-shaking ring suddenly shot out, blasting Xianxia's saber light into the air. This time, Duo got out of danger. He took a few steps back and shouted, "I don't believe that the pills he consumed are that powerful. I clearly cultivated the complete rainbow cloud divine art, but I still can't beat him." Guanxiao pushed Duo away and sneered, "If Xiangnan is so easily defeated, how can he become a big problem in the heart of the profound sky sect? Let me do it myself. There are too many people to fight against a powerhouse of this level. What's the use of 300+ heavenly profound sect experts?" It was simply taking up more space to surround Xiangnan. On the contrary, it made it impossible for a true expert like Guanxiao to make a move. Perhaps he would even kill a group of his own people. Guanxiao jumped up and waved her right hand. The heaven-shaking ring flew towards Xiangnan ferociously. Xiangnan knew that the power of this thing was astonishing, and he did not dare to underestimate the enemy. He quickly took 3 steps forward, accumulating energy and condensing his intent. A golden sublight slash suddenly shot out. This time, the light slash was an ordinary astral chi, but its flying speed had greatly increased. Now that Xiangnan had learned the true dragon chi art, the power of this slash could not be underestimated. Everyone saw a flash of light. A shadow that was countless times faster than the heaven-shaking ring slashed heavily onto the heaven-shaking ring. Boom! The terrifying explosion blew over 300 people to the ground. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They simply couldn't believe how powerful Xiangnan's saber strike was. The light slash had also knocked the heaven-shaking ring back dozens of meters at the expense of completely exhausting it. However, that was all. The heaven-shaking ring could continue to attack, but the secondary light slash had already been destroyed. So strong! Xiangnan shook his shoulders and was shocked by the power of the heaven-shaking ring. He was about to use a cultivation technique to heal his right arm, but when he saw it, he discovered that his arm was almost intact. Normally, a high-intensity sublight slash would be released. The first time, the flesh and skin of the arm would crack and blood would leak out. The second time, the bones would crack. The third time, even if the arm was crippled, it would have to slowly recover. But now, his right arm only felt a sharp pain, his skin slightly shining, not cracking. 3-part dragon body. Xiangnan was delighted and immediately understood the reason. It was that powerful 3-part dragon body that endured the reaction force of the light slash for him. Buzz! Guanxiao controlled the heaven-shaking ring and attacked again. This heaven-shaking ring martial skill was the only one Xiangnamping had ever seen. He didn't know what kind of martial skills the elders and sect masters of those first-rate sects cultivated. However, this heaven-shaking ring was definitely the strongest one that Xiangnan had ever seen. Although this thing was a high-grade heavenly-grade martial skill, it was not only complete, but it was also much more powerful than other high-grade heavenly-grade martial skills. Such a terrifying martial skill, for a woman like Guanxiao to learn it, was simply helping the evil. As for Guanxiao, her eyes were filled with coldness. She had already made up her mind to kill Xiangnan. Since Xiangnan could not be hers, he could not be hers, much less any other woman's. Nobody wants what I can't get. Are these all human beings? Duo looked at Xiangnan in shock. Earlier, he had clearly seen that the 4 good fortune warriors of Xipeak had used their new cloud-shaking finger martial skill together to resist the heaven-shaking ring that was 10 meters long. But they were all suppressed by the heaven-shaking ring. Now, Xiangnan, who was at the 9th level of the Heaven Scryer stage, chopped down the heaven-shaking ring without learning any martial skills on the spot. Most of the time, the difference in strength could not be seen with the eyes alone, but when compared, one immediately understood how big the difference was. Duo's face was pale. He secretly rejoiced that Xiangnan had not used that saber light to hack at him just now. Otherwise, he would have 9 lives, and it would not have been enough for Xiangnan to kill him. At this moment, the heaven-shaking ring had already attacked twice. Xiangnan released a light slash. Knowing that this move could not break through the heaven-shaking ring, he immediately shifted his figure and instantly dodged the impact of the heaven-shaking ring. At the same time, he found the right time to release a second light slash at Guanxiao. The heaven-shaking ring had just brushed past Xiangnan, so it was unable to rush back to its savior in time. Although its speed was fast, it was still far inferior to the speed of sublight. Guan Zhao's expression changed slightly. She immediately pulled her hands down, as if she was pulling down a curtain. The heaven-shaking ring behind Xiang then suddenly collapsed, and a new heaven-shaking ring appeared above Guan Zhao's head. Normally, the heaven-shaking ring was placed horizontally in the air, but this time, it was pulled by Guan Zhao to stand in front of him. Boom! The sharp second light slash hit the heaven-shaking ring in front of Guan Zhao, knocking the heaven-shaking ring back abruptly. Guan Zhao took a deep breath, and with a bow on her right leg, her palm heavily pressed against the back of the heaven-shaking ring. This time, he forcefully controlled the heaven-shaking ring. Immediately after, she hooked her index finger and the heaven-shaking ring attacked 3 times. At this moment, Xiang Nan's right arm had already cracked open. The 3-part dragon body provided him with a strong physical support, but he could not endlessly slash the light. 2 flesh slashes meant that under normal conditions, he could already release up to 6 light slashes. Xiang Nan frowned. Not to mention 6 times, even if he could use it 60 times, he would not be able to defeat Guan Zhao. As long as he could not use up her astral qi, the heaven-shaking ring would always exist. Xiang Nan's body trembled as the 9 purities universe art circulated, and 9 qi dragons coiled around his body. The heaven-shaking ring was almost in front of him, and Xiang Nan shot a light slash at close range. Amidst the shocking explosion, the first of the 9 qi dragons was instantly filled with dazzling light. Xiang Nan immediately sensed the existence of this qi dragon. It had already become Xiang Nan's second spiritual sea. The heaven-shaking ring was bounced back and continued to turn back towards Xiang Nan, smashing into him. Xiang Nan released his 4th light slash and collided with the heaven-shaking ring. In an instant, the second qi dragon was also filled. 3 spiritual seas. Xiang Nan felt the endless stream of Dipper qi surging like a surging wave, giving him a feeling of inexhaustible exhaustion. However, cracks had already appeared on the bones of his right arm. If he used the second light chop, he would basically be crippled. Fighting Guan Zhao and crippling one of his right arms was undoubtedly courting death. However, Xiang Nan had no other choice. He could only fight for the perfection of the 2 qi dragons at most. Yang Flame Blade. Xiang Nan swung his right arm into an illusion, and with a flash of the saber shadow, dense saber light flew towards Guan Zhao. The Yang Flame Blade had 13 blades in an instant, 3 blades in a second, and 39 blades in a second. As for Xiang Nan, who had 3 spiritual seas, the speed at which he released the saber light directly tripled to 117 saber lights. Even Xiang Nan himself was shocked. The terrifying amount of saber light had brought about a tremendous visual shock. In the eyes of outsiders, only Xiang Nan's saber strike was 100 saber rays. Rumble, 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 rumble. 117 saber rays landed densely on the heaven-shaking ring. Xiang Nan did not expect his Dipper qi to be released so quickly. He raised his right hand high up and pointed his saber at the sky. Buzz! 100-meter blade light soared into the sky. So fast. Xiang Nan was shocked. Before he could think about it, he chopped down the 100-meter saber light towards the heaven-shaking ring. Shocking Dragon Sunshine. It was a move that required a long amount of time to accumulate qi, often consuming multiple saber rays to condense together. However, the current Xiang Nan had actually allowed the Dragon Shocking Sunshine to take shape in an instant. Boom! The 100-meter blade radiance of the Dragon Shocking Sunshine also struck the heaven-shaking ring. However, all of this was futile. It looked very shocking, but in fact, the heaven-shaking ring was only slightly hacked to a halt for less than half a second before it rushed out of the encirclement and smashed towards Xiang Nan's forehead. The scene of the heaven-shaking ring shattering the saber light was shocking and devastating. It disintegrated Xiang Nan's attack in the form of a strong wind sweeping through the fallen leaves. Xiang Nan was shocked. He placed the huge saber across his chest and could only forcefully eat it. Buzz! The heaven-shaking ring ejected onto the giant saber, sending Xiang Nan flying. In that instant, the nightmare saber was actually bent. Xiang Nan also spat out a large mouthful of blood as he flew backwards. He only felt that his internal organs were injured. As for the curved saber, because it already had life, it actually trembled a few times before flattening the saber and bouncing back the curved magnitude. Boom! Xianxia, who was flying backwards, instantly crashed into the deepest stone wall of the cave, causing numerous fine cracks to appear on the stone wall. You're still a long way off. Guanxiao leisurely floated towards Xianxia, her index finger pointing towards the sky, and the buzzing heaven-shaking ring floating above her index finger. She said, "It can be seen that you have already used your skills to deal with my heaven-shaking ring, but it has no effect. You can only delay for a minute or two at most. Shouldn't you still surrender now?" Xianxia knelt on the ground and coughed violently. Guanxiao said, "If it weren't for the fact that you swallowed that Tier 7 medicinal pill, with your physical strength, that link just now would have been enough to wipe you out." Before Xianxia could say anything, Guanxiao's expression suddenly changed. She quickly swung her index finger backwards. The heaven-shaking ring immediately flew backwards. It turned out that a disciple of the profound sky sect was quietly flying towards the pillar of the heaven-shaking ring, wanting to learn such a terrifying martial skill. However, Guanxiao was very observant. The heaven-shaking ring shot at an astonishing speed, causing the disciple to explode in a sputtering manner, spraying a wall of meat paste. Guanxiao's expression was cold as she suddenly turned around and said, "Heaven-shaking ring. How can you bunch of trash learn it? What? Do you want to sit on equal footing with me after you've learned it?" All the disciples of the heavenly profound sect trembled in fear, their faces pale. As he spoke, Guanxiao waved her index finger, and the heaven-shaking ring immediately shot towards the pillar. Boom! Buzz buzz! The heaven-shaking ring collided with the pillar and immediately revolved around it. Then, it turned around and smashed back into the pillar. Boom! Buzz buzz! Guanxiao smashed the pillar again and again, causing cracks to appear on the pillar. She was determined to destroy this pillar so that she was the only one in the world who could master the heaven-shaking ring martial technique. "No!" Duo screamed in fright. "Don't destroy that pillar." Everyone didn't expect Guanxiao to be so alone. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, but apart from Duo, no one dared to question Guanxiao. Guanxiao ignored Duo and continuously ejected the heaven-shaking ring onto the pillar. Again and again, the pillar was getting weaker and weaker, and the cracks on the turtle gradually increased, turning into a dense reticulated pattern. Duo roared, "Guanxiao, I also want to learn the heaven-shaking ring." "You can't destroy it." Guanxiao sneered. "Why do you think I want to destroy the pillar? I obviously won't let you learn." Boom! Finally, the heaven-shaking ring finally broke the pillar. Large amounts of rubble fell down, and the entire pillar was bounced into two halves. At this moment, everyone fell to the ground in disappointment, as if their souls had been extracted. Guanxiao turned to look at Xianxia and said, "I'll give you one last chance. Do you want me or not? If you don't want me, I'll destroy you." The corner of Xianxia's mouth was bloodshot. He laughed coldly and said, "I've never seen a shameless woman like you rush up to give yourself to a man. Do you still have a sense of shame?" Guanxiao gritted her teeth and said, Good Xianxia. He is really tough. Didn't you die during the battle on Beast Spirit Island? I'll let you die here today." Guanxiao was already disheartened. She waved her index finger and the heaven-shaking ring immediately shot towards Xianxia. Xianxia was seriously injured and had no choice but to flee into the void. Boom! The heaven-shaking ring struck the stone wall behind Xianxia, bounced back, and shot over again. Xianxia continuously dodged through the void, causing the heaven-shaking ring to continuously fall into the air, smashing into the stone wall behind him again and again. As for the solid stone wall, it was smashed to the point that fine cracks appeared. The cracks continued to expand with each ejection, and finally, falling stones began to fall down. At this time, Xianxia had already used it 10 times to hide in the void, and he couldn't use it again. He still had one last way to save his life, and that was to jump into the dream world with the Immortal traveling technique. However, this move was in vain. Even if he could knock himself out and change the position of his body and dream body, he would still come out at a young age. Guanxiao and the others were trapped here. Even if they wanted to leave, they wouldn't be able to leave. Stop, stop, stop. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. Stop fighting. I'll listen to you. Buzz. The heaven-shaking ring had already flown over, and it suddenly hovered less than an inch between Xianxia's eyebrows. This time it was extremely dangerous. Even Xianxia's forehead was covered in sweat. Really? Are you really willing to follow me? Guanzhao's eyes lit up. Xianxia sighed and said, It's not me and you, but you and me. Guan Xiaoxi's face was like a peach blossom as she hurriedly said, Good, 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 good. I'll tell you what you say. Aren't you afraid that I'll lie? Xiang Nanchi said. Does the famous Xiang Nan know how to lie? If Xiang Nan can lie, then no one in the world can be trusted, said Guanxiao. She happily ran over and grabbed Xiang Nan's arm. She smiled sweetly and said, From now on, I will follow you wherever you go. Xiang Nan looked at Guanxiao in horror. He had never seen this vicious woman before, and there was such a little woman on his face. Ahem. All right. Xiang Nan coughed and looked back. Guanxiao, what are you doing? Duo looked at Guanxiao in shock. The 300-plus heavenly profound sect disciples were all dumbfounded, not knowing how to react. Guanxiao didn't care what they thought. She happily pressed Xiang Nan to the ground and hurriedly took out the pill bottle to give Xiang Nan the pill to swallow. Xiang Nan's eyes were vigilant as he took half a step back. Guanxiao smiled and said, Are you still worried that I will harm you? Even if I harm all the men in the world, only I will not harm you. Besides, you and I are already husband and wife. What husband and wife? Xiang Nan frowned. Sooner or later. Guanxiao stuffed the pill into Xiang Nan's mouth and said, Your injury is not light. Let me help you with your cultivation and healing. After we leave this damned place, we'll fly twin night and twin night. We can go wherever we want. Xiang Nan turned around to look at the stone wall and said, Since you've followed me, then you won't be a member of the profound sky sect in the future. I understand. Guanxiao nodded sweetly. She stood up and turned to the disciples of the profound sky sect. At that moment, the smile on her face instantly disappeared. Her eyes were cold and vicious. She unexpectedly waved her index finger and the heaven-shaking ring flew towards the disciples of the profound sky sect. Guanxiao, what are you doing? Duo was so frightened that his soul dissipated. He turned around and ran away. Buzz! The heaven-shaking ring instantly smashed Duo into meat paste. Immediately after, the heaven-shaking ring shot out from Duo's body and landed on another person's body. That person also exploded with a boom, while the heaven-shaking ring flicked on a third person, the fourth person, the 10th person, the 100th person. The 300-plus heavenly profound sect disciples were like natural barriers. When the heaven-shaking ring struck one person, it shot towards another. In the blink of an eye, terrifying flames shot out over 300 times in a row from within the dense crowd. All of the disciples of the heavenly profound sect didn't even manage to survive for a single breath. Dead clean. Seeing this scene, Xiang Nan's face turned pale. Cold sweat kept pouring down. Vicious. Xiang Nan had never seen such a vicious woman. Her temperament was changeable, and she would not linger for a moment when she said that she would lose her face. In the past, she was still a teammate, but in the next moment, she would be able to start a massacre. Guanxiao turned around and looked at Xiang Nan happily. Look, I know that you don't like me eating people, so I used the heaven-shaking ring to smash them to death. Xiang Nan was dumbfounded as he stared blankly at Guanxiao. Guanxiao walked over and grabbed his arm, lightly kissing him on the face. Xiang Nan's entire neck stiffened. He only felt that this woman might even be poisoned with a kiss. Xiang Nan swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He subconsciously turned around and said, Why do you like me? Guanxiao said, Which woman in the world doesn't like a hero who stands tall in heaven and earth? Xiang Nan said, I really didn't know that a vicious and evil woman like you actually loved heroes. Seeing that Xiang Nan was talking to him, Guanxiao thought that Xiangnan was teasing her, so she was happy in her heart and said, "Is there anything strange? All the kings in the world have vicious hearts and ruthless hearts, and their cities are like the sea, but don't they all like beautiful and innocent girls? Do they like a person and pay so much attention to them?" When Xiangnan thought about it, it seemed that this was really the case. Those monarchs were very deep and murderous, but they didn't want to find a woman with the same heart as snakes and scorpions to accompany them. As for Xiangnan's evaluation of her as a vicious and evil woman, she did not care at all. She did not feel that such a description on her was slandering her at all. Xiangnan turned around and said, "Since you think I'm a hero, it's precisely because I'm dealing with people like you that I'm regarded as a hero by you. Isn't that contradictory? In other words, if I showed a good impression of you from the beginning, you wouldn't even look at me." Guanxiao held her cheeks and looked at Xiangnan's face infatuatedly, saying, "I don't care about that much. Anyway, you are mine now." Xiangnan swallowed his saliva and subconsciously moved his head away from her. Then he looked back. "What are you looking at?" Guanxiao used two tender white fingers to pinch Xiangnan's chin. "Just now you kept looking back. Could there be something more beautiful than me behind you?" Hearing this, Xiangnan's mind buzzed. What was even more dangerous was that Guanxiao also looked at the wall behind him. The stone wall had been cracked by the heaven-shaking ring, revealing some small holes. From here, there seemed to be something inside those holes. "Ha!" Guanxiao was stunned. Behind that wall, Xiangnan was good at everything, but he wasn't good at lying. His expression immediately became unnatural. He hurriedly grabbed Guanxiao's arm and said, "There's nothing to see. Something's wrong. Let go of me." Guanxiao shook off Xiangnan's arm. She looked at Xiangnan's expression in surprise and uncertainty, and then looked back and forth at the stone wall. What kind of woman was she? How could Xiangnan escape her observation with that tiny change in expression? She looked at the wall again and found that there seemed to be some faint words in the small holes. "You!" Guanxiao jumped away and pointed at Xiangnan's nose and said angrily, "You're lying to me. You deliberately stalled for time. You think too much." Xiangnan shook his head. "I like you, but do you think I'm an idiot?" Guanxiao laughed angrily. With that, she waved her index finger and the heaven-shaking ring struck the stone wall again, and it struck more than a dozen times in a row. At this moment, all the stones on the stone wall fell off. There was actually another layer of stone wall hidden behind the stone wall. On the real stone wall, there was a vast dragon pattern. The dragon circled between heaven and earth. A pair of dragon eyes looked down at the lower realms, appearing extremely dignified. On the dragon scale, there were actually characters carved. Above the dragon pattern, there were 3 large characters. Coiling dragon wall. The dragon scale was filled with words. On the ball of light in the dragon's mouth, there were 3 large words. Heaven-shaking palm. Guanxiao's body suddenly shook. She looked at Xiangnan in disbelief and said angrily, Hello Xiangnan. You discovered that there were words on the stone wall. It was like stalling for time, slowly learning them, and then dealing with me, wasn't it?" Xiangnan sighed and laughed. "So what? Do you really think I would be with a vicious woman like you? You're lying." Guanxiao pointed at Xiangnan's nose. "So what if I lie?" Xiangnan said, "To deal with you bastards, even if I cut you into thousands of pieces, it won't be enough to calm the anger in my heart." Guanxiao let out a miserable laugh and suddenly felt his anger attack his heart. He actually spat out a mouthful of blood on Xiangnan's face. A moment ago, she was determined to be the little woman beside Xiangnan and follow him in everything. However, in the next moment, he discovered that all of this was just a lie. It was as if her heart had suddenly fallen to the ground from the clouds, shattering into pieces. "I'll kill you, you ungrateful bastard." Gritting her teeth, Guanxiao jumped up and smashed a heaven-shaking ring towards Xiangnan's forehead. "Bite the hand that feeds one?" Xiangnan shook his hand and released the Rakshasa Ghost King seal, shouting, "What kindness and righteousness do you have towards me? Who?" A light shield suddenly spread out from the Rakshasa Ghost King seal and wrapped around Xiangnan. The light shield was spherical and had a diameter of 10 meters. When the light shield appeared, it not only bounced away the heaven-shaking ring, but also sent Guanxiao flying. Xianxia immediately sat down cross-legged to learn the martial skill on the stone wall. This martial skill is called the heaven-shaking palm. Its origin should not be simple. Since it was written on the stone wall, there must be some unknown reason. As for Guanxiao, she was already furious, as if she had gone crazy. She used the heaven-shaking ring to violently smash against the shield. She had a completely life-threatening posture, smashing and striking one after another. However, the heaven-shaking ring was simply unable to break through the Rakshasa Ghost King seal. In the end, Guanxiao actually screamed and rushed forward, scratching and scratching the light shield with her bare hands, as if she was mad from anger. Xianxia ignored her and continued to read the heaven-shaking palm's incantation. The more he looked at it, the more frightened he felt. The difficulty of this technique was extremely rare. Xianxia had roughly guessed why the other martial arts techniques had to be passed down through stone pillars, but the heaven-shaking palm had to use words. This should be something that the Soaring Dragon sect was trying its best to avoid. However, the introduction below the incantation made everything clear. Inheritance, one had to have inheritance to have inheritance. A person could only store his insights on a pillar after practicing a set of martial techniques and techniques, waiting for others to inherit them. However, there were some martial arts techniques that no one could learn, such as the heaven-shaking palm. Xianxia continued to look and understood the specific situation of heaven-shaking palm. The heaven-shaking palm and the heaven-shaking ring were actually martial skills, but they were not exactly the same. In the Soaring Dragon sect, most of the high-grade martial skills were stolen from other sects. Therefore, most of the martial skills on these pillars were completely different, and the factions were not united. However, there were also some powerful martial skills created by the Soaring Dragon sect. The 6th generation Soaring Dragon sect's sect master was a peerless genius. He had personally created the heaven-shaking ring. This heaven-shaking ring was activated with the index finger of a human. Its power was boundless, and it could increase along with the strength and realm of a martial artist's astral chi. After the heaven-shaking ring was created by the heaven-shaking sect master, he suddenly had a fantasy. Could he activate 5 or even 10 fingers at the same time to release the heaven-shaking ring? After he concentrated on his research, the heaven-shaking palm appeared. However, this palm technique was too complicated and too difficult, directly reaching the peak of the beginner profound stage. In the entire contemporary world of martial arts, it was also a rare existence. As for cultivating the heaven-shaking palm, there were two greatest thresholds. First, martial arts talent. Because the heaven-shaking palm was a beginner profound grade martial skill, it required a martial artist's talent to reach a terrifying level before it could be learned. Secondly, he released his Dipper Chi. When a martial artist released his Dipper Chi and wholeheartedly controlled a heaven-shaking ring, it was already very difficult. If he wanted to control 10 of them, it would be even more impossible. Because the heaven-shaking ring was raised according to the realm of a martial artist, there was no need for a martial artist to release a second heaven-shaking ring after raising their realm. This was because the consumption of the heaven-shaking ring would gradually increase with the realm of a martial artist. According to the records, the Heavenly Spirit Sect Master had 4 heavenly spiritual meridians, so he had overcome his innate talent and learned the heaven-shaking palm. However, he did not possess the speed of releasing astral chi within a single realm that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. For example, a person can carry a carriage, but cannot carry 2. One is because of insufficient strength, and the second is because they think they have no extra hands and feet. Therefore, even though the sect master had studied everywhere and created his own Qigong technique, he had even created the true dragon Qi art. But in the end, he had only learned 3 heaven-shaking palms at most. However, the heaven-shaking palm had a total of 10 levels. Because even he himself could not learn the heaven-shaking palm, he could only record this kind of fantasy and ideal martial skill on the coiling dragon wall in words. I only hope that there will be descendants who can learn this martial skill and pass it down without wasting the effort of the heavenly sect master. Xianxia let out a long sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel a little sad in his heart. He felt sad for the sect master. It was clearly a martial skill that he had created, but he couldn't even finish it. What a great pity. It was as if he had given birth to children but had no money to raise them, so he could only give them to other people's families. With the style of the Soaring Dragon sect, unless they had no other choice, they would not pass on their martial skills to outsiders even if they were beaten to death. It could be seen to what extent this matter had forced the Heavenly Talent sect master. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After all, I won't let the heaven-shaking palm turn into the dust of history when I get here. Xianxia took a deep breath and immediately began to cultivate the profound grade beginner martial technique, heaven-shaking palm. Xianxia's talent was definitely enough, and it was more than enough. Actually, an ordinary beginner profound grade martial skill only required one martial artist to possess 3 heaven grade talents, which was enough for him to cultivate. However, the heaven-shaking palm was an exception. It was even more complicated because it was equivalent to 10 heaven-shaking rings that were taken over together. It could not be considered a single martial skill, but 10 high-grade heaven-grade martial skills. Therefore, its complexity was unimaginable. As for the speed at which the Dipper Chi was released, Xianxia could also solve this problem. The 6th-generation genius sect master of the Soaring Dragon sect, the Chi refining technique that he was unable to solve, was solved by a great genius who was similarly shocked by the past and present in his later generations, and that was the Old Man of the Heavenly Tao. 9 Purities Cosmos Technique. This was the complacent work of the Heavenly Tao Old Man. Xianxia knew that he was just a picker, a child who stood on the shoulder of a giant and picked up a bargain. Thinking back to when Old Man Tian was a teenager, he had created a martial skill that he could incarnate in the back mountain. As for the Soaring Dragon sect master, he was similarly outstanding. But what about him? Although he claimed to be the #1 genius in the starry sky, what did he create? Nothing. He was just lucky. And he was born with a divine talent that he naturally obtained without any effort. Grandmaster? Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly. Bai Wuxia was a grandmaster, the 6th-generation head of the Soaring Dragon sect was a grandmaster, and his master, the Heavenly Tao Old Man, was also a grandmaster. Yourself? He was still too far away from being a grandmaster. The deeper he went into martial arts, the more profound his understanding of these 2 words became, and the more he respected them. Xianxia studied the heaven-shaking palm in an orderly manner. As recorded, one could learn by possessing the 4 heavenly spiritual meridians, while Xianxia possessed the 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, plus 1 divine meridian. His speed of learning was extremely fast. In just half an hour, he had already learned the 1st level. In another half an hour, he had learned the 2nd level. At the same time, the 9 Chi dragons that were revolving around him gradually dispersed because they did not continuously release their aura to absorb it. When Xianxia was cultivating, Guanxiao also seized the time to start cultivating. She was absolutely not willing to let Xianxia lead her. However, as she learned it, she was completely desperate. This kind of martial skill was too complicated, and she simply couldn't understand it. On the other hand, Xianxia was able to learn it like a fish in water, and he also changed the heaven-shaking palm to heaven-shaking blade. This kind of martial skill didn't have a specific mode, and when released alone it was the heaven-shaking ring. However, because it was too difficult to control 10 heaven-shaking rings at the same time, the sect master simply turned it into a palm technique. In one palm there were 5 fingers. In this way he wouldn't need to expend too much effort to release them. The entire incantation clearly recorded how the sect master had changed the heaven-shaking ring. Xianxia had also successfully changed the heaven-shaking palm into the heaven-shaking saber according to the results he had created. The power and situation were identical, but the shape of the saber had changed. As for the heaven-shaking saber, it would be able to use weapons and obtain the blessing of the nightmare saber. Xianxia followed the speed of learning the 1st layer in half an hour and was rapidly advancing. Guanxiao sat beside Xianxia in a sorry state. While drinking, she looked at Xianxia dejectedly. Her eyes were filled with hatred, anger, and indescribable complex emotions. Finally, 5 hours passed. Suddenly, a dazzling bright light burst out from Xianxia's body, illuminating the entire cave to the point that he couldn't see anything. After the light dissipated, Xiang Nan was already standing in front of Guan Shao with a huge saber in his hand. The Rakshasa Ghost King Seal's light shield was also removed. Guan Shao suddenly jumped up and without saying a word, released the heaven-shaking ring towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan's right hand trembled and he shouted, "Heaven-shaking blade!" Buzz! A red flame trembled, and the Nightmare Saber's blade was suddenly wrapped in a layer of flames. This flaming blade was slightly larger than the Nightmare blade, reaching a size of 5 meters. Clang! The heaven-shaking saber and heaven-shaking ring collided violently. The heaven-shaking ring had only retreated a little more than 10 meters, but Xiang Nan had slipped back more than 20 meters. What he used was the first level of the heaven-shaking saber. To put it bluntly, it was the power of a heaven-shaking ring. However, Xiang Nan's realm was inferior to Guan Zhao's. He was only at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer, but Guan Shao had the 1st level of Fortune. Although Xiang Nan had a 3-part dragon body, Guan Shao possessed all the strength of the heaven-swallowing demon. Under this pair of booms, Xiang Nan was still suppressed and fell into a disadvantageous position. However, the first of his 9 Qi dragons had already begun to shine slightly. Guan Shao controlled the heaven-shaking ring and continued to attack Xiang Nan. As for Xiang Nan, he clashed with the heaven-shaking ring again and again with his huge saber. Rumble, 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 rumble. Every time they collided, an extremely terrifying wave of energy would be generated, causing sand to fly and rocks to fly, and their robes to swing. Finally, the first Qi dragon completely lit up. Xiang Nan immediately possessed a second spiritual sea. At the same time, the heaven-shaking saber suddenly rose to 6 meters. Heaven-shaking saber, 2nd level. The two of them clashed again, and they were already evenly matched, unable to end the stalemate. After the second Qi dragon was filled, Xiang Nan had a 3rd spiritual sea. The heaven-shaking saber had also soared to 7 meters. Heaven-shaking blade, 3rd level. Guan Shao controlled the heaven-shaking ring to fly towards Xiang Nan. Xiang Nan jumped up and slashed the heaven-shaking ring away with a domineering blade. The terrifying heaven-shaking ring was sent flying. It actually passed through the entire cave and fiercely smashed into the mountain gate. Guan Zhao's expression changed. Xiang Nan already held the 7-meter fire saber and pressed it on Guan Zhao's shoulder. Guan Shao knelt on the ground under the pressure. The two of them looked at each other with cold eyes. "Kill me! Kill me!" Guan Zhao's eyes were filled with hatred. Xiang Nan took a deep breath and said, "As you said, you helped me and let me go. But in the end, I lied to you. Guan Shao, I owe you. I'm the one who let you down. I won't kill you today. From now on, you and I will forget each other in Jianghu. If we meet again, we will fight to the death." Guan Shao smiled miserably, but he frantically kissed the blade. The blazing blade scalded her mouth, but it left a bloody lip mark on the sewing. Guan Shao smiled, his eyes filled with madness and resentment. The scene of her kissing the blade shocked Xiang Nan's heart. This was really a crazy woman, an evil woman. Xiang Nan slapped Guan Shao on the ground with his saber. She spat out a mouthful of blood and lay on the ground, dying. "If you want to hate me, you can just hate me. I'm the one who let you down." Xiang Nan sighed. "I'm leaving. If you want to leave, I won't stop you." Xiang Nan carried the huge saber and walked towards the coiling dragon wall. The dragon had 4 claws, and each claw was an array diagram. In order to prevent the elders from cultivating inside, the mountain gate was closed and trapped inside, so there was also a mechanism for opening the door inside. Because all those who could enter were approved by the 111 elders, the people inside no longer needed to use any qualifications to leave. Xiang Nan activated the 4-clawed mechanism. Sure enough, the mountain gate rumbled open. Xiang Nan did not turn around and flew out with the huge saber in his hand, turning into a beam of bright light. Guan Shao smiled miserably and said, "Phoenix swims on the Phoenix stage. Phoenix goes to the Taikong River to flow by itself. There are trees in the mountains and branches in the trees. I'm happy that Lord Shijun doesn't know. Once spring arrives, Hongyan Lao, Hua Luo will die. There has been an infatuation in life since ancient times. This hatred has nothing to do with wind and moon. Underneath the acacia tree, you say that you miss me. Xilang hates Lang Lang for not knowing. At this point, Guanshao spat out a mouthful of blood and said miserably, Xiangnan, I hate you. Xiangnan found the bird and left with it. The coiling dragon wall was the last treasure ground of the soaring dragon sect. After the expedition, there was nowhere else to go. Xiangnan directly returned to the Central Plains. Little Sparrow didn't know what was going on, but he was still sleeping soundly. His little chest rose and fell, and he slept soundly. Xiangnan saw that its condition had become more and more stable during this period of time, so he no longer worried and knew that it would wake up one day. This fellow, no matter what he ate, seemed to be able to digest it. He didn't know what his stomach was made of, and even Xiangnan felt that it was exaggerated. However, along the way, Xiangnan wasn't in a good mood. Although he had learned the heaven-shaking saber, there were too many things that he didn't want to see in the process, especially Guanshao. Xiangnan's mood towards her was very complicated. This woman could no longer be described as bad. Instead, she was evil. Her evil made Xiangnan feel a little scared when he thought of her. On the other hand, Xiangnan felt that she was quite pitiful. He did not know why he had such thoughts, perhaps because of the look in her eyes. In short, Xiangnan's mood was very bad. After 2 tosses and turns through the teleportation array, he finally returned to the Central Plains' heavenly star city. There were 2 other unpleasant things waiting for him here. One was that the human skin mask had been destroyed, so he couldn't continue to disguise himself. I wonder if anyone in the Star Guild knows how to repair this human skin mask. I'm afraid they'll have to look for it properly. Second, the Midnight Peak. Xiangnan understood what the Star Guild was doing. In exceptional times, it had to be handled very well. To be able to use all available resources, it was necessary to do so. Therefore, it was reasonable for the guild to recruit experts from the dark forces. The guild needed a brilliant and correct image, so it naturally wouldn't tell the world. It was cooperating with the dark forces, so it concealed it. Xiangnan could understand all of this. However, the only obstacle he couldn't overcome was what the warriors of Xipeak had done in the Soaring Dragon sect. This was simply too much of a bully. When Xiangnan returned to Heavenly Star City, he immediately received a burst of news. Son of Heaven Peak, the 300-plus son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners led by Long Xingyun, reported Midnight Peak. The Star Guild had already launched a joint investigation, and the final day of judgment was precisely today. But because of Long Xingyun's actions, he had completely exposed Xipeak, a mysterious organization that even the Star Guild disciples did not know about. Son of Heaven Peak and Midnight Peak, as the 2 foreign forces of the Star Guild, caused quite a stir in the guild. 2 foreign forces stirring up trouble in Star City would definitely cause discontent among the guild disciples. There was no doubt about this. It was also today that a large number of guild disciples went to the Libra Temple to watch the show. When Xiangnan received the news, he also rushed over immediately. At this moment, the Libra Temple was truly bustling with activity. Within this large palace, the spectator stands were already filled with people. Even outside the palace entrance stood a large number of guild disciples. Normally speaking, the Libra Temple was a sacred place, and no one was allowed to be so presumptuous. The entrance was filled with people, so what kind of manners was it? However, because this case was rather special and there was a friction between the 2 foreign powers, the Star Guild announced after weighing the matter and held a public trial. Anyone could observe it on the spot. The purpose of doing so was to tell everyone that the Star Guild would not favor anyone. Regardless of whether it was an outsider force or a guild disciple, they would receive the same treatment. Without the human skin mask, no one knew Xiangnan as he walked through the crowd. However, since he was a son of Heaven Peak martial artist, he could directly enter the temple to take a look. The interior of the Libra Temple was arranged in a circular pattern. At the center was the plaintiff and the defendant. There were several hundred laps and several hundred stairs around him. Each staircase was filled with seats and spectators. Inside, there were 7 5-meter-tall seats with 7 elders sitting high above them. This was the 7th elder of the Libra Temple. They were in charge of practically all of the Star Guild's trials. Usually, there were a total of 22 seats on display, but unless it was a major case, the 22 elders would not be gathered together. This time, the 7 great elders had already given him a lot of face. In the circular spectator stands, the left half-moon was filled with Son of Heaven Peak martial artists, and the right half-moon was filled with Midnight Peak martial artists. Xianxia glanced at her and saw the only 2 empty seats. They were on the left and right of Xuezian. She was ice-cold, and very few people dared to come in close contact with her, fearing that they would get into trouble. Xianxia strode over and sat directly on the empty seat on Xuezian's right. At this moment, the surrounding Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners all looked at Xianxia in surprise. Then someone laughed softly. This brat is bold enough to sit carelessly next to Senior Sister Xuezian. He is not afraid of being broken by Senior Sister Xue. Someone beside him was secretly delighted and whispered, "Watch the fun. This kid is going to suffer." Sure enough, Xuezian coldly looked at Xianxia and said, "This is not a place for you to sit." In the center, the representative of Son of Heaven Peak was Long Xingyun, while the representative of Zai Peak was Wang Chuang. The 2 of them were preparing their own speeches. Xianxia looked at Long Xingyun from afar and said, "When has it been? Son of Heaven Peak and Zai Peak are in an uproar. Do you still have the mood to engage in internal strife?" Xuezian was slightly stunned. "Your voice," Xianxia said. "There's no need to guess. It's me." Xuezian was very surprised. He looked at Xianxia carefully for a while and said, "Are you changing your appearance? Or have you been changing your appearance all along?" "This is my true appearance," Xianxia said. The 2 martial artists behind saw that not only did Xuezian not break Xianxia's legs, he started chatting with Xianxia instead. The 2 of them looked a little embarrassed, and at the same time they were even more jealous of Xianxia. "What? If I had known that Senior Sister Xuezian was so easy to talk to now, I would have sat beside her," a martial artist said. Another martial artist mocked, "It's not too late now. Isn't there an empty seat next to Senior Sister?" The martial artist was so excited that he couldn't let go of his face. He gritted his teeth and flipped over his seat, wanting to sit down beside Xuezian. "Fuck off," Xuezian said indifferently. "Ah." The martial artist hurriedly smiled and nodded, then flipped back. Xuezian looked at Xianxia from head to toe and felt that Xianxia's appearance had changed a little. He said, "I still admire your original appearance." The disguised Xianxia had always portrayed his face as a sharp, iron-blooded tough man. He gave off a very resolute but not outstanding feeling. As for the real Xianxia, his appearance was actually a little delicate, and he could be considered a handsome young man. Big eyes, melon-seeded face, a pair of sharp eyebrows, handsome but not powerful enough. Xuezian always felt that Xianxia's tough past did not match his face. "How is the process?" Xianxia asked. Xuezian said, "I don't know yet. The guild has conducted an investigation and is about to start. Of the 7th elders, only 1 was in charge of speaking, and the other 6 were in court. The elder's face was rosy, and his hair was as white as a child's. Although his beard was white, his skin was as smooth and clean as a young man in his 20s. This kind of physique was a typical feature of a high cultivation level and a deep cultivation base. The elder patted the table and said, "Be quiet." The scene was completely silent and extremely quiet. The elder glanced at Long Xingyun and said, "You filed a complaint against Zai Peak and harassed the progress of your Son of Heaven Peak's mission. You have already displayed the entire details. The other 6 elders and I have also looked at it carefully. It's about time to announce the results. Do you have anything else to add?" Long Xingyun said indignantly, "When I was in the Soaring Dragon sect, I had many chances to kill Guan Shao, but all of them were maliciously stopped by the 5 warriors of Zai Peak, led by Wang Chuang. Furthermore, the people from their Midnight Peak are even fighting against our Son of Heaven Peak. As mission members of the guild, their actions have already seriously violated the mission rules." The elder nodded slightly. He could not see the change in his expression. He said, "Is there anyone who can testify?" "We can testify. From the direction of Son of Heaven Peak came the shouts of more than 300 people. These people were all from the Soaring Dragon sect that day. Because there were too many witnesses, there was no way they could stand on the witness stand, so they could only sit in the spectator stands. The elder nodded, then looked at Wang Chuang and said, "Do you have anything to add?" Wang Chuang smiled faintly. Reporting to elder, Long Xingyun is spouting nonsense, maliciously slandering our midnight peak, with so many people witnessing it with their own eyes. You still want to deny it? Long Xingyun said angrily. Wang Chuang smiled and said, "I did not deny our actions that day. I only said that our actions were not malicious and were the result of considering the overall situation. First of all, let's talk about the power transmission pillar." Wang Chuang said, "Yes, we did compete with Long Xingyun, but at that time, who didn't compete with others? Didn't you, Long Xingyun, also snatch away the pillars of our divine imagery's power?" You, Long Xingyun, glared. Wang Chuang said, "Besides obstruction, this so-called obstruction is only in your opinion, but in our opinion it is not obstruction but help. Everyone here is a martial artist. I'm sure everyone understands one thing. The battlefield is constantly changing. We need to adjust our strategy according to the changes in the situation. In such an environment, every second is precious. I don't have the chance to explain it to Long Xingyun, nor do I need to explain it. In order for the mission to succeed, everything I have done is reasonable." The elder nodded. "Nonsense," Long Xingyun said angrily. "Then when I attack Guanshao, you attack me instead. How do you explain this matter?" Wang Chuang chuckled. "I was stopping you. Otherwise, you would have been killed by Guanshao. If we hadn't stopped you from advancing, your corpse would have been completely cold today. I can defeat Guanshao then," Long Xingyun said angrily. Wang Chuang shook his head. "We don't think you can beat him unless you can prove it." Long Xingyun's pupils were filled with smoke. This kind of thing was really hard to distinguish. You say you can, but people think you can't. Other people have attacked you, but he can be said to be thinking about the overall situation, or he can be said to be doing it for your own good. The battles between many experts were beyond the comprehension of some low-level martial artists. Although more than 300 people were able to testify for Long Xingyun, it meant that Zai-Peak was maliciously attacking Long Xingyun. However, Zai-Peak could also reverse the black and white. It was said that the martial practitioners of the Son of Heaven Peak could not understand their battles at all. It seemed to be malicious, but in fact it was good intentions. The most advantageous point of persuasion was that the 5 people from Midnight Peak were all at the first level of good fortune. In terms of cultivation realm alone, the 7th Elder's thoughts would be biased towards the Midnight Peak. The words of the 300 Heaven Scryer realm martial artists are not as convincing as the judgment of a good fortune realm martial artist. Then what do you say about binding Xiang Bei? Long Xingyun clenched his fists and shouted, "This you can't distort the truth, right?" Wang Chuang said, "Let me ask you, when we tied Xiang Bei up, did he ever cultivate a martial skill on a pillar?" You, Long Xingyun's eyes turned red. The elder said, "Please answer." Long Xingyun gritted his teeth and said, "No." Wang Chuang smiled faintly and said, "Did Guanshao already cultivate a martial skill at that time?" "Yes." Long Xingyun felt that his strength had been drained. Wang Chuang asked again, "Have the 6 experts beside Guanshao ever cultivated the Rainbow Cloud Divine Art?" "I've cultivated." Long Xingyun's face turned pale. Wang Chuang nodded. "In this situation, if Xiang Bei still wants to challenge Guanshao, is he courting death? We tied up Xiang Bei because of this consideration." "How shameless!" Long Xingyun was so angry that he felt like he could not wait to rush forward and beat Wang Chuang up on the spot. "Pay attention to your words and deeds." The elder slapped the table and shouted, "The Liber Temple doesn't allow you to speak evil words again and again." Wang Chuang cupped his fists towards the elder. "We did stop Long Xingyun, but we didn't protect Guanshao because of this. We wanted to defeat Guanshao together. This was also out of consideration for the overall situation. Besides, the first to escape is the Son of Heaven Peak. Our Midnight Peak is the last to escape. Long Xingyun, am I right?" Long Xingyun had nothing else to say, but he was sulking in his heart. Xiangnan shook his head, thinking to himself that this Long Xingyun was still a greenhouse flower, too tender. The martial artists wandered outside and suffered from the same sex suffocating losses. They usually swallowed their anger and looked for an opportunity to retaliate back. Very few people would directly sue the upper sect elders for such a thing. This was because fighting was something that could not be explained with one mouth or two. Indeed, Long Xingyun did not understand. Wang Chuang's words might not be 100% true. The respected seventh elder naturally understood this very well. But the crux of the matter was that the final result was inclined towards Midnight Peak. Because the people of Son of Heaven Peak had evacuated ahead of time, and Midnight Peak had been cut off, sealing off the coiling dragon wall. No matter how clever Long Xingyun was, the final result confirmed Wang Chuang's words. Their plan really succeeded. Then Xuezian whispered to Xiangnan, "Since you have already escaped, do you mean that all the Black Sect martial artists will die tomorrow? Or have you already escaped from the Soaring Dragon Sect? If that's the case, the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Profound Sect weren't killed by Zai Peak, and the credit can't be attributed to Zai Peak. Why don't you come out and prove it?" Xiangnan smiled and shook his head. "It's useless. Yes, the people of the Profound Sky Sect are indeed all dead, and it is also true that it was not the warriors of the Midnight Peak who killed them. However, judging from the karma, it was indeed because Zai Peak had sealed the coiling dragon wall, which led to a series of consequences. Guan Shao had personally killed everyone, and it wasn't Xiangnan who had killed them. In the end, he would still award the credit for this result to Zai Feng. All of the Son of Heaven Peak's martial practitioners were extremely furious as they stared fiercely in the direction of Midnight Peak. The smell of gunpowder on both sides grew stronger and stronger. The elder discussed with the other 6 elders. In the end, he slapped the table and pronounced the verdict in court. The Ascending Dragon Sect's mission was accomplished thanks to the Midnight Peak martial artists. Although Wang Chuang was the leader of the 5, only 3 of them had died. However, because of the outstanding contributions made by the 2 of them, the 100 Starlight coins they were supposed to obtain were transferred to Wang Chuang and the others. Wang Chuang, Shao Hai, and Mei Mei shared 250 Starlight coins equally. In addition, Wang Chuang had killed more than 100 Heavenly Profound Sect disciples, so he would be rewarded with more than a dozen Starlight coins. As for Son of Heaven Peak, it was a waste of effort. All the members were rewarded with 5 Starlight coins each. Wang Chuang and the others all hugged their shoulders and laughed, laughing so smugly. After hearing this result, Long Xingyun almost went mad. There was no such thing as bullying. Long Xingyun slammed the table angrily and shouted, "What kind of justice is this? What kind of judgment is this? The people of Midnight Peak are unreasonable. And the Liber Temple is also unreasonable. Impudent." The elder scolded with a dignified expression. Xiao Yun. Xuezian was worried that Long Xingyun would make things worse, so he hurriedly tried to dissuade him. But Long Xingyun didn't listen to Xuezian at all. Then Xuezian hurriedly looked at Xiangnan and said, "You are the client. Quickly pull him back. Don't let him cause trouble." However, Xiangnan's expression had already turned cold. After hearing the verdict, he was also very dissatisfied. He only said indifferently, "There is no need to pull it. We, the Son of Heaven Peak, will not suffer this loss." Long Xingyun shouted, "If we had known this was the case, why would we have sacrificed our lives for the guild? Could it be that the lives of our Son of Heaven Peak's more than 100 brothers have been sacrificed in vain? Those brothers are alive in heaven. How can they die in peace after hearing such a verdict?" The elder shouted, "How can the Liber Temple allow such nonsense? Long Xingyun, I will give you one last warning. Otherwise you will be sent to the heavenly prison." "Wait!" Xiangnan stood up and raised his right hand. "I have something to say." "Who are you?" The elder looked at Xiangnan. Xiangnan said, "Son of Heaven Peak, Xiang Bei. This is my identity token. You can take it to check." Long Xingyun was suddenly stunned. He turned around and looked at Xiangnan. He recognized Xiangnan's voice and asked in shock, "Are you still alive?" Xianxia originally didn't want to stand out, because there was one thing he couldn't explain. That was, if he could escape, if he could kill Guanxiao, why didn't he? This would actually implicate Xianxia. But now, Xianxia could not help but stand up. He had to ask for an explanation. After checking the waste token, the elder knew that it was not easy for Xianxia to escape, so he softened his expression and said, "If you have anything you want to say, just say it." Xianxia chuckled and looked at Wang Chuang. "I didn't expect that I would be able to come back alive, did I?" Wang Chuang's expression changed slightly as he said, "Congratulations on escaping this calamity." Xianxia turned to look at the elder and said, "I can prove that the people from Zai Peak are maliciously obstructing our plan. First of all, the people of Zai Peak did not save them. When Guanxiao slaughtered the martial artists of Son of Heaven Peak, the 5 martial artists of Zai Peak only watched coldly from the sidelines and did not lend a helping hand. That's because the time hasn't come." Wang Chuang quibbled. "What time?" Xianxia replied, "Is life important or mission important? Isn't it more powerful to accomplish the mission if more of us survive? Can you refute that?" Wang Chuang choked. "Second, Zai Peak didn't trap me to save me. They wanted to snatch the credit from Son of Heaven Peak," Xianxia said. "Nonsense." Xiaohai jumped up. Xianxia said, "Xiaohai poisoned me before everyone cultivated martial art skills. You said that you trapped me for my own good. I would like to ask, before that, how could you know that I don't have time to cultivate martial arts skills?" Xiaohai rolled his eyes and said, "Who said that? How did you prove that I poisoned you before? I clearly had no choice but to use the poison to soften your defense when you were about to die. Play this game with me?" Xianxia sneered and took out a small porcelain bottle. "Fortunately, I had the intention to force the venom out and store it a little. The elder had someone bring the venom over." Xiaohai panicked. Xianxia said, "The venom's attack time is an hour after poisoning. It is a chronic toxin. Elders can check this point." There were profound Dao experts amongst the elders. The profound Dao elder sniffed the venom and immediately proved Xianxia's words. Xianxia looked coldly at Xiaohai. "Can you tell that I won't be able to learn a martial skill in an hour? If you said that it wasn't malicious poisoning, what explanation can you give?" Xiaohai was stunned by the choking and opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. "Also," Xianxia said, "I can also prove that Long Xingyun was able to defeat Guanxiao at that time, and the Midnight Peak martial artists obstructed Long Xingyun in order to snatch credit." "How do you prove it?" Wang Chuang's expression was gloomy. "Ha ha ha." Xianxia laughed. "Wang Chuang, you're sure that I can't find any evidence, right? Then you're wrong." Xianxia took out a pen and paper, wrote a few large paragraphs of text, and held them with both hands. A staff member took it and presented it to the elders. Everyone was whispering, not knowing what Xianxia was writing. When the elders saw the words, their expressions changed slightly. Xianxia said, "Long Xingyun had already learned the power of the divine image. Isn't that right, Wang Chuang?" Many people saw it, and Wang Chuang could not refute it, so he could only nod his head. Xianxia said, "As for Guanxiao, she only learned half of the heaven-shaking ring at that time. Isn't that right?" Wang Chuang nodded again. "That's why I said that Long Xingyun could have defeated Guanxiao back then. If it weren't for you blocking it, we wouldn't only be able to escape, we might even annihilate the profound sky sect," Xianxia said. Wang Chuang sneered and said, "You said that you can fight if you can? I said that he can't. Everyone witnessed how powerful that heaven-shaking ring is. Do you really think that I can't produce any evidence and that I'm still spouting nonsense?" Xianxia hugged his shoulders and smiled. "Unfortunately, you think your plan is perfect, but you missed the most important point." Xianxia pointed at the elder and said, "What I wrote down for the elders is precisely the heaven-shaking ring's incantation." "What?" Everyone was shocked. Wang Chuang's face was filled with disbelief. The reason why he felt that he had eaten Son of Heaven Peak was because the martial skills in the Coiling Dragon Wall Cave could only be passed down and could not be written down. Of course, he could say whatever he wanted. Unexpectedly, the heaven-shaking palm's first layer of incantation was the heaven-shaking ring. I don't believe it, Wang Chuang said angrily. Those martial skills can only be passed down, not. Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia had already raised his index finger. Above his index finger, there was a ring of flames that shook the heavens, buzzing and trembling. Wang Chuang's expression changed. The elder said, Long Xingyun, use the power of the divine image. Long Xingyun was ecstatic. He only felt an incomparable release of qi. He immediately released his cultivation technique, and a powerful aura filled the air. The 7 elders looked at the heaven-shaking ring's incantation and then at Long Xingyun's aura. After whispering for a while, they nodded in unison. The elder said, according to this incantation and the manifestation of the power of the divine image, it is sufficient to prove that Long Xingyun was indeed able to defeat Guan Shao. The son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners immediately cheered. Long Xingyun clenched his fists excitedly and said, Great! We can finally punish the bastards of Zai Peak. Xianxia shook his head and thought to himself, it's not that simple. Wang Chuang's expression changed and he hurriedly said, perhaps he was really able to defeat Guan Shao at that time, but we didn't know. We didn't cultivate the power of the divine image, nor did we cultivate the heaven-shaking ring. We just felt that Guan Shao was too strong at that time, so we saved Long Xingyun with good intentions. Even if we were wrong, we did something wrong with good intentions. Sure enough, Xianxia knew that Wang Chuang would definitely say that. The 7 elders also nodded slightly. One of the elders suddenly asked Xianxia, how did you escape? Xianxia sighed in his heart. It was finally his turn. The Libra Temple would never let go of any potential threat. That's right. How did you escape? Wang Chuang smiled sinisterly and said, could it be that you and the Profound Sky sect are in cahoots? Xianxia coldly looked at Wang Chuang and said, because I found a formation on the wall that can open the mountain gate. The elder asked again, at that time you were the only one left in the entire Son of Heaven Peak. Then why didn't Guan Shao kill you? Why did he give you time to find the mechanism? Xianxia took out the Rakshasa Ghost King Seal and said, this is a gift from Senior Huangpu Sea King to this junior. It once contained a powerful aura energy that could protect me in the form of a shield, leaving Guan Shao helpless. The elders took the Ghost King Seal and took a look. There were still some residual aura fluctuations on it. It was easy to tell that the aura contained within the Ghost King Seal was definitely not something that could be broken through at the Good Fortune realm or even at the Divine Martial realm. And it's also considered your great fortune. The elder nodded and returned the Ghost King Seal to Xianxia. In the end, the elders discussed it for a while and repronounced the verdict. Although Son of Heaven Peak did not complete the mission, his contribution was indispensable. Each person was rewarded with 30 Starlight coins. Although Zai Peak had trapped the people from the Profound Sky sect and had completed the mission, the people from the Profound Sky sect still managed to escape in the end. Moreover, there had been malicious attacks on the martial practitioners of the Son of Heaven Peak at Zai Peak, and they had revealed their actions of snatching merit points. Therefore, their merits and demerits were offset and all rewards withdrawn. All the martial practitioners of Son of Heaven Peak cheered. The faces of the people from Zai Peak turned ashen with anger. Just as everyone was cheering, Xianxia suddenly shouted, I still want to sue one side. I want to sue your Libra Temple. In an instant, the entire arena fell silent. Everyone looked at Xianxia in shock. This kid is crazy. The 7th elder was also stunned for a moment as he looked at Xianxia in confusion. However, Xianxia stood upright, his voice neither humble nor loud. I sue you that the trial in the Libra Temple is unclear. You have wronged Son of Heaven Peak. Long Xingyun was frightened. He knew that Xianxia had plenty of guts, but he didn't know that he was so fat. Are you crazy? He actually dared to sue the Libra Temple? The elder frowned. What do you mean? Xianxia said, Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners sacrificed a lot for the mission, but in the end, it was almost useless. Instead, Zai Peak snatched away the credit. Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners sacrificed a lot for the mission, The first judgment of the Libra Sacred Palace was made because it only cared about the result and didn't look at the process. That was why it almost ended up in a miscarriage of justice. If you do this, wouldn't it be freezing the hearts of the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists? That's why I'm suing you. Xianxia pointed at the 7 elders and said, "As an elder of the Libra Temple, I have blasphemed the priesthood." Everyone was in an uproar. Those 7 elders, "Look at me, look at you." The elder who spoke said, "Since it is a trial, there must be a chance that something will go wrong. The 7 of us are not saints." Xianxia chuckled and said, "I don't care about mistakes, but your attitudes are wrong. Only by uniting together can the martial artists of the 2 peaks resist the foreign enemies. Not only are you not helping to settle the dispute, but because you only look at the results, you are biased towards the Midnight Peak, causing the martial artists of the 2 peaks to draw their swords at each other. I would like to ask the 7 elders if this is considered malfeasance. What is the benefit of this kind of ghost judgment to the Star Guild?" The 7 elders were stunned by Xianxia's choking and didn't know how to refute. "Well said." Xue Zixuan shook his fist fiercely. She was already feeling extremely aggrieved. The 7 elders smiled bitterly and said, "How are you going to sue us? And what kind of punishment do you want us to impose?" "Very simple." Xianxia said, "You 7 elders, take out your own pockets and fill in the rewards of the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. Each of you will be given 50 starlight coins as punishment for your personal actions. At the same time, it's also to compensate for the injustice that Son of Heaven Feng almost suffered." The elder chuckled and said, "It's really interesting. All right, I'll listen to you. The 7 of us will take out our salaries and fill in the starlight coins for your Son of Heaven Peak." Son of Heaven Peak cheered, and even someone jumped up. Right at this moment, the elder slapped the table and smiled. "Originally, we should give you a corresponding reward for bringing back the heaven-shaking rings incantation. But you made a fuss about the temple. You didn't follow the rules of the temple, so your merits and demerits are equal. The reward corresponding to the heaven-shaking ring art will be cancelled." Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, these 7 old fellows were unwilling to suffer a loss. On the other hand, Zai-Peak had been cheering happily from the beginning until now, and had instead become an extremely corrupted party. It was a waste of time. Wang Chuang and the others had played tricks and sacrificed 2 of their teammates. In the end, they didn't even get a single starlight coin and lost all their money. Most importantly, the few of them had only learned the mother-child cloud-shaking finger. Compared to the power of the divine image, this kind of martial skill was not worth mentioning at all, let alone the heaven-shaking ring. "Xiang Bei, thank you." Long Xingyun looked at Xianxia and sincerely thanked him. Xianxia said, "I don't do it for you. I do it for Son of Heaven Peak." The elder slapped the table and said, "The trial is over. Retreat." The guild disciples outside the temple were all dumbfounded. So ruthless. A guild disciple was stunned and said, "That brat actually told the Libra Temple and won. Damn. This is probably the first time someone has taken down the Libra Temple since its establishment. Right?" The other person was speechless. Son of Heaven Peak. How many awesome people have appeared? Xianxia and the others had also returned to their own residences. This trial had truly let out a mouthful of anger. For a moment, Xianxia became the hero of the Son of Heaven Peak. Everyone surrounded Xianxia and cheered their way back. People are like this, fighting amongst themselves. No matter how fierce the fight is, they may not be convinced by you. But when they were unanimous, Xianxia stood out and asked for an explanation for everyone. This made everyone convinced. No matter how loose a team was, if they were attacked by outsiders, they would definitely be in a group. This was no exception. Especially at times like this, it was the easiest to win over people's hearts. The mission of the Soaring Dragon sect had been successfully completed, and the Heavenly Profound sect was basically annihilated. The Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners also received the rewards they deserved. Each of them received a reward of 50 starlight coins, allowing them to go to the Heavenly Sacred Mountain to cultivate. This was a real reward. It could be directly linked to the realm. Xiang Bei. It's really all thanks to you this time. Long Xingyun sighed infinitely. He patted Xiang Nan on the shoulder and said, "We left you in the cave waiting for death, yet you were willing to stand up for us. In the end, I lost all of your heaven-shaking ring's rewards. I know you look down on me," Xiang Nan smiled. "I look down on you too, but that doesn't affect our cooperation. Besides, you helped me back then, but you didn't tear open the poisonous vine. There's no need to mention this matter anymore." Long Xingyun nodded. "At first, I really hated your personality. I thought you were too fake. But now I can see clearly that your nature is really like this. For the sake of the brothers who fought together, you even sacrificed your own interests. All right, from today onwards, I approve of you. Your tone is still annoying." Xiang Nan laughed. "You approve of me? Why do I need your approval?" Long Xingyun said, "You just won my favor. Don't make me hate you again by talking nonsense. How about going to Heavenly Sacred Mountain to cultivate now?" "Cultivate?" Xiang Nan said. "You will endure what Zaifeng did?" Long Xingyun was stunned for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. "You mean, find them?" Xiang Nan pulled out his huge saber and said, "Fuck them! You too. Don't act recklessly." Xue Zian was shocked and hurriedly said, "Fighting at Zai Peak is an internal battle. You will be severely punished. Cousin, you've always been domineering. Why are you so weak now?" Long Xingyun looked at Xue Zian in confusion and said, "Don't worry. I won't let your little boyfriend suffer." "Nonsense." Xue Zian punched Long Xingyun and said, "I'm worried about you. It's been a long time since you've reached the next level and you're going to cause trouble. How am I supposed to explain this to my uncle?" "Don't worry." Long Xingyun hugged Xiang Nan's shoulder and said, "Your little boyfriend is honey-tongued and sharp-tongued. He won't let us suffer any losses. Let's go." Xiang Nan helplessly looked at Long Xingyun and said, "Honey and sword? Are you serious?" Zai Peak had already been exposed, and it was easy to find their location. Very quickly, the two of them found the residential area where the Midnight Peak martial practitioners were located. There were already quite a few people from the dark forces drinking in the tavern outside the residential area. When they saw Long Xingyun and Xiang Nan, they immediately stood up. One by one, they rushed forward with their weapons and surrounded Xiang Nan and the other. Xiang Nan and Long Xingyun exchanged glances and immediately pulled out their weapons to prepare for the battle. At this moment, a shadow suddenly descended from the sky and landed beside Xiang Nan and Long Xingyun. This man looked middle-aged, male with a hostile aura, but his eyes were filled with righteousness. When Xiang Nan saw that person's imposing manner, he knew that this person was not to be provoked. He should be the deacon of Midnight Peak. The fact that a person possessed a dense hostile aura and a righteous look in his eyes could only mean that as a righteous person, he had killed too many people. Only decent people who had killed for many years would have a lingering hostile aura. As time passed, it would accumulate deeper and deeper. Only such a ruthless character could be the deacon of Zai Peak. "All of you step down," the middle-aged man said indifferently. The warriors of Zai Peak immediately retreated. From this scene, it could be seen that this man was not easy to provoke. He was able to subdue the experts of the dark forces like Zai Peak. The man nodded to Xiang Nan. "I know you. Based on your personality, I also expected you to come." Long Xingyun was so angry that he pointed at his nose and said, "I am the master of the second level of fortune. You should talk to me." The man glanced at Long Xingyun and said to Xiang Nan, "Do you know why the Liber Temple favors Zai Peak in the beginning? There are some things that are boring to say, but since you've found him, I might as well tell you openly. Son of Heaven Peak is just a signboard, in order to show that our Star Guild is still a decent side. But in reality, the truly difficult task was entrusted to us, Midnight Peak. Understand? I hung your Son of Heaven Peak here just for the sake of looking good. Do you really think that young people from your sect can accomplish something big?" Xiang Nan sneered. "At least we are still observing justice. Unlike your Midnight Peak, we do everything we can." The man chuckled. "Observe justice? What a childish statement. We can only treat evil forces with even more evil methods. Do you value morality and morality? Do their profound sky sect attach importance to this? All right. The man waved his hand and said, "Go back, villain. It's fine if we let Midnight Peak do it. We can deal a fatal blow to the profound sky sect. As for you, continue to be your high and mighty son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners. Enjoy the halo and play with ease. Don't look down on people," Long Xingyun said angrily. The man said, "In a mission, our Midnight Peak only sent 5 people, while your son of Heaven Peak sent 400 people. Do you still need me to say anything?" 10 seconds. Xianxia suddenly said. The man didn't understand and said, "What?" Xianxia pointed to the tavern. "I can sense that Wang Chuang and the others are on the 2nd floor. Don't you think that our son of Heaven Peak is a bunch of spoiled trash? Give me 10 seconds and I'll bring him in front of you to show you what kind of virtue your so-called expert possesses." The man laughed loudly. "Go, I'll give you an hour. As long as you can walk out on your own, you'll win." Xianxia also laughed loudly. "You said, don't go back on your word. Don't hit me back at that time and punish me for internal strife." With that, Xianxia strode into the tavern. 10 seconds, very short. In that tavern, there were at least 60 Midnight Peak martial practitioners on the upper and lower floors. The martial artists on the 1st floor were all experts at the 8th and 9th levels of the Heaven Scryer stage, while the 2nd floor was at the Fortune realm. As soon as Xianxia walked in, the Midnight Peak martial artists immediately stood up and pulled out their weapons. They smiled sinisterly and said, "Little bastard, this is our territory. How dare you come? Fuck him." Everyone rushed forward. Xianxia chi sank into his spiritual sea and spread out through his meridians. A golden true dragon chi rumbled out. Dozens of Heaven Scryer realm martial artists were instantly sent flying. Even the tavern's doors and windows were smashed apart by them. One by one, they flew out of the tavern and landed beside the middle-aged man. The man's expression changed. 3 seconds. Xianxia quickly walked up to the 2nd floor. Wang Chuang, Xiao Hai, and Mei Mei were all present. There were 9 other good fortune 1st-layer martial artists. Without saying a word, the 12 immediately charged towards Xianxia. Xianxia stabbed the giant saber into the ground and used the heaven-shaking saber. Under Xianxia's sprint, the giant flaming saber completed an unprecedented azure dragon's journey to the sea. Boom! 12 Fortune 1 masters were sent flying at the same time. As for Xianxia, his figure was like lightning. He used the back of the heaven-shaking saber to smash Wang Chuang, Xiao Hai, and Mei Mei's bodies. He was vent out the suppression of the soaring dragon sex food. Vented by Wang Chuang and the others to exploit, be deceived by them, be framed by them. The 3 of them were completely unable to withstand Xianxia's attack, and were forced to shoot back and forth by Xianxia. 8 seconds. Xianxia walked out of the tavern with the 3 half-dead men and threw them in front of the middle-aged man. The 3 of them were beaten to the point of death, their faces swollen and their bones fractured, unable to move at all. 8 seconds, Xianxia said. "The other 2 seconds are for you. Old Yun, let's go." The 2 of them left. The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia's back in shock. What the hell? A 9th-level Heaven Scryer martial artist had defeated 12 1st-level Good Fortune martial artists? It only took less than 10 seconds. The man only felt a burning pain on his face. He had just boasted about himself, but now he was slapped in the face in less than 10 seconds. It was like a slap on the face. He was embarrassed to the doorstep. The middle-aged man was furious and shouted at the group of Xi Peak martial artists lying on the ground. "A bunch of useless trash." After leaving Midnight Peak, Xianxia went straight to Heavenly Saint Mountain to cultivate. All of the martial artists participating in the Soaring Dragon Sex mission had received 50 Starlight coins. In other words, they could go to the 10th floor of the Heavenly Saint Mountain and cultivate for 5 days. They would receive a total of 500 days of cultivation growth. As for Xianxia, this amount would triple to a total of 1,500 days, which was equivalent to 4 years of cultivation. However, these 4 years of cultivation were equivalent to a drop in the bucket for him. After cultivating in seclusion, his true body realm had only reached the middle stage of the 9th heaven scryer stage. Not enough. It's really not enough. This level of improvement is too small. Xianxia shook his head, feeling very angry in his heart. If every time he completed a mission, he would only receive a small increase in his cultivation, then how could that be possible? If it was someone else, he would definitely be very satisfied. However, Xianxia's goal was different. His greatest enemy was Xianxia. Xianxia was already an early divine martial stage expert, but he was only at the 9th level of the heaven scryer stage, and the gap was still too big. We have to take on higher level missions. Xianxia muttered. There were only 2 ways to advance faster. The first was to increase the number of world-exterminating divine lightning in his body and double his cultivation in the heavenly sacred mountain. At the same time, absorbing world-exterminating divine lightning could also increase Xianxia's cultivation base. However, world-exterminating divine lightning was something that could be encountered but not sought. How could it be so easy to obtain? The only alternative was to accept higher-level missions and obtain more starlight coins. With this thought in mind, Xianxia flew towards the mission hall of the Son of Heaven Peak and analyzed his current strength along the way. According to my current strength, I should be barely able to deal with a good fortune 3rd stage martial artist. If I use all my trump cards, I can even take down a good fortune 4th stage martial artist. Xianxia muttered. The further back one went, the greater the gap between realms would be. For example, in the good fortune realm, killing the good fortune 2nd layer with the good fortune 1st layer is unimaginably difficult. It is almost the same as defeating an enemy with the heaven scryer realm crossing 3 or 4 small realms. Theoretically speaking, the higher a martial artist's realm was, the smaller the span of defeating an enemy across borders. If a person could kill someone in the heaven origin realm by crossing 5 small realms, then when they reached the heaven scryer realm, they could only kill people in 2 small realms. When they reached the good fortune realm, it would be difficult for them to even cross 1 realm. This was because the difference between the first level of good fortune and the second level of good fortune was too great. The difference between the first level of divine martial arts and the second level of divine martial arts was even greater. The difference between the first level of martial sage and the second level of martial sage was unimaginable. However, Xianxia had always maintained his cultivation that far surpassed others. He had all sorts of heaven-defying cultivation methods on his body, and he had obtained true dragon chi, a 3rd dragon body, heaven-shaking saber, and world-destroying divine lightning. At every stage, he had always maintained his strength, far surpassing that of a cultivator at the same realm. Even now, he was able to compete with a fortune 4th stage martial artist. If such a result were to be said, it would be extremely terrifying. Xianxia weighed his strength and prepared to take on a higher-level mission. However, after walking around the mission hall for half a day, he only discovered about 20 missions, none of which could satisfy him. In this mission hall, the most difficult mission would receive 50 starlight coins, and further down there would even be 20, 10, or even 7 to 8 starlight coins missions. This won't do. Xianxia frowned. He found a staff member and wanted to accept higher-level missions. However, the staff member shook his head and said, "No." Xianxia said, "I don't understand. How could there not be? Could it be that the profound sky sect doesn't have any warriors above the fortune realm? This is impossible." The missions in the mission hall were basically at the 5th to 9th level of heaven scryer. There was only 1 mission at the 1st level of fortune that Xuezian and the others had accepted. They had already gone to execute it. The staff member shrugged and said helplessly, "If you are not satisfied, you can find the deacon of the Son of Heaven Peak. I am only responsible for issuing missions. I can't help you with anything else." Unwilling, Xianxia went straight to the temple of the Son of Heaven Peak and found the old deacon. After knowing Xianxia's intentions, the old man smiled and said, "Xiangbei, we really don't have any more missions in the fortune realm." Xianxia sneered. "There are so many high-level martial artists in the profound sky sect. Don't tell me they aren't active? Are they staying at home all day long? Haha. I'm afraid it's not that I didn't receive the good fortune realm mission, but that I refused to give it to us, right?" Xianxia pointed into the distance and said, I think there must be a lot of high-level missions for that midnight peak. The old man leaned back slightly and said, if someone were to question me like this, I would have told him to get out of here, but since you asked him yourself, I can answer your questions. The old man crossed his hands on the table, as if he was considering his own words for fear that he might accidentally reveal some secrets. After thinking for a while, the old man said, there is a question that you might not have expected. Do you know why there are so few good fortune realm martial artists among the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists? Xianxia said, if you have something to say, just say it. There's no need to ask and answer. I'll listen carefully. The old man nodded and explained to Xianxia. The righteous sects were truly unwilling to send more powerful martial artists to the Star Guild, because their own sects also needed to be developed. If all the outstanding members of the sect were sent to the Star Guild to fight and kill, wouldn't their sect be destroyed? This was because the sect had a foundation. However, the dark forces were different. They did not have any so-called sect sites or inheritances. They were completely aiming for profit. The sect wasn't willing to give more experts to the Star Guild, but the dark forces didn't care about this. Therefore, the highest level of Son of Heaven Peak's martial practitioners was Xuezian's pitiful 30 to 40 Fortune Realm martial practitioners. However, there were countless good Fortune Realm martial artists within Midnight Peak. Even divine martial realm experts existed, but the guild could not declare it to the public. The old man's words confirmed the deacon's words. The one who really helped the guild deal with the big problem was actually Midnight Peak. The old man added, they did not give up on Son of Heaven Peak, but they wanted to give Son of Heaven Peak martial artists better treatment, complete easier tasks, and obtain rewards. If this example was set, then the disciples of the other sects would only send more people over when they saw that the Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners had tasted the sweetness. It's the same as lying to a child. In a group of children, you should trick 2 of them first and give them some candy. Only then will the other children be willing to follow you. For this reason, the Star Guild could not hand over more dangerous tasks to Son of Heaven Foam. The old man adjusted his sitting posture and said, you should understand now, right? Xianxia nodded and said, the more you speak, the more I feel that you really treat me and the other Son of Heaven Peak martial artists as greenhouse flowers. Xianxia knocked on the table with his hand and said, I came to the Star Guild to fight. I'm not here to set a beautiful example for others to see. If I don't get the battle I want here, I can only choose to leave. In the end, the Star Guild still looked down on Son of Heaven Peak. Xianxia didn't want to do that kind of work of art that was covered in wreaths and held high up in the air for others to observe. What he wanted was a battle. It was iron, it was blood. Seeing that Xianxia had the intention to leave the guild, the old man's expression changed slightly. Xianxia was already a hot figure on Son of Heaven Peak. If he was released, then the loss would be too great. The old man hurriedly said, you may not know enough. I'm telling you something. Sect disciples, everything you learn is how to raise your cultivation realm, how to understand it faster, and how to learn martial skills. The people from the dark forces, on the other hand, are completely different. Everything they learn is killing methods, how to go deep, how to hide, how to disguise, how to assassinate, and so on. The most professional training. For example, throw a disciple of the sect and a martial practitioner of the dark forces of the same realm onto the arena. I think there is a good chance that the disciple of the sect will win. If I throw the 2 of them into the jungle and keep them alive, I'm afraid the last one to die will be the disciples of the sect. The old man took a deep look at Xianxia and said, the biggest difference between you 2 is that your sect disciples' combat mentors are your masters. As for the combat mentors of every member of the dark forces, they are their enemies. Xianxia let out a long sigh. His entire body was disheartened. The guild did not discriminate against Son of Heaven Feng maliciously, nor did they seek trouble to mock or ridicule him. On the contrary, the guild was very polite to Son of Heaven Feng. However, it was precisely this kind of disapproval from the depths of his bones that was the most irreparable. The old man was very polite to Xianxia, but there was a hidden meaning behind his words. That was, you guys can't do it. I'm not slandering you. Nor am I slandering you. You guys really can't do it. Perhaps the old man himself did not realize that the example he cited was completely inclined towards Midnight Peak. Completely inclined. This was not contempt, much less contempt, but disapproval. Understood. The old man said, I advise you kindly. I hope you can listen to me. Xianxia smiled and said, all right, since that's what you mean, then I can only leave Son of Heaven Peak. The heavens and the earth are vast. I don't believe that there is no place where I can display my talent. With that, Xianxia left. The old man stood up abruptly, only to see Xianxia leave. The old man angrily slammed the table. Why don't you know the good people? Xianxia returned to the Hearing Wind Pavilion and began to pack his things. He did not resent the old man, nor did he resent the Star Guild. It was just that he had come to the wrong place and was marked with the wrong position. Under the heavens, everyone who practiced martial arts had a common understanding that the strengths of sect disciples were fighting and cultivating, not actual combat and killing. Fighting and killing were very different. You want to leave? Long Xingyun, who pushed open the door and entered, said in surprise when he saw Xianxia tidying up his things. I have to go. This is not my sky. Xianxia nodded. Long Xingyun was puzzled. You've displayed extraordinary performance in these missions. Why isn't it your sky? What exactly do you want? Xiangxia's eyes flashed. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. What I want is to destroy the profound sky sect. Long Xingyun was slightly stunned. Xiangxia's words were something he had never expected. Which sect disciple doesn't want to achieve results? Who wouldn't want others to admire him and look up to him? I really can't keep you? Said Long Xingyun. I can't, at least you can't, Xianxia said. Old Yun, after I leave, I'll leave the brothers of Son of Heaven Peak to you to take care of. Don't let them suffer any grievances. Long Xingyun was dumbfounded. At this moment he also felt that his heart was empty. Even he did not realize that Xiangbei, who had always been a nuisance to him, had gradually become his life and death brother. When they truly left, this feeling suddenly surged out, unable to stop them. Hearing that Xianxia was about to leave, several hundred Son of Heaven Peak martial practitioners rushed over. These people had been through life and death with Xianxia. They were reluctant to part with Xianxia, but they could only come to see him off. No matter how well everyone tried to persuade him, Xianxia was determined. A Western region martial artist stood up and smiled bitterly. Remember when we first arrived at the Son of Heaven Peak? We hung up the Southern region martial artists and fought. You even clashed with us and fought a big fight. To this day, in just a few short months, we have already experienced life and death together. We have all been taken care of by you. Now that you suddenly want to leave, my brothers are very reluctant to part with you. Xianxia sighed and smiled brightly. Take care of yourselves after I leave. At this moment, the courtyard door was pushed open with a creak. A woman walked in and said, I heard you're leaving. Everyone was shocked, and they hurriedly stood with their hands lowered, showing great respect. Vice President Ning. Xianxia smiled and said, I've caused you trouble again. I've asked you to come here specifically. You also know that you've caused me trouble. Ning Zhishui glared at Xianxia reproachfully and said, I have to work hard for your personal matters. I know everything about you. All right, there's no need to say anything else. Follow me to Midnight Peak. Huh? Xianxia did not react. Follow me to Midnight Peak. Don't you want to accept the mission? Do you want to prove Son of Heaven Peak's ability? Ning Zhishui said. Since you want to do it big. Prove to everyone that you can do it. Follow me to Midnight Peak right now and take on a difficult task in front of everyone. As long as you can complete it, everyone will recognize you in their hearts, he said. This is more effective than using my own identity to bully others. I can only suppress others' mouths, but I can't suppress their hearts. All right. Xiangxia's eyes lit up. Go. I can't wait any longer. Ning Zhishui waved her hand and said, all of you from the Son of Heaven Peak, follow along and see what the Midnight Peak is doing. After saying that, Ning Zhishui led the way, while the martial practitioners of the Son of Heaven Peak followed him aggressively. Midnight Peak had its own mission hall. Evidently, Ning Zhishui had already taken care of the matter before she found Xiangnan. At this moment, the hundreds of thousands of warriors on Midnight Peak were recorded in the enormous mission hall. The moment Son of Heaven Peak's martial practitioners arrived, they were immediately stunned by this scene. Too many. There were actually hundreds of thousands of warriors on Zai Peak. Moreover, their realms were actually all covered from the Origin Returning Realm to the Heaven Origin Realm, the Heaven Peeping Realm, and even the Fortune Realm. Meanwhile, the mission hall of Midnight Peak was nearly 50 times larger than the mission hall of Son of Heaven Peak. The dazzling array of missions made the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists dizzy. This is too much of a difference. Long Xingyun blurted out, "There's actually such a huge disparity in treatment." All the warriors of Zai Peak held their shoulders and sneered at the people who were looking at Son of Heaven Peak. Someone said, "Oh, isn't this the group of Son of Heaven Peak babies raised in the boudoir? Why? Do you want to see our mission? Bastard, what did you say?" Long Xingyun said angrily. As soon as he spoke, the people on both sides immediately scolded each other. Son of Heaven Peak and Midnight Peak's Liangzi had long since followed suit, and their resentment was very deep. The people of Midnight Peak believed that the Son of Heaven Peak martial artists were all trash and didn't have the qualifications to come to the guild, but they were given special care by the guild. On the other hand, the people from Son of Heaven Peak believed that Zai Peak had received special care and was able to take on so many good missions. Just as Ning Zhishui had said, she did not stop the two sides from cursing at each other. This kind of thing couldn't be suppressed at all. Now that you've suppressed the situation, the hearts of the martial artists on both sides still refused to accept each other. The only way to solve the problem was with fists. Just as the two sides were cursing each other, Zai Feng walked out of the Fortune 5th layer martial artist. This person's expression was cold, and his killing intent was astonishingly dense. He tilted his head slightly and said coldly, "You can't just swagger into our Midnight Peak like this. You don't put the Midnight Peak in your eyes. Your people from Son of Heaven Peak are here to show off their might and celebrate your victory in the Liber Temple? If that's the case, then your goal has been achieved. You can scram now. You are not welcome here." In an instant, hundreds of thousands of people shouted in unison, "Scram! You are not welcome here. Ask us what we're doing here." Suddenly, a deep voice exploded in everyone's ears and hearts. Like thunder, the Xiangnan. He poured his rich dipper qi into his voice and spoke through his mouth, achieving a shocking effect. Sure enough, the expressions of the warriors of Midnight Peak instantly became serious. Xiangnan carried his huge saber on his back and walked step by step into the middle of the crowd. He looked around and said, "I'm here to challenge you. I want to prove that we, the Son of Heaven Peak, can complete the tasks that you can complete. And we can also complete the tasks that you can't complete." Zai Feng burst into laughter. The Good Fortune 5th layer martial artist sneered. "Who doesn't know how to speak ruthlessly? Your kung fu is indeed very strong. We can't argue with you. We're only good at fighting, we're not good at talking." Holy shit! Is that Xiangnan? Suddenly, a person emerged from the crowd and pointed at Xiangnan. At this time, Xiangnan did not wear a human skin mask, so he showed his true appearance. However, his face was also known in the southern domain, and most of them were only spirit-channeling martial artists who participated in the sex battle. But basically no one in the rest of the world has seen him. Xiangnan also looked at the person who spoke and found that it was a completely unfamiliar face. The person who spoke was also a Good Fortune 5th layer expert, but his attire was clearly that of a former Western region's martial artist on the Blue Tide continent. "You know him?" The Good Fortune 5th layer expert frowned. The Western region martial artist nodded. "Of course I know him. This kid is not an ordinary person. He won the last Southern Region Sect Championship." "Champion!" The Good Fortune 5th layer martial artist laughed loudly. "Which one isn't the champion here? Which one doesn't have the strength of a champion?" The Western Region martial artist shook his head. "You don't know that the Profound Sky Sect released a large number of experts to hunt him down back then. In fact, the Western region used almost all of its strength to cooperate with him. But in the end, he still managed to escape. This matter caused a sensation. At this moment, the scene became completely quiet. Sect champions were not rare in such a place. Many sect champions had already died, and not the champions, but they were still alive. However, in the entire Western regions, plus the heavenly profound sect's pursuit of a single person, they failed in the end. This was no joke. Is it really that exaggerated? The good fortune fifth layer martial artist frowned and asked, obviously not believing it. The Western region martial artist said, if he really is Xianxia, then he is so exaggerated that there is not a single bit of water mixed in. And there's also the most important point. What? The good fortune fifth layer martial artist asked again. The Western region martial artist said, back then, Xianxia was only at the origin returning realm. The scene was in an uproar. Gui Yuan realm. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even if the 9th level of Heaven Scryer could accomplish such a thing, it would still be inconceivable, let alone at the origin returning realm. Damn! Such a big background? Long Xingyun looked at Xiangxia's back in astonishment and said, I say, why is this brat so extraordinary? He is so valiant. It's been a long time. It's a guy who pretends to be a pig and eats a tiger. All right. Ning Zhishui clapped her hands and said, it seems like you don't need me to introduce you. Everyone already knows Xiang Bei. Isn't he Xianxia? The Western region martial artist asked curiously. Xianxia is already dead. Of course he is not Xianxia, Ning Zhishui said. Hearing this, everyone was very disappointed. Everyone was really looking forward to what Xianxia, who had such a great background, could do. As a result, he was busy for nothing. The scene was filled with booing. Ning Zhishui's actions were also very strict. Among the people present, there were Sky Profound Sect Scouts if they couldn't be kept together, and Xiangxia's identity was too sensitive to be exposed. It doesn't matter who it is. Xianxia carried his saber on his back and said loudly, Xianxia and Xiang Bei are both famous for their fists. The people of Zai Peak nodded their heads one after another. These words made them very fond of listening to them. Ning Zhishui pointed at a mission on the wall and said, there is a difficult mission here. 3 batches of martial artists from Zai Peak have already rushed over. They have all failed. You should first understand the details of the mission. The Endless Sea, the entire world of the Internet, enveloped the 5 major world regions, and in the Endless Sea they were divided into different sea areas. For example, the Sea of Forgetfulness that surrounds the Central Plains is actually one of the seas of the Endless Sea. In the Eastern region, there was a sea area called the Eastern Mausoleum, on which Skyfire Island was located. There were many demonic beasts on Heavenly Fire Island, which was a dangerous place, but the Eastern region military was stationed there. There was an official force in the Eastern region, and the military force was also very strong. Only the Eastern region's exiled continent did not have an official force, so it was necessary to distinguish between them. Normally, there was nothing unusual about Skyfire Island, but recently, something strange had started to happen. The Star Guild suspected that the Heavenly Profound sect was responsible for the mysterious disappearance of Skyfire Island soldiers. Zai Peak sent out 3 batches of people one after another. Most of the first batch of martial artists were at the 5th level of Heaven Scryer, a total of 20 people, but in the end, they were completely annihilated. The second batch of martial artists were also annihilated by the 9th Heaven Scryer layer, totaling 10 people. The third time, they sent out a total of 5 people, none of whom had returned alive. Ning Zhishui said, we suspect that some people from the Profound Sky sect are slaughtering the Heavenly Fire Island military. Furthermore, we have a preliminary judgment that the enemy's realm is likely to be at the 1st level of fortune, or even at the 2nd level of fortune. So this time, Ning Zhishui looked at Xianxia and said, we are going to send you alone. Alone? The warriors of Midnight Peak burst into laughter. Sending only one Heaven Scrying 9th layer martial artist would be sending him to his death. Wouldn't it? Ning Zhishui ignored the ridicule of others, and instead looked at Xianxia seriously. Do you dare? Dare? Xianxia replied resolutely. All right. Ning Zhishui nodded. because the enemy's realm has already reached the highest level of fortune level 2. If you complete this mission, the reward will be 150 starlight coins. Adding on the fact that you went alone, the reward of 50 starlight coins is 200 in total. The reward for this mission had always been increasing. At the beginning, there were only 30 starlight coins. Then, the reward increased to 50 or 100 starlight coins. Now, the reward had reached a shocking height of 150 starlight coins. Facing such a large amount of starlight coins, even the warriors of Xi Peak were envious. In the direction of Xi Peak, a good fortune second stage martial artist stood out and said, "Why give it to him? We can do such a good task ourselves." "Because you all failed the first 3 times," Ning Zhishui said calmly. The Midnight Peak martial artist was still unreconciled and said, "All right, Xiangbei can go do this mission, but I'll put the ugly words first. If he fails, then their son of Heaven Peak martial artists will never be able to share our Midnight Peak mission. Also, we'll only wait for him for 10 days. If he hasn't been heard from within 10 days, we'll immediately accept this mission and do it ourselves. Don't blame us for snatching the credit again." "No problem," Xiang Nanlang said. The martial artist raised his right hand and said, "Do you dare to give me 3 high fives? Come." Xiang Nan strode forward and slapped the martial artist 3 times. "You're courting death." The martial artists of Xi Peak started to laugh coldly. This Xiang Bei really didn't know the heavens and earth. "You are a 9th level Heaven Scryer martial artist. Yet you actually licked your face and swore an oath of alliance with someone else after completing the mission of the Good Fortune Realm. You really don't know whether to die or not." This time, son of Heaven Feng was going to lose face at his grandmother's house. As for Long Xingyun and the others, they stood behind Xiang Nan and started fighting for him. Long Xingyun whispered in Xiang Nan's ear, "This is a good opportunity for son of Heaven Peak to raise his eyebrows. If you can't finish it, don't blame me for breaking one of your legs." Xiang Nan smiled and said, "I will be afraid of enemies at the 2nd level of good fortune? You, Long Xingyun, are also at the 2nd level of good fortune. You even practiced the power of the divine image. But you are no match for me." "You really?" Long Xingyun's face turned red from choking. "You're really annoying." "All right." Ning Zhishui clapped her hands and said, "Then it's settled. Xiang Nan will set off immediately without delay." After saying that, Ning Zhishui took Xiang Nan out of the hall and stuffed a letter into Xiang Nan's hand. After bidding farewell to everyone, Xiang Nan set off with the dignity of the son of Heaven Peak. Eastern Region, Eastern Mausoleum Sea Region, Skyfire Island. This island was located in the northernmost part of the entire Eastern region, far away from the exiled continent. It was a strange place that Xiang Nan had never visited before. On the way, Xiang Nan opened the letter that Ning Zhishui had given him. Upon seeing the contents of the letter, the corner of Xiang Nan's mouth rose. The main purpose of this letter was to retain Xiang Nan. For this reason, Ning Zhishui did not hesitate to reveal some of the dark history of the Star Guild. The general meaning of the letter was as follows. In the beginning, the Profound Sky Sect was actually supported by the Star Guild. The guild wanted to control the entire martial world of the Southern Domain through the Profound Sky Sect. Unexpectedly, the Heavenly Profound Sect's wings hardened and they took refuge in the Bai clan. Instead, they fought against the guild. By the time the Star Guild reacted, it was already too late. In the days after the Heavenly Profound Sect's betrayal, the Star Guild was not inactive, nor was it blind, refusing to attack the Heavenly Profound Sect. Rather, there was another deep-seated reason behind it. The Star Guild had great ambitions. They had been expanding their influence and had intervened in the local martial arts forces in the 4 major regions of the world. Indeed, many of the local sects were cooperating with the Star Guild to help the Star Guild expand together. Since there is cooperation, then there must be non-cooperation. In the process of expansion, the Star Guild had actually used a lot of tough methods, even disintegrating a large number of sects and dark forces. In other words, some factions had joined the guild, while others had been suppressed by the guild to the point of becoming enemies. The reason why the Star Guild refused to declare war on the Heavenly Profound Sect was not because they were afraid of the Heavenly Profound Sect, but because they were afraid that the hostile forces of the Five Lakes and Four Seas would join the heavenly Profound Sect. As long as the Star Guild declared war on the Profound Sky Sect, those forces that had hated the Guild would immediately enter the embrace of the Profound Sky Sect. This was equivalent to the Guild forcing them to choose to stand on the side. That was why the Guild needed a lot of courage to declare war on the Profound Sky Sect. The day the war was declared was the same as the day the Profound Sky Sect grew into a colossus. This was the main reason why the heavenly Profound Sect's martial practitioners couldn't be exclusively killed. Many people found it strange. Why didn't the Guild directly destroy the Profound Sky Sect? But how could things be so simple under the heavens? These were all macro control measures, and once they were pulled together, their entire body would be moved. Xianxia had to admit that he hadn't expected it to be so far-reaching. He had once complained about the Guild in his heart. This was the difference between an independent person and a person in charge of the overall situation. At the end of the letter, Ning Zhishui also said that she hoped that Xianxia could understand the Guild. It wasn't that the Guild didn't want to work hard. In fact, the Guild had never stopped fighting the Profound Sky Sect from the moment it declared war. She hoped that Xianxia could see the determination of the Guild and that Xianxia would not leave lightly. The vice president of a guild lowered his body and asked Xianxia. Xianxia burned the letter and muttered to himself, "The Guild has put in a lot of effort to keep me. It's fine if I stay." At the same time, he did not expect that the Profound Sky Sect was already so large that even the Star Guild was afraid of it. This far exceeded his expectations. Light flashed on the teleportation array. Xianxia was the first to arrive at the Eastern region's Eastern Mausoleum continent. He held a letter of recommendation from the Guild in his hand and went to Skyfire Island after passing the official confirmation. Skyfire Island was not inhabited by humans, and only the military was stationed there. Therefore, if one wanted to go there, they had to go through the military's opening. On the other hand, Heavenly Fire Island was extremely large, equivalent to 1/3 of the ordinary continents. There were countless demonic beasts on it, but most of them were not at a high realm, and the highest was only at the Heaven Scryer realm. As a result, its demonic beast population was enormous, but its reputation was slightly lacking. Xianxia arrived at Skyfire Island in less than a day via a military airship. When the Great Elder looked over, he could see that the sky above Heavenly Fire Island was filled with dense demonic energy, as if an ocean of demonic energy was floating in the air. As for the Eastern Mausoleum officials, there were only 5,000 troops stationed here. There were definitely too few of them, but they weren't here to fight the demonic beasts. Instead, they were used as spies. As long as the demonic beasts intended to attack the human world, the Dongling army would immediately receive news and quickly send troops to suppress them. 5,000 spies were more than enough, but meeting the Profound Sky Sect was another matter. The flying ship descended and the child leaned against the air harbor. Xianxia directly jumped off the flying ship, and the person in charge of receiving him was a young general. He was about 40 years old at the first level of fortune. A martial artist's 40 years of age didn't seem to be much different from a martial artist's 20 or 30 years of age. "You must be Xiang Bei." The general shook hands with Xianxia eagerly. "Thank you for sending someone to help us again. The previous guild disciples died here. We are truly embarrassed. I didn't expect the guild to not abandon us." Xianxia also smiled and said, "If that's the case, it's because we're not doing a good job on our own. We've caused trouble for you." But soon Xianxia saw a strange scene. This general was very enthusiastic towards him, but the other soldiers were very disdainful of him. Only after careful inquiry did he realize that the generals guarding Skyfire Island were only at the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Moreover, they had died on the island, and only half of their corpses had been found. The Dongling army realized that the situation was serious, so they sent this young master general of the Fortune First Layer over. He was new and Xianxia was also new. Naturally, the two sides could easily warm up. However, those soldiers who had experienced battles disdained Xianxia's realm. No one greeted Xianxia, and no one looked at him. The general immediately brought Xianxia into the camp and drilled into the tent. "My name is Wu Jun. You are not a soldier. Just call me Big Brother Wu." The general patted Xiangnan's shoulder and said, "Young and promising. Looks like my little brother is only in his 30s, but he is already at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. The disciples of the guild are indeed extraordinary." A martial artist's appearance was very slow to age, so it was difficult to judge their age from their appearance. Most of them guessed their age according to their cultivation realm. Xiangnan did not explain anything and said, "Big Brother Wu, can you tell me what happened on the island?" "All right, Brother Xiang is indeed swift and fierce. I'll tell you right now. In the beginning, there were only a few patrolling soldiers on Skyfire Island who mysteriously disappeared. They would probably disappear 1 or 2 in 3 to 4 days. Later on, the number began to increase, and almost every day 3 or 4 of them would disappear. At first, the military thought that they had encountered a small-scale sneak attack from demonic beasts, but they didn't pay much attention to it. They only sent some more men to defend themselves. But then the problem got worse. Wu Jun pointed at the map and said, "We have 5,000 people stationed in the 4 corners of Heavenly Fire Island, north, south, east and west, observing the movements of the demonic beasts in all directions. But strangely, none of the 4 camps were attacked. All of the dead were patrols patrolling the island. We suspect that there are powerful demonic beasts roaming the core area of the island, so we sent more people to investigate. However, none of those who entered will be able to return alive. We even began to send some late Heaven Origin Realm and even early Heaven Scryer Realm experts in, but they will never return. At this time, we still thought that it was a demonic beast that caused trouble, but we slowly discovered that things weren't that simple." Wu Jun pointed to several areas on the map. Demonic beasts usually have a strong sense of territory and won't easily step out of their territory. However, the place we were attacked is scattered in different areas. This shows that it is very likely that it was caused by humans. Xiangnan pondered for a moment before nodding. "Where are the people sent by our guild?" Wu Jun said, "They also went in, but the result was the same. No one came out. However, something different has appeared this time. The mysterious enemy has begun to attack. Camp East and Camp West have all been ambushed. More than 100 people are missing for some reason." Wu Jun raised his head and looked at Xiangnan. If it was the demonic beast's revenge, they would definitely not just do this. Instead, they would directly take down the camp and eat all the humans. "That makes sense." Xiangnan nodded. Wu Jun added, "So we are even more certain that this is not an act of revenge by a demonic beast, but a warning from a human. Up until yesterday, no one dared to patrol the depths of the island. That place has faintly become a forbidden area." Xiangnan said, "Give me a map and mark out all the known accident sites. I want to go take a look." Wu Jun took the map and marked 7 death spots for Xiangnan. However, in reality, there weren't so few real death spots. It was just that Wu Jun and the others hadn't found out where many people had died. The 3 batches of warriors from Zai Peak hadn't even found their corpses yet. Xiangnan took the map and was about to set off, but was stopped by Wu Jun. "It's getting late." Wu Jun shook his head and said, "As a dense demonic aura at night, it is not suitable for scouting. Demonic aura will envelop your perception." Xiangnan thought for a moment and felt that what he said made sense, so he chose to act after dawn. Without the sunlight, the demonic energy would have grown like crazy. In this kind of environment, it was extremely difficult to sense the spiritual energy fluctuations of a human martial artist. Xiangnan and Wu Jun sat in the tent and drank wine. After chatting about some trivial matters, they both fell asleep. Since the last mission, Xiangnan hadn't slept for a minute, so he took the opportunity to replenish his sleep. This place was situated in the southern camp of the island. The tents of the army stood on the ground one by one. The tightly guarded soldiers traveled back and forth between the camps, waiting in a tight formation. It was late at night, and a full moon was hanging in front of him. Under the demonic aura, the moon looked very strange and silver-gray. A group of soldiers wandered outside the camp, just in time to change shifts with another group. At this moment, Xiangnan suddenly opened his eyes and charged out without saying a word. Wu Jun's reaction was only slightly slower than Xiangnan's. He also grabbed his spear and rushed out after Xiangnan. You also feel it? Wu Jun glanced at Xiangnan. I feel it. Xiangnan nodded. The two of them rushed out of the barracks and arrived at the place where the spiritual energy fluctuated abnormally. However, when they saw this scene, both of them frowned. There was supposed to be a patrol here, but at this moment it was empty. On the ground, in the trees, in the air, there wasn't even the slightest trace of a fight. There wasn't even any spiritual energy fluctuations. Xiangnan's expression was solemn. Just now, when I was asleep, I felt the auras of 5 people disappear out of thin air. Only then did I wake up. Wu Jun looked at the scene with a puzzled expression. No, even if it was a sneak attack, how could it not leave behind even the fluctuations of spiritual energy? Is it really a demonic beast? Xiangnan sniffed. There was no spiritual energy, only demonic energy, which meant that no humans had been here before. Wu Jun firmly shook his head. Impossible! Without such high intelligence, how could demonic beasts do things so cleanly? Furthermore, my soldiers are trained strictly, and demonic beasts only know how to chase after them. They definitely won't let the scene be so clean. Xiangnan was also surprised. What Wu Jun said was correct. The missing soldier looked like a killer. The demonic beast did not have such a sneak attack consciousness. But what if it's a demonic beast controlled by humans? Xiangnan pondered for a moment before proposing another idea. If it was controlled by humans, then the demonic beast's behavior would be no different from that of humans. The possibility is very low. Wu Jun still shook his head. Even if humans tamed demonic beasts could only obey orders. However, they were unable to behave exactly like humans. Look at this ground. Not to mention the traces of a fight. There aren't even messy footprints. The neat footprints on the ground showed that the patrol had suddenly disappeared from the ground. Just as the two of them were still doubtful, Xiangnan held the hilt of the saber behind him. Wu Jun was stunned. Xiangnan gave Wu Jun a look and said softly, "Don't speak. He's still here." The night breeze howled, and the gray moonlight shone down. The dense leaves rustled around them. Apart from the auras of Xiangnan and Wu Jun, there was not the slightest bit of noise. Xiangnan's face slowly turned to a tree. There was a shadow lying on the tree. The shadow didn't move at all. There was no fluctuation of breathing, no fluctuation of spiritual energy, no fluctuation of demonic energy. Xiangnan lowered his head and held the saber weapon, not moving at all. Wu Jun swallowed a mouthful of saliva and didn't say anything. That's Wu Jun also saw the black shadow. Xiangnan waved his hand, signaling for Wu Jun not to speak. However, Wu Jun reached out to stop Xiangnan and quickly said, "Brother Xiang, get out of the way. Let me deal with this thing." As he spoke, Wu Jun suddenly rushed towards the shadow. However, at this moment, the faint shadow had faintly dissipated. Wu Jun suddenly stopped. He blinked his eyes forcefully and couldn't believe his own eyes. Just like that, the shadow mysteriously disappeared without any warning, as if it was an occasional ball of gas. This Wu Jun was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening in front of him. Xiangnan sighed and said, "General Wu is impulsive. However, it seems that things are the same as I thought." "What do you mean?" Wu Jun looked at Xiangnan strangely. "What the hell was that just now? Did the disappearance of the soldiers in our army have anything to do with it?" Xiangnan said, "I'll explain to you later. You guard the camp first. I'll chase after you." With that, Xiangnan cat wrapped his waist and entered the jungle with a flash of his figure. Wu Jun frowned, but did not follow. He was indeed worried about the safety of the camp. He said to himself, "Brother Xiang is truly an expert in art. He chased after them just by saying that he chased after them." After that, the Wu army returned to the camp, awakening all the sleeping soldiers and immediately convening an emergency meeting. In front of the many soldiers, Wu Jun's expression was grave as he said, "Right now, we have encountered an unprecedented enemy. I, Wu Jun, have led troops to war for more than 10 years. However, I have never encountered such a thing before tonight. I hope that everyone will remain vigilant and keep an eye on all changes in the surroundings. Hearing a good fortune realm expert say this, the soldiers couldn't help but become nervous. Soldiers fought against living humans. At the very least, they could know who their enemies were, but what had happened recently had already exceeded their scope of understanding. In the jungle, Xianxia moved unhurriedly. He did not fly, but only flashed through the trees. The deeper into the island, the higher the temperature in the air. The reason why Skyfire Island was named was because there were a large number of active volcanoes on the island. The closer these volcanoes were to the core of the island, the more dense the volcanoes would be, and the temperature in the air would gradually increase. Xianxia opened his lightning photoelectric eye, and as he walked forward, he looked at the blurry shadow in front of him. This shadow was already indiscernible to the naked eye, and could only be seen with the lightning photoelectric eye. However, Xianxia's mood was very bad. He realized that he was careless. The shadow in front of him seemed to have realized that Xianxia was chasing after it. Gradually, the shadow hung in midair and stopped moving. Xianxia also stopped and stared fixedly at the shadow in the sky. The shadow shook slightly, as if it was somewhat surprised that someone could see its existence. Xianxia hugged his shoulder and scanned the surroundings. Then he looked at the shadow and said, "Come out. I know that you are using the awakening of talent." Suddenly, the shadow quickly pounced towards Xianxia. Xianxia bent his body slightly and wielded a knife in his right hand. He swiftly passed by the shadow, and the saber shadow flashed in the dark night. The shadow immediately split into two, and when it landed on the ground, it turned into a wolf demon that was sliced at the waist. Looking at the two wolf demons, Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "I was careless. I really was careless." We all subconsciously thought that the heavenly profound sect martial artists cultivated the awakening of talent, but we overlooked the most important point. With this awakening of talent, demon beasts and demon races can also cultivate. Xianxia shook his head, his heart extremely heavy. Yeah, humans awaken their talent in cultivation and need to use origin pills. That's why the Star Guild has been investigating the disappearance of martial artists. However, everyone had overlooked one point. What if the young demonic beasts or demonic races in this world were also quietly disappearing? Then who would be chasing after this matter? Perhaps from the very beginning, the profound Sky Sect had not only been catching young human warriors, they had also been catching demons. However, the Star Guild, including him, did not realize this. Xianxia lowered his head and pondered. If the demons were to be refined into pills according to the method of refining origin pills, could they be called demon origin pills? Can this medicinal pill be consumed by the demons? At the same time, can it allow them to unleash their innate ability to awaken? Xianxia suddenly thought of the Steel Continent. When he was in the Tongtian mountain range, he had encountered several demon race men. This meant that the Black Sect did indeed have an alliance with the demons tomorrow. No wonder it's so difficult to track them down. Xianxia took a deep breath and continued towards the depths of the island. This place was filled with demonic energy. If a demonic beast or a demon race used their innate talent to awaken, then the demonic energy of this island would be their best cover. Xianxia's heart grew heavier and heavier. He probably realized that the profound Sky Sect might already have a powerful demonic beast army. This matter must be reported immediately. As Xianxia moved forward, he took out 2 signaling orders and stored his discovery in the signaling order. He sent it to Fengshen in the southern domain and sent it back to Son of Heaven Peak. Skyfire Island was 1/3 the size of an ordinary continent, and about 1/10 the size of Blue Tide Continent. It spanned a distance of about 100,000 kilometers. This distance was nothing to Xianxia. He ascended to the sky and began to fly at full speed. In less than an hour, he flew 30,000 miles. This place had already reached the edge of the core region of Skyfire Island. The distant sky was already filled with flames. Active volcanoes stood tall between heaven and earth, and magma continuously emitted out. The air was dry and blazing. This was a natural treasure ground for cultivating fire attributes. Xianxia sniffed, and the air was filled with the smell of smoke. "It's probably here," Lightning flashed in his eyes, and he discovered that the elements in the air were the most active. Innate awakening was a martial skill that allowed a human or demon's innate talent to erupt and transform into an elemental form in an instant. If a fire-attributed martial artist used awakening innate, then the fire elementium in his area would be much more active than in the other areas. Surrounding them was a strange forest. These trees grew along the volcano all year round. Their trunks were red and shiny, and bright patterns could be seen gushing up the tree trunks. Ordinary trees absorbed water, but the trees here were actually absorbing magma. It was truly inconceivable. In this strange jungle, there were some shadows. Xianxia probed for a moment. He couldn't see those shadows with his naked eye, but with his lightning-like eyes, he could discover their existence. Moreover, these shadows were slowly approaching him. Fifth Heaven Scryer Stage. Xianxia nodded his head silently and said, "For Skyfire Island, such a realm is no longer low." Those shadows surrounded Xianxia. They thought that Xianxia did not discover their existence and seemed to be observing Xianxia's movements. If it's only a demonic beast of this level, it shouldn't be enough to kill a Zai Peak martial artist. Xianxia did not make a move. Instead, he lowered his head and pondered. The last batch of Zai Peak martial practitioners came here, and their cultivation realm was the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. Even if they were unable to see through the awakening of the demonic beast's innate talent, they would still not be killed if they were ambushed by a 5th level Heaven Scryer demonic beast. In other words, there are enemies with higher realms here. The shadows were getting closer and closer, ready to attack. Xianxia slightly raised his right index finger, and a 10-meter-long heaven-shaking ring appeared. He condensed his intent onto the heaven-shaking ring, and then abruptly threw it out. When the heaven-shaking ring struck the first shadow, it immediately bounced back onto the second shadow and then onto the third shadow. Bang, 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 bang. Before the shadows could attack, they were struck by the terrifying heaven-shaking ring and exploded. Xianxia had to admit that Guanxiao was indeed a battle genius. This move was learned by Xianxia from Guanxiao. If she hadn't used it once, Xianxia wouldn't have easily thought of the usage of the heaven-shaking ring. Using the enemy's body as a shield, allowing the heaven-shaking ring to shoot back and forth on the enemy's body could achieve the most efficient group attack. Instead of bouncing back and releasing the heaven-shaking ring every time they attacked an enemy, it would be a huge waste of efficiency. 70 or 80 shadows were annihilated in less than a breath under the impact of the heaven-shaking ring. At this moment, a burst of applause came from the air. Pa pa pa. A faint shadow condensed into a human form in the air. Amazing! Amazing! That person stood in the air with a beaming smile and looked down at Xianxia. He said, "I never thought that your little Heaven Scryer level 9 martial artist would actually possess such powerful combat strength." Xianxia looked at the man and frowned. "The situation here is caused by a demon like you?" That man was indeed a demon, and his body emitted a very dense demonic aura. His realm was roughly at the late stage of the 2nd fortune stage to the 3rd fortune stage. The demon male laughed and said, "Yes, but this is a matter for our demon race. As a human, why should you interfere? Before you, there were quite a few humans invading my territory by themselves. I've warned them severely, but you just don't know how to learn a lesson, do you?" Xianxia hugged his shoulders and the heaven-shaking ring floated above his head. He said, "Your demon race has nothing to do with us humans, but you shouldn't sneak attack the human military camp. However, it's good that you're willing to take the initiative to show yourself. After killing you, my mission will be completed." "Kill me?" The demon clan laughed loudly. "You are truly speaking crazily. You, a tiny 9th stage Heaven Scryer human, are actually threatening to kill me, an expert who is close to the 3rd stage of good fortune. You are truly tired of living. All right, since you've come to die one after another, I'll fulfill your wish." As he spoke, the monster man raised his right hand high and condensed a long spear with demonic energy, fiercely throwing it towards Xianxia. Xianxia flicked his index finger and the heaven-shaking ring immediately rushed forward, colliding with the spear. With a loud explosion, the spear exploded in the air, and the heaven-shaking ring was bounced back. Although this demon male had never cultivated a high-level martial skill of the soaring dragon sect, his realm was even higher than Long Xingyun's. This was the first time the two sides had clashed, and they were actually evenly matched. Very strong. Xiangnan was slightly surprised. The strength of this demon male was much higher than the average level of most Son of Heaven Peak martial artists. The demon male was also quite shocked. He looked at Xiangnan hesitantly. How could this be? Not to mention the difference in strength between us. Just the difference in our realms alone is enough for me to suppress you by quite a bit. Xiangnan said, Realm suppression? That won't work on me. The demon male gritted his teeth and roared, Arrogant! His arms trembled and a strange black bone spear appeared. He grabbed it in his hand and used both of his hands to launch a close-range attack towards Xiangnan. That man's combat attainments were very high, and the demon race's physique was naturally much stronger than humans. Xiangnan put the heaven-shaking ring back onto his saber and transformed it into a heaven-shaking saber that fought with the demon male. 3 yuan in a row. The demon man held the spear in his hand and spun around, turning the black bone spear into a black halo and fiercely smashing it onto Xiangnan's heaven-shaking saber. Boom! Xiangnan was knocked back 3 steps. Immediately after, the demon race man's second shot smashed over, and a huge black ring still flashed through the air. Boom! Xiangnan was knocked back for a walk again. Afterwards, the demon race man threw a third shot at him. Xiangnan stabbed his saber into the ground, and an azure dragon went out to sea to launch a counterattack. Boom! 1 saber and 1 spear collided, and the 2 of them exploded dozens of meters away. The demon male looked at Xiangnan in disbelief. He really couldn't imagine it. Xiangnan's first-level heaven-shaking blade was actually not as powerful as Guanzhou's heaven-shaking ring. This was because Xiangnan's cultivation level was too low. Adding on the fact that the demon raceman's physique was stronger than that of a human, his late good fortune 2nd grade was already equivalent to the strength of a human good fortune 3rd grade martial artist. But not only did Xiangnan have the heaven-shaking saber, he also had a 3-part dragon body. Thus, although the difference between the 2 sides was enormous, Xiangnan had pulled them to the same level. Fortunately, I'm here. Xiangnan nodded. If it was really the 5 good fortune first-layer martial artists of Xi Peak, they would still have died in vain. Little bastard. I'll kill you today. Your insulting skills towards humans are quite good. Xiangnan twisted his neck and said, But I'm no longer interested in tangling with you. Lead me to death. With that, Xiangnan's body trembled and 9 chi dragons wrapped around his body. The 2 of them clashed again in close combat. Very quickly, the first chi dragon finished storing its chi and began to shine, forming Xiangnan's second spiritual sea. Immediately after more than a dozen fierce battles, the 2nd and 3rd chi dragons took shape. With 4 spiritual seas, Xiangnan increased the power of the heaven-shaking saber to the 4th level. At this level of strength, he could already crush an expert like Guanzhou. The demon male in front of him fell into a disadvantageous position. The monster male looked at Xiangnan in shock, then turned around and fled. His speed was extremely fast, and he turned into a black shadow and fled into the distance. Xiangnan didn't even chase after him and directly tossed the 8-meter-long heaven-shaking saber out into the heaven-shaking ring. With this slash, the heaven-shaking saber actually transformed into 4 heaven-shaking rings that were 10 meters in diameter. Buzz buzz, the 4 heaven-shaking rings instantly caught up to the demon male and instantly exploded in the air. In the sky, only the last miserable scream of the demon male before his death could be heard. It's much easier than I thought. Xiangnan's right hand hooked, and the 4 heaven-shaking rings in the distance dissipated out of thin air. He flew over and found the demon raceman's storage ring. He opened it and 40 to 50 round pills appeared inside. It is indeed different from the origin pill. Xiangnan held the pills thoughtfully. The place where humans store the first weather is called the Dantian. This thing will transform into a spiritual sea as one's cultivation level rises. The place where demonic beasts store demonic energy is called the demonic core. When their cultivation level rises, they will be converted into demonic essence. Of course, this was a name given by humans. Xianxia had seen origin pills before. He was playing with a pill and used his lightning vision to see through it. The ingredients in this pill were very different from the origin pill, but the principle was the same. Looks like the profound sky sect is really secretly building up a demon army. Xianxia frowned. We have always ignored this point, but I wonder how many demon armies the Xuanzong sect has expanded. I'm not sure. I'm afraid it will cause endless trouble. The Star Guild estimated the strength of the Heavenly Profound sect according to the number and realm of its martial artists, but everyone ignored this point of the demon race. If the Heavenly Profound sect truly had a demon race ally, their true strength might be half or even double that estimated by the Star Guild. Xianxia glanced around and flew back to the barracks. When he flew back to the barracks, he saw the tragic situation. The barracks of more than 1,000 people had been slaughtered by 200 to 300 demonic beasts. The raging fire general's tent was burning, and thick smoke rose into the sky. Many human soldiers were doing their best to resist the attack of the demonic beasts, but their resistance was worthless. The horrors of those demonic beasts and heretics were all ferociously pouncing on humans and constantly disintegrating their bodies. A wolf demon ferociously pounced towards the two soldiers. Halfway through, Peng's voice disappeared. However, the two soldiers shot empty-handed at the same time. At the same time, Peng's voice rang out as the wolf demon condensed behind the two of them. It threw a human onto the ground and directly bit the soldier's throat. Another soldier hurriedly shot back and stabbed the wolf demon between the eyebrows. The wolf demon disappeared with a single sound. Then, Peng's voice appeared behind the soldier, biting off the neck behind him with a single bite. In the surroundings of the barracks, 200 to 300 demonic beasts continuously transformed into chi, then condensed, attacked, then transformed into chi, then condensed, attacked. That scene was incomparably shocking. The mountains and fields were filled with demonic beasts that were constantly disappearing and appearing. This type of combat mode was unprecedented for a soldier, and he didn't even dare to think about it. Fortunately, there was also a good fortune first-layer Wu army in the barracks. Otherwise, this 1,000-man barracks would not be enough for those demonic beasts to slaughter, and they would probably not even last for a minute. The most terrifying thing was that after these demonic beasts awakened, only Xianxia could see the smoke they had transformed into. However, in the eyes of ordinary martial artists, those demonic beasts had truly disappeared in an instant. A good fortune realm martial artist already had a small path in his body. The Wu army could kill demonic beasts without using any weapons, but he couldn't see where the demonic beasts fell to the ground after disintegrating. He could only rely on his rich combat experience to fight and hack randomly. This kind of efficiency was extremely low. Show yourself. Xianxia flew up high and threw the Mingyue Haoyan mirror out. The Haoyan mirror flew directly to an altitude of 700 to 800 meters and shot down a fan-shaped light, enveloping the entire barracks. Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Formation. The Heavenly Dipper Demon Subduing Formation itself had a suppressive effect on the demonic beasts. The demonic beasts surrounding the barracks immediately appeared. However, the Mingyue Haoyan mirror could only illuminate the smoke that the demonic beast had turned into after disintegrating. Although the soldiers saw the smoke formed by the demonic beasts and attacked the smoke, they were still unable to injure the demonic beasts. However, this was enough for Wu Jun. Wu Jun's eyes were already red when he saw his subordinates being brutally tortured to death. At this moment, the demonic beast appeared, it rushed out like crazy. "I'll chop you bunch of beasts alive!" The Wu army's spear hooked up, as if it was in the uninhabited realm. The demonic beasts they killed were completely routed. In just a second, more than a dozen demonic beasts had died beneath the spearheads. Xianxia watched from the sky, but he did not make a move. He knew that Wu Jun had been holding back this grudge for a long time, so he had to give him a chance to vent his grudge. He couldn't seize this opportunity, or else he would be too unjust. After appearing, the demonic beast was completely finished. In less than a minute, it was completely killed by Wu Jun. But at this moment, out of more than 1,000 soldiers, only more than 200 were still alive, and the results were extremely tragic. Wu Jun held a spear in his hand and his entire body was stained with blood. He turned around and looked at the countless soldiers who had died behind him. His eyes were incomparably red. This blow was too severe for Wu Jun. More than 200 soldiers stood in the sea of blood and corpses. Their entire bodies were bathed in blood, but their expressions were solemn and resolute. They had displayed the basic qualities that a soldier should possess. In the face of such a tragic situation, they still did not have any fear or cowardice. Wu Jun gritted his teeth and roared, "Are you afraid? I'm not afraid." The roars of 200 people shook the heavens. "Protect Heavenly Fire Island to the death." Wu Jun nodded and shouted, "Fuck him. This daddy will apply for reinforcements to flatten Skyfire Island. This daddy will make these demonic beast bastards pay a painful price." As he spoke, Wu Jun sent the message flying Xiang and flew down and said, "There are some things that I can't hide from you anymore. Big Brother Wu, you also saw that these demonic beasts can dissipate into gas. Strictly speaking, they are transformed into elements." But Wu Jun hurriedly said, "Brother Xiang, where did that mirror of yours come from? Can you make more for us to defend against?" Xiang shook his head. "I didn't make this mirror. I also don't have the ability to make a second one." After saying that, Xiang told Wu Jun about the situation in the Profound Sky sect. Of course, Wu Jun knew about the Profound Sky sect, but this was the first time he had heard of the awakening of talent. "There's such a peculiar martial skill?" Wu Jun looked at Xiang in surprise. "Then aren't they invincible?" Xiang said, "The awakening of talent does not allow a martial artist to truly be invisible. For example, a martial artist with fire talent will transform into a ball of fire element during the awakening of talent. The naked eye of a human can see it. But look here." Xiang pointed at the endless demonic aura in the sky and said, "The demonic aura here is too heavy. It's so heavy that you can see it with just your eyes. Therefore, when a demonic beast awakens its innate talent, the demonic energy in the sky will be completely integrated, so as to achieve the purpose of invisibility. So, I'm afraid that even if your reinforcements do come, there's nothing you can do with these demonic beasts. As long as they transform into elements at any time during the battle, you won't be able to see where they are. Furthermore, these incarnation elements are not short-lived. As long as they are willing, they can remain disappearing for a long time." Wu Jun frowned and said, "Then what should I do? I have no clue now." Xiang said, "If they are outside, once these demonic beasts awaken their innate talent, they will be visible to the naked eye. But not on this island. This way, I will help you set up a heavenly dipper demon subduing formation in the barracks. If any more demonic beasts enter, they will reveal their true colors." As he spoke, Xiang immediately set up a large-scale heavenly dipper demon subduing formation, covering the entire barracks. Wu Jun said gratefully, "I really don't know how to thank you, Brother Xiang. Fortunately, you're here. Otherwise, I'm afraid all of us will be annihilated." Xiang patted Wu Jun on the shoulder and said, "Big Brother Wu, there's no need to be so polite. You should calm down the soldiers and bury the dead brothers. I've already killed the monsters who caused trouble on this island. Without his control, there shouldn't be any major problems on Heavenly Fire Island. Here there is a forging manual. The forging method recorded on it is the formula and forging method for forging Italian weapons. Send this thing back to your military headquarters and have military artificers forge intent weapons. At that time, you will be able to deal with these demonic beasts that are capable of awakening their innate talent." "I just don't know." Wu Jun had already guessed what Xiang wanted to say. He nodded. "Yes, our military also has experts who are proficient in intent decision." "Then I'm relieved," Xiang said. Once the demonic beast left Heavenly Fire Island, the transformation elements could be seen by the naked eye. If the soldiers outside were equipped with Italian weapons, they would naturally not be afraid of awakening their innate talent. As for the soldiers of Skyfire Island, they were originally stationed here. As long as they didn't leave the Heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array, they wouldn't be afraid. Wu Jun said unwillingly, "Then let the demonic beasts on this island ignore them? I wonder how many demonic beasts here can awaken their innate talent. Xianxia said, That's easy. No matter how many reinforcements you send, it's useless. Why don't you apply for a divine martial realm military expert to come over and get rid of the remaining demonic beasts on the island in a few seconds? Yes, Wu Jun said. No matter how dense the demonic energy here is, it cannot escape the eyes of a divine martial realm expert. Then thank you, Brother Xiang. I won't thank you for your kindness. No matter what problems you encounter when you return to the eastern region in the future, just mention my name, Wu Jun. I can help you solve them. I believe you can. Xianxia laughed. This Wu Jun was already an expert at the first layer of fortune at such a young age. Without the support of a large clan, he would definitely not be able to do so. Obviously, this person was also a great figure in the Eastern Mausoleum Sea region. Alright, I still have something to report to the guild, so I won't stay any longer. Big Brother Wu, we are destined to meet again. Xianxia cupped his fists and cupped his hands. Then he turned into a beam of bright light and flew into the sky. Wu Jun smiled bitterly. You're fast. You're also fast. This kid is really busy. The airport of Skyfire Island was in the military camp. It had been destroyed by the demonic beasts earlier. Xianxia could only fly back to the Eastern Mausoleum continent and use the teleportation array there. This mission was considered to be complete, and Xianxia had also gone through a heart attack. Now that they had returned to the Star Guild, those Midnight Peak martial artists should have nothing to say, right? He had also earned a lot of face for Son of Heaven Feng. At this moment, Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped for no reason. He stopped and turned to look at Skyfire Island. Skyfire Island was still calm under the darkness, and the demonic aura still enveloped the entire island. In the sky, the moon was dim and the stars were dim. From here, one could see bright moonlight and stars. However, Xianxia didn't know why, but he always felt that something was wrong. His heart skipped a beat. It was a sixth sense. Am I worrying too much? Xianxia looked at the sky and then at Skyfire Island. The chaos of demonic beasts had finally subsided, and the heavenly Dipper Demon subduing array had also been set up. The monster male who caused the trouble was killed by him. What else was worth the palpitations? Maybe I overthought it. Xianxia recalled the details of the mission. Combined with the demon man he had killed, he felt that he was safe and sound. Only then did he continue on his journey. This mission was actually very simple. There was an enemy ambushing the Dongling army. Kill the enemy, end the mission, that's all. However, for some reason, the farther away Xianxia was from Skyfire Island, the higher the frequency of the palpitations. He always felt that something was wrong. His Xianxia stopped for the second time and turned around. Heavenly Fire Island was already very far away. Only a blurry outline could be seen. What exactly is going on? He frowned. This kind of unprovoked palpitations is very unreasonable. But I have experienced life and death tribulations several times. My sixth sense is already very accurate. There will be no misjudgment. Just as he was talking to himself, he saw military flying ships coming from afar. The efficiency of the Dongling army was very high. Heavenly Fire Island was originally a base to guard against the chaos of demonic beasts. As soon as Wu Jun's order for help was released, the Dongling army immediately sent heavy troops to suppress it without any delay. From the looks of it, there was already an army on standby on the East Mausoleum continent. When Xianxia saw the arrival of the military, his heart calmed down. There were at least 100,000 troops on the dense fleet of 30 to 40 airships. If they rushed to the island, there shouldn't be any problem. Thinking of this, Xianxia continued to advance. However, when he flew out, his palpitations became even more intense. He had rationally analyzed all the possibilities that made him feel at ease, but he was unable to eliminate the feeling of palpitations. No! Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, I've already come. If I don't find out the cause of my unease, I definitely can't leave easily. After making up his mind, he immediately returned and flew back to Skyfire Island. At the same time, he kept praying in his heart, hoping that the mission of the Star Guild would be accurate and that there would be no more unexpected situations. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. When he returned to Heavenly Fire Island, he discovered that there were already more than 4,000 people on Wu Jun's side of the barracks. There were 4 camps on Skyfire Island. When the camp on Wu Jun's side was besieged, he had already issued requests for help to the other 3 camps. At this moment, it seemed that the soldiers from the other 3 camps had already rushed over. The flying ship from the East Mausoleum continent had just arrived. It was hovering in mid-air. As the port in the air was destroyed, large numbers of soldiers jumped down from the sky. With a glance, there were even more people than Xianxia had estimated, probably about 120,000 to 30,000 people. Big Brother Wu should be busy reporting the military intelligence. I won't bother him anymore. I'll just go take a look around the island. Xianxia thought for a moment before flying straight to the center of the island without landing. However, for some reason, the closer Xianxia got to the core area, the more intense the bad feeling in his heart became. He felt as if a pair of eyes were peeping at him. This feeling was unprecedented for Xianxia. He could only feel a cold aura rushing from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He frowned and looked around, wanting to find the person who was spying on him. But no matter how much he searched, he couldn't find the source of that strange gaze. He didn't even know where this gaze came from. What's going on? What exactly is this feeling? Xianxia covered his chest and felt that it was difficult to breathe. It was as if he had been targeted by a vicious creature. Boom! A violent explosion suddenly came from behind. What? Xianxia suddenly turned around. In the direction of the barracks, flames shot into the sky. It illuminated the sky filled with demonic energy. He didn't have time to think and hurriedly returned to the barracks. After arriving near the barracks, the scene in front of him made Xianxia feel unimaginable. That's a human snake. The barracks had been besieged again, and this time, the ones attacking the barracks were not ordinary demonic beasts, but the kind of human snakes that Xianxia saw in the ancient martial tomb. Thousands of people and snakes lined up in a dense formation. They stood upright on the ground and approached the barracks step by step. As for these people and snakes, they all opened their mouths as they advanced, spitting out powerful golden divine lightning from their mouths. That scene was too spectacular and unbelievable. Where did you get it? Xianxia was stunned. Aren't these things in the ancient martial tomb? Why did they run out? The dangling reinforcements weren't vegetarian either. Their role was to suppress Skyfire Island, and their average strength had already reached the 5th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Some of them were even at the Fortune realm, similar to Wu Jun. There were at least 20 experts at this level. 100,000 Tianyuan 5th layer army. That was simply an unimaginable force. Each of them possessed the strength of Dong Wushang of the western regions. Who? Drink! As the soldiers roared in unison, the soldiers in the first 3 rows held giant heavy shields and built them into shield walls. Behind the shield wall, countless soldiers held Yuan Qi longbows and shot out Yuan Qi arrows. In the sky, 20 to 30 military flying ships were slowly floating, firing origin energy cannons at the human and snake teams. 20 good fortune first-layer experts charged into the human snake squad and killed 7 people in and 7 out of the human snake squad. There were 2,000 to 3,000 human snakes. They didn't run around at all. Instead, they lined up neatly and continuously spat out golden divine lightning. These human snakes weren't at a high realm, and they were only at the 6th or 7th level of the Heavenly Yuan realm. Moreover, they were 2 laps smaller than the human snakes in the ancient martial tombs. However, world-devastating divine lightning was not a joke. Even though there were 3 rows of heavily shielded soldiers defending, thousands of divine lightning bolts rushed over, immediately disintegrating the military's defensive system. However, 20 Fortune Realm military experts were equally valiant. In just a minute, they had killed more than 100 human snakes. Looks like there's no problem. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Not good. The enemy's reinforcements are here. Wu Jun's roar echoed in the air. Xianxia abruptly looked into the distance and saw a dark patch of human snakes walking out of the jungle, The number had already reached more than 10,000. Heavens! Where did so many ghosts come from? Xiangnan's mind buzzed. No, it's definitely not right. Xiangnan clenched his fists and shouted, Big Brother Wu, don't kill me. Defend with all your might. I'll go take a look at the rear. More than 100,000 soldiers were simply unable to withstand the attack of the human snake's divine lightning. The 20 fortune warriors didn't have time to kill the murderous snake. If they continued to kill like this, before they could kill all the human snakes, the 100,000 soldiers behind them would be wiped out by the divine lightning in advance. This kind of loss was absolutely unbearable for the Dongling army. Got it. Brother Xiang. Hurry up and return. Wu Jun didn't have time to ask why Xiangnan had returned. He immediately returned to the barracks with the other 19 good fortune first-layer martial artists and used the strength of 20 people to condense a huge barrier with his astral chi. Rumble. Rumble. More than 10,000 people and snakes were neatly releasing divine lightning towards the astral chi spirit barrier. Each round of divine lightning attacks had a total of tens of thousands of lightning bolts. 20 fortune realm experts were simply unable to come out. As long as they came out to kill the snakes, they would probably be annihilated within 3 seconds by more than 100,000 troops. With such an urgent scene, even the experts of the good fortune realm like Wu Jun felt fear in their hearts. Quick! Ask for help! Lieutenant General Shunwu. Wu Jun roared. A message flew into the sky. Rumble. Hundreds of golden lightning bolts exploded in the air. I've seen a ghost. Wu Jun's face instantly turned extremely pale. How is this possible? That group of beasts actually knows how to intercept a messenger. The human and snake teams not only attacked the military, they also attacked Xiangnan. Hundreds of golden lightning bolts shot towards Xiangnan in the sky. Xiangnan didn't have the mood to absorb any golden divine lightning anymore. He turned into a beam of intense light and flew towards the rear of the human snake. However, behind those human snakes was the core of the island, the volcanic region that was densely packed with volcanoes. He floated in midair and scanned downwards. Where exactly is he hiding? I've been there 3 times, but I haven't found the enemy's hiding place. But there are so many people and snakes. It's impossible for them to all be hidden in the jungle. Otherwise, suddenly Xiangnan was stunned. He looked at the volcano crater and said, Could it be? Volcano. He gritted his teeth and charged into an active volcano. He flew in from the volcano crater, rushed into the magma, and quickly dived into the boiling magma. With his physical strength and realm, he wasn't afraid of the heat of the magma at all. That's right, it must be below. Ordinary people would never imagine that there would be demonic beasts hidden in a volcano. This makes the volcano the best place to hide. There were thousands of volcanoes on Skyfire Island, and their numbers could be said to be terrifying. Below these volcanoes, thousands of volcanoes connected an underground lava belt that stretched out in all directions. After Xiangnan drilled into the volcano, he fell into the underground world. The scene in front of him shocked Xiangnan to the point that his hair stood on end. Every volcano was filled with lava. This indicated that even if there was an underground lava world, the underground world should be filled with looks, like a river of flames. However, in reality, the appearance of this underground world did not fill up the entire space. Instead, there was a river of lava flowing in the middle with dry rivers on both sides. But what really made Xiangnan's scalp numb was the things on the riverbank. Snake eggs. The dense number of snake eggs couldn't be seen at a glance. The entire underground world was filled with this kind of thing. Xiangnan felt like his head was going to explode. He flew swiftly through the underground world, and what he saw in front of him, behind him on both sides were snake eggs. One by one. These snake eggs were still beating like human hearts, rhythmically stirring. The huge underground world was filled with snake eggs. A rough estimate would probably be at least 1 million. Damn it! Xiangnan gritted his teeth and said, What exactly happened? Where did so many snake eggs come from? Pooh! Coincidentally, a snake egg exploded. A human snake emerged from the mucus of the snake egg. The human snake was only about half a meter long. After it emerged from its eggshell, it lay on the shore and drank lava. Immediately after, the human snake grew taller and taller. In less than a minute, it had grown to the height of a person. Xianxia was dumbfounded as he watched this scene. He didn't know how to describe what he saw in front of him. These are all human snakes? No, we can't let these human snakes hatch. We have to destroy them. Xianxia waved his hand and released a strand of astral qi, flattening hundreds of snake eggs. At this moment, the feeling of being spied on suddenly reached its limit. Xianxia's heart suddenly jumped. As he watched, the human snake swam deeper into the magma. No, there must be something inside. Who did the human snake look for? As Xianxia flew, he cleared away all the snake eggs in front of him. But this was simply not enough. He could only kill the snake eggs that he passed by, but when he came down, there were snake eggs on both sides, and the snake eggs in the distance behind were still dense. He had a premonition that he had to find the source of these snake eggs. Otherwise, a catastrophe was imminent. Xianxia quietly followed the small human snake and saw it turn back and forth in the complicated underground tunnel. After about 10 minutes, the human snake suddenly drilled into a small hole and disappeared. This small cave was actually not too small, and it could have the appearance of two people coming tall. Xianxia pondered for a moment before following in, because when he was at the entrance of the cave, he felt that the feeling of being spied on was getting more and more serious. After entering, his vision suddenly became clear, and an incomparably huge underground world appeared. However, the scene in front of him left Xianxia deeply shocked. A snake, a towering python. At the very center of this underground world stood a giant python that pierced through the heavens and the earth. The python had a pair of fleshy wings on both sides of its neck. It looked like a cobra, but its fleshy wings did not have patterns similar to the shape of an eye. Instead, it had a real eye. On each of the two fleshly wings, there were 3 large eyes arranged vertically. Adding on the 2 eyes above his head, there were a total of 8 eyes. The python stood at a height of more than 300 meters. When such a high python was suddenly seen in the underground world, its visual effects were extremely shocking. This python's entire body was covered in countless iron chains. Counting down, there were a total of 999 chains. Each chain was as thick as a water tank, and each chain was inscribed with dense, mysterious runes. These chains began to pierce through the python's neck until it reached its tail. Each of the chains pierced through its body and connected to the opposite stone wall. It looked very strange. But what was even stranger was that there were still humans here. People from the profound sky sect. Xianxia's heart sank. He quickly dodged behind the stone wall and quietly observed. Around this underground world, there were a total of 20 Fortune 4th stage experts flying slowly, as if they were patrolling. Apart from these martial arts experts, there were a total of 8 Fortune 1 profound Dao cultivators sitting around the towering python. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. The 8 cultivators, with the python as the center, were seated in the 8 gossip directions. Xiao, Shang, Shang, Du, Jing, Di, Jing, 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 and Kai. Kama, open the door. Open the door in the Northwest Chen Palace. 5 elements of gold. Kama, Showmen. Showmen live in the Northern Kan Palace, the 5 elements of water. Kama, Sect of Life. Sect of Life is located in Northeast Fangzhen Palace, 5-shaped water. Kama, Injury Sect. Injury Sect is located in Dongfang Zhengong, 5 elements wood. Above the heads of the 8 cultivators floated something familiar to Xiang Antarctica. It was a yellow talisman. It floated in the air, and the talisman flickered with crackling golden lightning. The 8 cultivators sat cross-legged, circulating their profound Dao techniques, controlling a total of 8 talismans, continuously channeling golden lightning power into the towering python's body. The towering python continued to receive the blessing of golden lightning, and its enormous body shone brightly. This was a big seal. Xianxia was more and more shocked. He had seen the python in ancient documents. Since ancient times, it had many different names. This python appeared in ancient times. Its name is numerous. The most widely circulated is the 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python. the lightning-controlling heaven-shaking snake. Different names because of their power at different times. The eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python was the ancestor of the ancient era's serpent demon, and it was also one of the oldest imperial clans in the serpent race. It was recorded in the literature as Immortal and Immortal. There were countless martial artists who had gone through countless hardships and were unable to kill him in the end, but as time passed, it had instead disappeared. Now, it turned out that the eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python was actually sealed in the underground world of Sci-Fi Island. The human snakes in the ancient martial tomb, even its direct descendants, did not know how the tomb master found them and put them into the tomb to protect them. The profound Sky sect seemed to have found some records of the tomb master in the martial tomb and followed the vines to Sci-Fi Island. The 999 chains were sealed, and the ancient runes on them were precisely used to suppress its power. The current 8 Fortune Realm cultivators used the power of divine lightning stored in the yellow talisman to increase its strength, intending to break free from its restraints. That's a lightning talisman. Xianxia recognized the yellow talisman at a glance. The lightning talisman was personally created by the heavenly thunder martial king. It could seal the power of the world devastating divine lightning. However, there were many treasure caves in the early years of the heavenly thunder martial king. Xianxia only found one of them. The treasure cave he found contained the 9 transformations lightning talisman, but there was no specific method of making the lightning talisman. Evidently, the profound Sky sect had also found this kind of cave, or perhaps they had directly found the lightning talisman in the ancient martial tomb. The millions of dense snake eggs were all born by the eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python. The little human snake that Xianxia had followed earlier had arrived beside the eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python. Apart from this one, there were countless entrances to the tunnel. A large number of people and snakes swam over from each entrance. These human snakes stopped near the eight-eyed heaven-swallowing python and absorbed the power of lightning from its body. As the heaven-swallowing python continued to absorb the power of the divine lightning, its body began to struggle, and it became even more intense. Even the 999 chains let out giggling sounds. Pong! A crisp sound pulled Xianxia back from his shock. A chain was broken. Not good. Xianxia thought to himself. If this heaven-swallowing python was released, wouldn't it be a disaster for the country and the people, comparable to a natural disaster? Who is it? An explosive shout came from the scene. 20 Fortune 4th stage martial artists simultaneously looked at Xianxia's area. Because of Xianxia's sudden emotional fluctuations, he exposed his position. This mission far exceeded the details and difficulty of the mission description. Everyone thought that what was happening on Heavenly Fire Island was just an accidental attack, and the guild only suspected that the Heavenly Profound sect was causing trouble on Heavenly Fire Island. However, in reality, there was an unknown conspiracy going on here. Who would have thought that such a shocking scene was happening in the underground world of Skyfire Island? At this moment, Xianxia felt that he was being spied on, so intense that he almost suffocated. He suddenly looked in the direction of the snoop, and it turned out to be it. He saw me. Xianxia sucked in a breath of cold air. When he was above the island, he had already seen me. What realm was this thing? After it struggled out of the seal, what kind of strength would it have? Xianxia didn't even dare to think about it. He directly pulled out his huge saber and rushed towards the 8 cultivators. The 8 cultivators kept their eyes closed and didn't even look at Xianxia. Kill him! The 20 Fortune 4th stage experts charged towards Xianxia at the same time. Xianxia immediately released all of his firepower. His body trembled, and 9 chi dragons circled around him. The heaven-shaking saber light on the giant saber trembled. However, the realms of these martial artists were simply too high. Of the 20 people, each of them had a Fortune 4th layer. However, Xianxia was only at the 9th level of Heaven Scryer. There was a gap of 5 small realms, especially since these were all experts from the profound Sky sect. As soon as the two sides exchanged blows, Xianxia was sent flying backwards by the terrifying aura of the other party. At this moment, Xianxia felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter, and the veins on his forehead jumped in pain. No, we can't let the 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python come back to life. Xianxia clenched his teeth and continued to fight back. After the collision just now, Xianxia's first chi dragon was instantly lit up, giving him a second spiritual C. The heaven-shaking saber was also raised to 6 meters long, reaching the second level. The 20 martial artists surrounded Xianxia in a circle and released dense amounts of Dipper Sword Chi towards him. Hundreds of Fortune 4th stage Dipper Chi Sword Light. Even if Xianxia had great ability, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. However, at this moment, he calmed down and saw his anger sink into his spiritual sea. He quickly drew circles with both of his hands. Yin and Yang are useless. A gigantic diagram of the 8 trigrams formation appeared. Since the attacks came from different directions, and the 8 trigrams formation diagram could only defend against Xianxia, he immediately hid himself in the void. As for the large number of terrorist attacks, they were all sucked in by the 8 trigrams formation diagram. Effective. Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. Yin Yang was incapable of absorbing a powerful attack from a great realm. But this restriction was set when Xianxia returned to the origin realm. For example, Xianxia, who was at the 5th level of origin return, could at most absorb the origin chi of a 5th level heaven origin martial. However, when Xianxia reached the heaven scryer realm, the attack limit absorbed by the 8 trigrams formation diagram would constantly shrink. Xianxia had just begun to be optimistic, but reality had shattered his vision. In the end, the 8 trigrams formation diagram was still unable to hold on. It had absorbed too many good Fortune 4th grade martial artists' attacks. After holding on for less than a second, the entire formation diagram was already indescribably bright, and Peng's sound was even more shattered. At the same time, Xianxia also jumped out of the void. Countless divine auras leaked out of the broken 8 trigrams formation diagram, completing Xianxia's 9 purities cosmos technique instead. This time, Xianxia's 9 chi dragons were filled with 4 chi dragons. A total of 5 chi dragons had been filled. The heaven-shaking saber light on Xianxia's saber instantly reached the 6th level. It was 10 meters tall. Attack again. The 20 martial artists were stunned for a moment, but they did not stop. Xianxia could only release his yin-yang incompetence for a second time, while he once again escaped into the void. This yin-yang inability could only be released 3 times a day. Similarly, the instant the 8 trigrams formation diagram was charged, Xianxia jumped out of the void and absorbed the leaked astral chi. In an instant, all 9 chi dragons were filled. 10 spiritual Cs. He raised the heaven-shaking saber to the 10th level of the Great Perfection stage, a total of 14 meters long. Boom! A tyrannical aura surged out of Xianxia's body. The 20 martial artists were shocked and shocked. This brat's strength has multiplied. The flame heaven-shaking saber was already shockingly bright. It was like a small saber-shaped sun in Xianxia's hand. This was the first time the heaven-shaking saber had descended into the world in a complete form. Even the soaring dragon sect master had never achieved such a feat. Attack! The martial artists roared again. A dense amount of Dipper Chi exploded towards Xianxia from all directions. Xianxia had used the yin-yang technique twice before and after, but both of them ended in failure. He thought that this time it was still the same. He immediately thrust the saber horizontally into his waist. He gripped the hilt of the saber tightly with his right hand and shouted, "Thunder Dragon, draw the saber and slash." A huge azure dragon phantom suddenly appeared above him. Swoosh! He pulled out his saber and slashed out. A large full moon saber light was slashed out. The saber light had encountered the aura of 20 martial artists, and the two sides were actually unable to contend against each other. 3 parts of the dragon's body was the cauldron. The true dragon chi art was the source. The heaven-shaking saber was the weapon, and the world-devastating divine thunder. The great full moon saber light was a terrifying force that was almost as monstrous as a monster, and it was still slowly pushing forward against thousands of Dipper Chi sword light. A large amount of sword light exploded on the saber light, continuously blasting the saber light smaller and smaller. Xianxia had roughly calculated his upper limit for accepting enemies. He could only defeat Fortune 4th layer martial artists at most, but now there were 20 opponents at Fortune 4th layer. He couldn't let them continue attacking like this. otherwise he would be unable to hold on any longer. Xianxia raised his hand, and the 100-meter-long dragon-shocking sunshine saber light instantly took shape. After Xianxia possessed 10 spiritual Cs, this martial skill that required a long period of energy storage could be completed in only a quarter of a second. Slash! Xianxia jumped up and thrust his saber into the saber light. A martial artist in one direction ferociously chopped down. Boom! The astonishing shock wave sent all the martial artists in that direction flying backwards, fiercely smashing into the stone wall, directly collapsing it. The martial artists from the other directions launched an even more wanton attack towards Xianxia. Dragon Spirit Steel. Xianxia's body trembled, and the Dragon Spirit Steel shield suddenly appeared. Rumble, 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 rumble. Countless astral chi sword beams struck the chi shield, instantly blasting the chi shield apart. Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. However, facing so many enemies, he was unwilling to waste even a second. Even as he flew horizontally, he still grabbed the collar of a martial artist and slashed the huge saber down towards the martial artist's waist. The 14-meter saber light could no longer allow him to stab at close range, so he could only chop and chop. The martial artist's realm was extremely high. Seeing that he was in danger, he fiercely slapped his palm towards the ground. The sea of clouds is boundless. Hoo! A large hand seal that covered the sky and earth suddenly shot downwards. Because of the backlash of this palm strike, the martial artist shot himself into the air and dodged Xianxia's saber strike. Boom! The giant palm hit the ground, causing the entire underground world to collapse. A giant hand-shaped abyss appeared. Rolling magma sprayed out like a rain of fire. Shape transformation. With a flash, Xianxia arrived beside a cultivator and slashed at the cultivator. He wants to kill a cultivator. Stop him, someone shouted loudly. One of the closest martial artists arrived beside Xianxia in an instant and stabbed him in the heart. However, Xianxia knew that his top priority was to kill these 8 cultivators. He actually didn't retaliate, forcefully swallowing the martial artist's sword, and resolutely chopped down the huge saber. Swoosh! Pooh! When the saber landed, the good fortune first-layer cultivator was directly split into 2 by Xianxia. The martial artist's sharp sword also pierced through Xianxia's chest. Fortunately, Xianxia's body shook, and the sharp sword almost pierced through his heart. Not fatal. Xianxia coughed out a mouthful of blood and rushed towards the second cultivator. Bang bang. At this moment, more than a dozen chains were broken. Not good, not good, not good. Xianxia rushed towards the second cultivator like he was crazy. The 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python was about to appear. This thing was immortal and had lived for millions of years. Although it had been sealed for a long time, and its realm would definitely not advance but retreat. As long as it struggled out, it would definitely regain its full strength one day. Kill him! Everyone roared in unison as they chased after Xianxia with red eyes. The 2 of them were extremely fast, attacking Xianxia from the left and right. Xianxia raised his saber and landed on the second cultivator. The 2 martial artists' eyes turned cold. They had already seen Xianxia's life-threatening fighting style. They knew very well that even if they gave Xianxia a sword, they would not be able to stop him from killing a second cultivator. The 2 of them were actually divided into left and right. They held onto Xianxia's arm and rushed towards the sky at the same time. Boom! The 3 of them instantly crashed into the dome of the underground world and broke through the ground. Boom! Somewhere on Heavenly Fire Island, the ground suddenly exploded. Countless pieces of rubble gushed into the sky, and 3 figures soared into the sky. Rolling magma sprayed into the sky from the underground cave, causing a rain of fire to fall in the vast area. Xianxia's blade shook the 2 of them back. He twisted his waist and waved his arm, causing the aura behind him to explode. With a loud boom, his entire body once again exploded onto the ground. The domineering aura exploded Xianxia into a beam of light. His entire body smashed into the earth from the sky, fiercely smashing into the underground world twice. This collision could be said to be extremely breathtaking and spectacular. The earth was like a meteorite smashed into a calm surface of water. In that instant, The land within a radius of 20 kilometers split into layers, causing the entire land to float up. Strong light flickered within the cracks on the ground. A ripple of water-like patterns swung out from where Xianxia had fallen, causing the floating ground to shake fiercely. Immediately after, the ripples of the second ring also spread out, followed by the third ring and the fourth ring. Pooh! The land within 20 li was finally crushed by Xianxia's attack. The entire land turned into a 20 li pillar of light and shot into the sky. It had pierced through a huge gap in the demonic aura above Heavenly Fire Island. Xianxia didn't know what kind of trauma he had caused to Skyfire Island, and he wasn't in the mood to pay any attention to it. He returned and continued to charge towards the second cultivator. The 5 martial artists surrounded Xianxia and simultaneously slashed out a fierce sword light towards him, intending to slash him with one sword strike. As for Xianxia, he stabbed his horse and threw out the great full moon saber light. He used the saber light to resist all attacks for a short period of time. He raised his leg and kicked the cultivators back fiercely. This kick opened up all 3 parts of the dragon's body's firepower. Ew! Within the underground world, a dragon roar actually sounded. The second cultivator was actually kicked into meat paste by Xianxia. Blood, broken bones, and mashed meat splashed onto the 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python in the center. The 5 martial artists were shocked. They jumped up, dodged the pressure of the saber light, flipped forward, and stabbed towards Xianxia with their sharp swords. The 9 Purities Cosmos technique had already reached a state where all of its firepower had been released. This was extremely shocking for Xianxia's recovery from his injuries. The sword strike he had suffered earlier had long since healed his wounds. Pooh 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 pooh. 5 swords. At the same time, it pierced through Xianxia's stomach. 5 sharp swords pierced through Xianxia in a circular pattern, and the blood-stained tip of the sword pierced out from 5 different directions. Under such circumstances, Xianxia forcefully waved his arm and slashed 5 people in a row. The 5 good fortune 4th layer martial artists were slashed at the waist without any precautions, and they all died with incredulous expressions. 5 swords, 10 bloody holes. The blood pillars on Xianxia's body gushed out in all directions. The 9 Purities Cosmos technique and the 9 Chi dragons frantically cured Xianxia. He simply couldn't care less about how to heal his injuries. As long as the part of the wound wasn't hit, he wouldn't stop. At this moment, he had already rushed towards the 3rd cultivator with all the wounds on his body. Crazy. This brat didn't want to die at all. The expressions of the remaining 15 martial artists changed drastically. They had never seen such a life-threatening person before. Kick him out. At the same time, the 15 people placed their swords together and roared in unison. Boom! The strength of 15 people formed a circular disc of light. The disc supported Xianxia and threw him into the sky. Xianxia was thrown into the dome and a second hole was blasted open, flying into the sky outside. Outside, the ground of 20 kilometers had already collapsed by him just now, but the depth could only reach about 100 meters, but the depth of the underground world had reached several thousand meters. Xianxia's entire body transformed into an illusory shadow and rushed into the sky, sprinkling blood mist all over the sky. At the same time, when Xianxia was thrown out, hundreds of astral energy sword light came from the underground cave. Sneak into the void. Xianxia's body flickered as he shrunk into a small black, disappearing into thin air. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 3 people had already rushed out of the cave, and another 12 were responsible for guarding the underground world. Just as the 3 of them stopped in midair, they saw that Xianxia had already appeared and even made a waist-twisting gesture. Stop him! Xianxia rushed forward and exploded onto the ground. The 3 martial artists each released a large net of Dipper Chi to support Xianxia from below. The 3 nets of Dipper Chi tightly pulled Xianxia into the air. However, Xianxia had already made up his mind. He had unleashed an infinite amount of his astral chi, and he had actually pushed out a conical net in the 3 layers of the net. He was still rushing downwards. Xianxia continuously hacked out his saber light and cut off the large net. However, this was not a real net. Rather, it was condensed from the Dipper Chi. Even if it was cut with a single blade, it could instantly heal. Hold on. The three of them continued to increase their dipper chi, making the three nets more and more solid. Ah! Xianxia roared angrily, releasing the speed of light. His body instantly turned into a strong light. With the power of the speed of light, he charged down ruthlessly against the three large nets. The three nets were almost unable to hold on any longer, and they were viciously pushed down. Pong! Finally, the net was broken. Xianxia smashed into the ground with a loud boom, blowing away the ground that was dozens of meters deep, causing it to float up again and spray into the sky with a pu sound. Xianxia returned to the underground world 3 times. With his red eyes, he slammed his shoulder into the third cultivator at the speed of sublight. Pong! The cultivator didn't even have time to react and was crushed into powder by Xianxia. Damn it! He's Xianxia! The 3 martial artists outside shouted loudly. It's him! It must be him! He used this move in the sect battle. Call for help! Xianxia's human skin mask hadn't been repaired yet, and he hadn't disguised himself. Furthermore, he thought that Guanshao would definitely return the favor with the profound sky sect, so he didn't conceal his martial skill. Unexpectedly, Guanshao did not mention this matter to the profound sky sect. On the contrary, when the 3 profound sky sect martial artists saw through Xianxia's identity, they felt incredulous. Elder Qingzhu, Xianxia is still alive. He is on Heavenly Fire Island. Hurry up and kill him, a martial artist shouted at the messenger. Whoosh! The message turned into a streak of light and filled it. Right at this moment, Wu Jun, who had been watching the big explosion in the core region of the island, also rushed over. He also happened to hear the conversation between the 3 of them. Xianxia? Is he Xianxia from the southern domain? The 3 martial artists didn't even look at Wu Jun after sending the message. Instead, they immediately rushed back to the underground world to intercept Xianxia. Just as Wu Jun was in a daze, he saw the ground suddenly explode and 4 figures rushed up. One figure was Xianxia. The one in his hand was a Good Fortune Realm cultivator, while the other 2 figures were Good Fortune 4th stage martial artists. The 2 martial artists stabbed their swords at Xianxia's neck. On the other hand, Xianxia was incomparably valiant. He smashed the head of the cultivator to the point that his brain splashed. The 2 swords failed to hit Xianxia's neck, but they pierced through both his collarbones. However, Xianxia fiercely twisted his body and collided with him. With another boom, he exploded back into the underground world. Wu Jun was shocked, and then the ground exploded again. The 6 of them formed a ball and shot into the sky as they fought. Xianxia wrapped his body around 9 dragons, wielding a saber with one hand, fighting against 5 Fortune 4th layer experts. Blades, swords, and shadows crisscrossed the sky, howling endlessly, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars. Wu Jun was extremely shocked. These people fought from the ground to the sky and back to the ground. They fought intensely and fought hard all the way. This scene was something that Wu Jun had never seen in his dreams. Such an intense battle was beyond Wu Jun's comprehension. However, seeing a leaking sword light rushing over, Wu Jun hurriedly used all his strength to resist. He fought with all his might to condense the astral chi shield and stabbed the sword light hundreds of times with his spear. With the sound of explosions, Wu Jun's ribs were still broken by this sword light, and he spat out another mouthful of blood. Even his astral chi shield was shattered, and the spear in his hand was also broken into 3 pieces. Wu Jun's face was filled with shock. This was just an ordinary sword radiance, and it didn't hit Xianxia when it flew out. Just this sword light nearly shook Wu Jun to death. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of terrifying situation Xianxia was facing. In the battle circle Xianxia was in, a sword light of such intensity could shoot hundreds of random shots every second. He's just a Heaven Scryer 9-dan martial artist. Wu Jun grabbed his hair and said in horror, "How could it be like this? How could the difference in strength be so great? This is impossible. Big Brother Wu, hurry up and leave. We shouldn't stay here for long." In the intense battle, the corner of Xianxia's eyes flashed to Wu Jun and he shouted loudly, Those heavenly profound sect martial practitioners also quickly looked at Wu Jun, but after seeing that Wu Jun was a good fortune first-layer martial practitioner, they didn't even pay attention to him. Wu Jun panicked. Xiangnan, they've seen through your identity. Just now, someone sent a message to the heavenly profound sect. Soon, the elders of the heavenly profound sect will arrive. Hurry up and run. You must not die here. Bang 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 bang. In the underground world, there were dozens of sounds of chains shattering. I can't care about that much. Xiangnan's eyes widened. The dragon spirit steel chi shield he had erected could be exploded in the blink of an eye. Almost every second, he was supporting a new air shield to defend himself. However, almost every time this chi shield came out, it would explode on the spot. Xiangnan frantically absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and even attracted heavenly lightning to recover his dipper chi. The 5 heavenly spiritual meridians, the divine grade lightning meridians, the 9 purities cosmos art, and the divine lightning were restored, and there were 10 other great spiritual seas. Even so, Xiangnan's consumption of astral chi was incomparably exaggerated. Facing a super opponent at the Fortune 4th layer, Xiangnan's dipper chi seemed as if he didn't want to die. He was constantly spraying out a huge amount of it. Whoosh! The 3 great full moon saber lights slashed out, forcing the 5 strong enemies to retreat. One of them's body flickered as he transformed into an afterimage that crossed the blade light and stabbed towards the space between Xiangnan's eyebrows. Xiangnan raised his left hand and went to receive the sword with his bare hands. With a puff, the tip of the sword pierced through Xiangnan's palm, and Xiangnan waved his arm and slashed the martial artist in half. Just as the other 4 paused for a moment, Xiangnan turned into a bright light and exploded into the underground world again. The 4 martial artists shouted angrily as they rushed down one after another. Another heaven-shaking explosion rang out. Xiangnan wrestled with the 4 of them and was blasted into the sky again. Xiangnan had already pinpointed his position, and swinging his hand was like a light slash. That time, the light slash cut through the ground, accurately hitting the underground world, the 4th cultivator. The 4th cultivator was also killed. 4 martial artists surrounded Xiangnan. The sword in one martial artist's hand was interrupted. He actually hugged Xiangnan's waist from behind and shouted, "Kill him!" Seeing this, the other 3 martial artists immediately rushed towards Xiangnan. Xiangnan was even more ruthless. He actually held the saber in his back hand, instantly shortening the enormous saber light and stabbing it through his stomach. This blade not only pierced through Xiangnan himself, but also pierced through the chest of the martial artist behind him. The martial artist let out a muffled snort and directly fell to the ground. 3 martial artists rushed forward, their sharp swords stabbing at the same time. With the huge saber in his stomach, Xiangnan didn't have time to pull it out to deal with the enemy. He kicked open 2 swords with both feet and bit the 3rd sword, drawing his saber, swinging his arm. The saber's shadow as the red blood gushed out of Xiangnan's stomach. 3 Fortune 4th stage martial artists were beheaded by Xiangnan's saber. Kill for more people. 20 Fortune 4th stage martial artists had already been beheaded by Xiangnan in a row during the fierce battle. Bang 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 bang. Beneath the ground, the sound of chains being broken could be heard endlessly. Shit! Xiangnan's entire body was congested with blood. He was panting heavily, and his expression became even darker. So far, 999 chains had been broken by the 8-eyed heaven-swallowing python. These chains all had a sealing effect. The more they broke, the weaker the remaining chains would be and the easier it would be to break. From the beginning, it was able to break one of the chains until it broke 20 to 30 at a time, and then 70 to 80 at a time. Now, with a single struggle, it was able to break more than 100 chains. What are you doing here? Quickly go back. Otherwise, the camp will be destroyed. Xiangnan shouted loudly as he rushed back to the underground world with serious injuries all over his body. Just as Wu Jun was about to speak, he saw that Xiangnan had already gone down. He said with a pale face and a bitter smile, "We brought those serpent demons into your heavenly dipper demon subduing formation. Now, more than half of them have been wiped out. Without me, the barracks can be temporarily defended. I'm here to help you. Sigh. At the end of his sentence, Wu Jun let out a long sigh and couldn't help but laugh self-deprecatingly. Help? Help who? The battle Xianxia was currently facing was not something he could interfere with. In a second, he was able to fight with an average of several hundred sword beams, and he was even more capable of killing powerful enemies. As for him, if he accidentally ran out of the circle of battles with a sword light, he would have almost lost his life. Boom! Once again, Xianxia and the 5 people were badgered out of the room. He held a cultivator in his left hand, and a martial artist was stabbed into the saber in his right hand. The other 3 martial artists stabbed their swords through Xianxia's legs. Xianxia pulled the cultivator over with his left hand and smashed his head into the ground. The giant saber in his right hand threw the dead martial artist away and slashed horizontally. 2 of the other 3 martial artists were slashed at the waist on the spot. Kill for more people. Xianxia had already slain 13 of the 20 Fortune 4th stage martial artists in a row. On the other hand, 5 cultivators were killed by Xianxia, leaving the last 3 behind. Bang 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 bang. The dense sound of chains breaking rang out non-stop. It's too late. Xianxia gritted his teeth and roared. Secondary light slash. With his right hand, he slashed at the underground world 6 times in a row. The power of the 10th heaven-shaking saber's secondary light slash was unimaginably powerful. As a result, his right arm reached its limit. Poo-poo exploded, his flesh and blood shattered, and his bones shattered into pieces. He then replaced the giant saber with his left hand, and with 6 more light slashes, his left arm was also crippled. Then he bent his left leg and grabbed the giant saber. His entire body spun at full speed, throwing out 6 light slashes. His left leg was crippled. He then used his right leg to clamp the giant saber and let out another 6 slashes of light. 24 extremely powerful sublight slashes sprinkled towards the underground world like a shower. Those sublight slashes formed a fan-shaped radiation zone, and at first glance, it looked like a wall of light had been sliced off. These light slashes pierced through the ground like mud and shot into the underground world. Of the 9 martial artists, 4 had already rushed up from below, wanting to entangle Xianxia again, but they were sliced into pieces by the second light coming towards them. The 5 martial artists in the underground world didn't even have time to react. They were beheaded by the heaven-shaking blade light at the speed of sublight, and their broken limbs flew everywhere. The remaining 3 cultivators were similarly motionless, and they were beheaded into extinction. Xianxia's arms and legs were crippled. His entire body was like a blood man crawling out of a sea of blood. He floated in the sky, sprinkling blood as he continued to fall down. The nightmare saber had finally fallen.